balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Varklift and Tarita to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sanaa. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That's what I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on the road now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy. I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on.
Welcome to the final day of the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring Playoffs, and by the end of today we will know which 8 teams are progressing to our grand finals. We have had so much PUBG action here. It is so good to be back, the first big event of the year. And Avenger, yesterday, it just showed how good the European and the Middle East regions are, because we have had cracker games. The leaderboards have been changing all the time, just so many impressive teams.
Yeah, it's only been one team that really dominated yesterday all throughout, right? And we have so many teams that still have a chance. And as we pointed out yesterday, one good game even from the 12th, 13th place teams, and they're straight deep into the top 8 even. So it's going to be really interesting and exciting to see who's going to be able to make it through. And I feel like you have to have a good start to really cement your position in the top 8. So it's going to be exciting to see who it's going to be.
Who is it going to be? Saga, I like to put you on the spot right at the start of the pre-show, you know. If you think back to yesterday, we've got some highlights on our screen. What was your highlight from the games yesterday?
Oh, there were so many. I could tell you a low light, and that was watching Full Tilt not take the shots at BBL. But really, there was so many really solid, cool moments. I think Miramar overall had a little bit more of the explosiveness that we were looking to see, and a bit of a comeback potential from some of the teams. Exalt had a much better time as well on Miramar, which we do love to see. That is a team that has some history within competitive at the top level in the EMEA region. And Sarvam making a big comeback as well, getting 10 points per game on average on Miramar, as opposed to only the 2 that they had. And we do like it when there's a global army on the screen, so it was great to see that. Although for Polish Power, currently a single point clear in the top 8. They had the opposite experience. They picked up a single point across all 3 Miramar games. So we're hoping to see a big turnaround for them.
You mentioned Polish Power. I want to bring them up because we spoke about the round of 16 off air, and I asked you what their performance was like. You mentioned that it was a bit up and down, and that's exactly what we saw yesterday. Should we be concerned? Because for me personally, I mean, I like Polish Power. We saw them at PGC. I like the addition of Fuzzface. This is a team that I was hoping to get a little bit more from.
Yeah, I think that's probably true for quite a lot of teams. You can kind of see what they're trying to do a little bit again with replicating the way that they played at PCS 7. There was one sort of prime moment from PCS 7 where Polish Power had a very solid game, and it came down to crashing a particular dip on Miramar. And then in a post-game interview at the end of the day, they said, well, we know it was a good position to play from because we killed Twisted Minds there. So if they wanted it, it must have been good. They tried to replicate that play from the same position, but this time other teams seemed to just have a little bit of a read on it. And for Polish Power, maybe it is just a little case of just mixing things up a little bit, try to be a little less predictable for a team that is notoriously very aggressive, very coin flippy, and just going back into that style could pay off for them.
Well, we're talking about teams that were at PGC last year, and Saga, you mentioned there we could kind of see what Polish Power was trying to do. Avenger, what is Entropic trying to do?
Qualify. Play the game.
I mean, but they're not doing a very good job of it.
No, they're not. And I hate to do it to them, right? But it's just not good enough. Like at this point here, it is the make it or break it today, and they have to step up from the very start. Like we need to see some aggression from them. We need to see clever plays. And even if they have bad circles, I want to see smart strategies. I want to see them think about, okay, where was the plane path? Where's the lesser populated side of the circle going to be? All these things that are standard macro things in professional tournaments. And I expected to see that from them today. And if we don't, they're simply not a contender for one of the PGC attendees from EMEA in 2023, that's for sure.
We won't talk about the big boys sitting on top just yet, but I do want to talk about some of the other teams that stood out for you. So which one would you say was a big standout for you, Avenger, yesterday?
I liked Howl. I like what I saw from Howl. Obviously, Ruin, Lhasa, always loved what we've seen from these guys here. But yeah, they have to still get 25, 30 points today. So they can't really let the foot off the gas. We want to see them continue. They can't deflate from what we saw yesterday. We also saw in our Arbor bracket multiple teams around the 40s, 50 point mark actually not make it to be one of them. So that's definitely one thing we're hoping to see from Howl today, that they're continuing this kind of momentum that they've been able to build up, because they're super close to like one semi-decent game, and they're gonna be like, okay, it's fine, no worries, and they're gonna play carefree, and they're gonna be able to get those 3-4 points for the rest of the day, no problem at all for them. them. So excited to see what's bringing in for them. But yeah, a lot of eyes on Entropic, both ours, of course, casters and fans out there. There's super high expectations to them. A lot of them, or few of them, are looking at such a low amount of kills that I don't even want to mention it and point it out, because it's kind of scary actually that they haven't been able to gather more. I even have Naleb on my team, and he's not gotten me the amount of points or put in the damage that you're expecting from a caliber player like him. What we saw from him last year, the PCSs throughout 2022 was just insane. We know he's capable of performing like that, so let's hope he's here to show that today.
Of course, if you are watching right now and you're confused, why are they talking so much about Entropic? Why are they giving them such a hard time? The truth is, it's because we've seen this team perform and they're not doing what we expect. And the fans want to see the Entropic that they're used to. So that's why we keep going on and on about that. Right now, though, on your screens, what it's all to play for, the format of this competition and how to get through to the grand finals. Saga, I asked Avenger, I'm going to ask you, other than BBL, which was a standout team for you yesterday?
I was a little actually upset when Martin dropped Howl immediately. That was my first response when you asked the question. Obviously, Laza, the very high impact fragging role. Howl, just typically a very aggressive team, but you can definitely see it in the stats that not only has Laza got 13 kills, he's also died first in 50% of the day one games. So it kind of embodies what the team is really about. But realistically, there wasn't really anyone who was necessarily consistent enough to say that they were an overall standout throughout the day. There was teams like Kitchen, the likes of Exalt, who had good peaks but very low lows. Kitchen's a fantastic example, having 3 games where they got 1 or 0 points, getting caught on the edge of zones multiple times, but they also came out with big wins, second place finishes. But if there's really one team that I have to single out and give a shout out to, it has to be Afteralt, coming in with some pretty solid expectations after a fantastic start to the upper bracket, and then coming in, you know, they got the struggle medal. It's like they've been to the dentist. They got a badge that says I was very brave on day one, coming in with no Unuctive and pretty much no Ienan either, with 0 kills in the first 6 games, practically 2-manning. But they still managed to pick up a win and get themselves only 3 points away from the top 8. Very, very solid. And hopefully if they can come firing on all cylinders today, 4-man strong, they should quite easily be able to make a push into that top 8.
I liked a lot, let me actually preface this, a lot, not everything, that I saw from Afteralt in the upper bracket, specifically yesterday, Saga, with what they were able to do. I mean, I think it speaks a lot to the talent in that roster.
Yeah, 100%. Hibako had a really fantastic day, even playing somewhat unconventionally and definitely not Afteralt's typical style, but you can't really blame them for not wanting to go for those wide wrap rotations when there is teams like Kitchen who have fallen victim in games 1, games number 3, running into Ding and just getting ran down on the edge of zones. So this time it was, again, it wasn't the most attractive looking PUBG, lurking in shacks and playing late, but still having the confidence to move on even when they're playing as a 2-man, and picking up a win was huge for them.
So we heard Avenger talking about those PGC points, PGC as well we've been speaking about, and the points distribution is going to be coming up on your screen right now. Avenger, why are the teams so desperate for these PGC points? Why are they so important?
It's obviously because the more points you get, the higher the chances for you to go to PGC, the global championship, the end of the year, the world championships, if you may. And that's where every single player's dreams lies, is to attend. And if you attend, if you attended multiple times, it's to win it, of course. And as it lies out, you have to be in the grand final to get into the points. And we obviously have a dedicated amount of slots here, a direct one for PEC Fall, and also going to be 4 teams that's going to go through from PGS points. So they're going to be gathering the 4 best teams from the PGSs, the 2 PGSs we're going to have, and they're going to be sent through. And then we're going to have 6 spots from EMEA. So you have to get in there. 1 guaranteed of those 6 spots is going to be to MEA. So it's already looking really good for Digitalytics, that is putting themselves in there for one of those slots now here, starting in. They started really strong in the upper bracket, and they're definitely going to be performing quite well in the grand final too. Placement points and point system as usual. We've known this for a long time. I've been an advocate for changing it up a little bit. I would like to see a difference between placements, like 7th place is better than 8th. I would love to see a change with that, but we haven't seen that coming, and probably won't see that coming this year at all. Though, on the other hand, I want to say another thing here. I've been really happy to see what we've seen from multiple of the MEA rosters, both the new MEA rosters that only have one, like Smash, BBL, and doesn't have any of the MEA players, but there's so much talent coming out of Turkey and MEA in general, and I'm really happy to see how they're able to step up and really contest. PEC's bring $100,000 here, Sam.
Lots of money on the line. This is teams money they're competing for. Obviously, PGC points are nice, but cash is also pretty impressive. So that's the breakdown of the prize pool. You mentioned those Turkey teams, and obviously Foot Esports, they changed up their roster. Really impressive from them in the upper bracket. BBL took a little bit of time to start Saga, but yesterday, out of, I would say, all the teams in the lower bracket, we could argue that they were the most consistent, and it's paid off because they're now sitting on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and they've got a healthy little gap as well to hold on to. Not quite to the same level as what Foot was able to do in the upper bracket, but it's so similar. They're already around where we put that hypothetical barrier for the top 8 of around 70 points. They're already at that level, so they're going to be in the grand final. This once again just becomes a little bit of what Clib was talking about after they fell out from the upper bracket on just really marginal differences in the very final game. They just take it as extra practice, right? They're a very fresh, very new roster that doesn't have all that much experience playing at this very top competitive level. Yes, they've scrimmed and looked good sometimes, a little inconsistent there, but it's very, very different to actually come in where there is so much on the line, where the pressure is really on. And so it's so good for them to be in a position where this day doesn't need to be anything special for them, but they can just go out and really work on some of those issues and look to really propel themselves with a lot of forward-going momentum as it comes into the preparation for the grand finals in a couple of weeks.
Avenger, is it too soon to lift up the roster of Foot Esports and the roster of BBL and start doing head-to-head comparisons on their results so far? Do we need to give them all a little bit more time?
No, not really. Like, if you're looking at it, like, we have the 8 best teams that's already qualified for upper bracket going into grand finals, and now the 9th team in the upper brackets, they're performing and dominating this lobby. Like, it's exactly how it should be, right? They didn't perform in the upper bracket. They didn't perform as well as they are right now. The extra practice that Clip jokingly said that they're going to get from the lower brackets is obviously going to help them. You don't have any better practice than the lower bracket going into the grand final. So either it's a 200 IQ strategy, or it's they would have loved to be into the upper bracket in the grand finals. Obviously they would, but now I think today they're completely fine. I also had a quick chat with both Ruston, Michael, and Squeaky, but talking about Squeaky and Kitchen here, he said and admitted it's 100% my mistake that we didn't get more points in the games where we only got like 1 or 2 points or 0, and it's just the marginals that are like making it a difference from 1-2 points to 8-10 points for them. And it's true, you go through most of the matches here, it's the small mistakes, the small, like that one missed call, that one missed info that you don't have, that is really making it a 2 or a 10-point game for a lot of the teams. Polish Power, on the other hand, of course, really rough Miramar games here in general. I think San Martin is probably one of the worst places to loot when you have teams all around you, as they do. You don't really have full control of your rotations. You don't have a lot of space to kind of guarantee yourself. Otherwise, you kind of force yourself and push yourself out. And I would say, like, I'm expecting some obviously better games that we saw from this. It's 1 point in 3 games. It's just not acceptable. But if they're going through, we know it's going to be an Erangel. Like, they're way more steady of an Erangel team. Also, the drop is better. So we're going to see them qualify probably second last game, if they are qualifying. Polish Power, that is.
Would you say that the lower bracket teams are somewhat more inconsistent than what we saw in the upper bracket, Avenger?
Yeah, of course. Like half of the teams here, they were not consistent enough to make it through upper bracket, right? So, and they're also, 6th to 10th place of round of 16. They're coming in like it's lower bracket and at it in its finest form, and you can definitely tell that if there was, there was 10 places to go through from upper bracket, you would have your likes of BBL, and there would have been a kind of a bigger struggle for the rest of the teams to make it top 6 like we had last time. But I like the top 8 system here. It really works out well, especially for BBL, a team that is just making it way too easy for themselves right now, and they're a little bit not head and shoulders above the rest, but they're basically one good game ahead of the rest of the pack and already made it through the grand final, which is lovely for them. But again, as I asked 8C after the first day, like, what are they gonna do? I have some ideas. I talked to some of the guys, and it's not gonna be anything spicy, unfortunately, I think.
You mentioned BBL, and of course there are a lot of people playing the Fantasy League who have double dipped with BBL, and it's allowed them a giant points jump. Saga is one of them. And as much as I'd like to meme all of this, Saga, what I actually want to talk about is the big brain strategy that you put in place, because of course the new thing that Twire.gg's introduced is this option to bench a player and potentially sub them in the next day. So walk me through the process. You've changed up your team today. What did you do? How did you do it? And why?
I suppose we're going to find out in a few games' time whether it was big brain or not, but...
Oh, he's not claiming the big brain yet.
Listen, no. So, because you can, as much as we are talking about Entropic and how very inconsistent they've been and lacking in the form, you know, I had to take Nail Up out of there. If anything, just to say, you know, if they do struggle, then at least Exalt are on the up. So I've swapped out Mr. Nail Up for Artix, which is not all that ideal, considering if you look at Exalt, you're looking at the likes of Feyre, Smolodoct. They're the ones with all the kills. But at the very least, if Entropic have a bit of a comeback, we found out that it was my fantasy team that was cursing them all along. So I know not to do that in the grand final, so they actually have a chance.
Turns out you're not the only one. Kylaris has also subbed out players. He claims he's actually subbed out Global Army, which I'm a little bit confused about.
He's done what?
I know, very confusing. You know what else is confusing is the game show that we got to play with Ascend. If you watched yesterday, you saw part 1. Let's find out who was the eventual winner of that. Let's move into round number 2. Very important to remember that the stakes are higher now. If you are the first to click the buzzer and I ask you the question and you give me the wrong answer, you lose a point. And if you are on 0, that does mean you will move into negative numbers, which is funny for me, very awkward for you. Let's go. What is the capacity of the small backpack? Okay, first person there, Breaks. What is your answer?
200.
That would be incorrect. Minus a point for you.
That's
Anyone else want to try?
Nope.
cool. Nope.
Chris is there. Chris?
150.
That is incorrect. Minus 1 point for you, which I think puts you on -1.
I got it.
Mika's going to try. Mika, what?
175.
That is incorrect. That's minus a point for you. This is going... I'm going to stop this here. The correct answer is 170. Let's move on to our next question. How long does a grenade take to explode? Killia?
5 seconds.
That is correct. 1 point for you. Well done.
Let's fucking go.
How much health does a Roni have?
What?
Killia?
120.
No, that would be incorrect. The correct answer was 2,400, but we'll move on. How many flare guns are spawned in a classic PUBG map? Micah?
3.
That would be incorrect.
Yeah, they updated it, and it's 5.
So, Kelly, that is correct. It is 5. You got that right.
Yeah.
A point for you. Next question. What weapon has the most recoil in game? Killia?
AK.
That would be incorrect. Rex, what's that?
SKS.
It is in fact the MK14. Final question in round number 2. This is the only chance you can get points here. I hope you're ready. How long does it take to use a first aid kit?
6 seconds.
Killia?
Oh, sorry. 6 seconds. No, I was the first.
I'm sorry, Breaks. Killia, you get the points. Well done. Now we'll tally up. We'll tally up the whole. Currently on the top of the leaderboard with a whole 3 points is Killia. Lying in second with -1 is Breaks.
Not bad.
In third with -2 is Chris. And Micah currently sits at the bottom with -3. I mean, let's move on to round number 3. Just say that as chaotic as the game show is, and Ansvar, the quiz master, throwing in some of the incorrect answers and stuff, Ascend was possibly one of the best teams I've ever had the opportunity to do something like that with, just because they giggle the whole way. And now I imagine their team comms are like that, because whenever someone made a mistake, everyone just laughed. So I kind of like to think that they're just a really happy bunch of players. Anyway, moving on. None of that's important. We're getting into the first game of the day. This is it. We have 6 maps remaining before we find out which 8 teams are heading to the grand finals. And we also have the final opportunity for you to win some epic prizes. So if you want to get your hands on some cool stuff, then make sure that you tell us who your favorite team is. It would be cool if you could send some love to some of these lower bracket teams. Head on over to Twitter at PUBG Esports, use the hashtag PEC Spring and tell us who you're loving the most, who your favorite team is and why. Give a little love to the players, and also while you're there, give a little love to Elisa, because she has taken over the PUBG Esports account. She's going to be tweeting for the rest of the day, and I really pray that I got her name right this time, because I keep butchering it. My accent's a mess, and hopefully we've got it correct. And if not, they should just fire me. That's probably the best option. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to stop speaking now. Kylaris, Toby, they're your casters. They're ready to go. What's up, gents?
Not too bad at all. Time for the last chance to dance here for all of these teams to be moving up. That was my attempt at an impression at Sam's accent here, since she was so keen to talk about our accent for the moment. But now we've got ourselves, can't do South African, obviously, clearly, Toby. And it's going to be a good one. We've got 6 games to go.
Yeah, we sure do. It's going to be an exciting one. The desk had a quite a task ahead of them, breaking down all the teams, but I think they did a great job, kind of nailing the teams that they think should go through. I agreed with a lot, if not near everything they were talking about. I don't think Entropic will or has what it takes off right now to make their way through either. I didn't swap out my Entropic player on my team, because there's always that one chance. It's I like to compare them, James, to the Tornado Energy of the time. It's just as if Entropic has become even more hit or miss than they were, and that's saying something.
Whoa. Are you steady on?
I said were. I didn't say are, because they are now world champions. So
yeah, but even then, Tornado Energy were the best. So you know, they were pretty good. They eventually won that tournament as Tornado Energy. It was a fantastic time. But yes, there is a comparison to draw there. But actually, I mean, we were talking whilst they were on the desk. I've sort of given up a little bit on where Entropic is. Normally, when I would build a fantasy team, for example, Entropic in a lobby like this would be an easy pick. I think it does speak volumes that I actually didn't pick one of their members for this, which means that they have a lot of work to do coming into today, as well as potentially future tournaments coming up. So we'll see. We're starting with Miramar for 3, and then we're going over to Erangel to finish things off. And if memory serves me, I mean, I feel like we did see a bit of Entropic when it came to Erangel, Miramar even, I should say, but not a whole lot. I'm looking at a 11th place, a 7th place, and a 12th place with a few kills, but it's not really enough.
It's not the Entropic that we've known to come to love, at least. And I'm sure that while they care about whether we support them or not, I feel like they have to start supporting themselves. Because I talked about confidence, or at least tried to yesterday. They don't seem to be playing with any of it at all. And maybe, I mean, sometimes those teams that just, I don't want to say stop caring, because these guys are incredibly passionate. They will do everything they can to win. But sometimes when your back is so far up against the wall that you're just on the brink of giving up, that is when some teams start performing better, because they kind of just take the pressure off their shoulders, saying, guys, it's not going to be our tournament anyway. Let's just go out, try and see if we can have some fun. And then out of nowhere, they actually start performing like crazy people.
I think the all-important thing as well is that, and this applies for quite a lot of teams that aren't in top 8 right now, is that one big win will leapfrog you up into that top 8 right now because the barrier is quite close to where you're currently at. Say if you're sat in 9th through 13th. For 14th, 15th, and 16th, maybe a little bit more room needs to be kind of made up in that regard. But anyway, let's get into it. It is going to be our matches coming up here with the leaderboards as they do sit at the moment. That's why I'm the host, Toby. We've got ourselves 67 points currently for BBL up at the top. And you can see that barrier down towards the bottom, 32 points here. Ding just 1 point behind. And you're seeing how close 10th, 11th, 12th could be if they just have a pop-off game.
I mean, all of them, really. There's a pretty steady incline up towards... It's only really BBL that has managed to solidly separate themselves from the rest of the pile. Every one team has a team both behind and in front of them that is very, very much within reach. As you said, one good game can be the difference from whether you're sat in 12th for Entropic or... I mean, if we're talking a good game for Entropic, we're looking double digits and a win as well. That's top 5 instantly. So while I've given up hope, while they seem... I mean, again... I on purpose haven't reached out to them today because I know they probably don't want to talk to us coming into today's game. So I've given them their space, and they seem like they've kind of given up too. But I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that we're seeing them come out and turn things around, because when they played well in 22, it was some of the most phenomenal PUBG to sit and watch, which is why it hurts so much more to see them play like this now.
Yeah, of course. It is a focal point, and why we keep talking about them so much, because, again, our expectations are high of them. So, again, I feel like we can let the topic rest there overall. Yeah. Let's see how they do today. But at the moment, the players that are doing very well today, guys like Smash, Molodok, Lazar, Clib, and Madzi coming in from Full Tilt. This is not what I expected, but Full Tilt has really done very, very well, because it's not just been kills going their way, it's actually also been the placement points as well. 21 placement points overall puts them second in overall placement points throughout the first 6 games.
And kills can sometimes be a bit misleading, I feel like, when it comes to, top killers. They're doing the all the job in the world. Sometimes they've just been sat 500 meters away, flushing people from afar. But you can see Madzi he has the damage to kind of back up his amount of kills, which clearly tells me that Full Tilt, they've been on the hunt. They've been active. They haven't been sitting back waiting for the teams to do their bidding for them. They've been out there kind of in the trenches, battling against some of these very aggro teams as well, and they've come up victorious multiple times. Currently sat in 3rd place, had a great game to finish things off yesterday. I think they're one of the teams that should, if not they will most likely make their way into the grand finals. They're probably one of those teams that teams didn't expect a whole lot from, that could come out and upset in the grand finals.
Yeah, they've got a great opportunity to do so. I mean, if you look at yesterday, everything was 7th or above, apart from one game, which was a 12th place. But even in that 12th place game, they still got themselves 5 kills. So it's smoothing out those averages a little bit for when you get a game like that, when you do get the 12th place. But now it is time to head over to the desert. We have got ourselves game number 7 of our round, 12 games overall, and a little bit of a rougher playing path compared to the Miramars we saw yesterday.
I mean, we're on the southern side for a bit of yesterday's Miramar games, and seems to me like that might be where we'll go once again here. I'm not against it. It's so interesting how Miramar is so divided in terms of playability, because you have pretty much from Chumacera and northward, all the fields are very, and I would say very easy, but rather simple to maneuver in vehicles, but they are absolute garbage, sorry for my French, to play on foot, because there's just no cover. And as soon as you make it south of Los Leones, the majority of the fields there has dips and divots absolutely everywhere, which makes them great for, trying to kind of turtle down and survive in the open, but they're atrocious to try and maneuver through in cars, because you just cannot gain any speed, and as soon as you do, you flip your vehicles. We saw that happen multiple times yesterday. So that's why I actually prefer, when we have these open endings, the southern side of Miramar, because at least then, even though you're forced out into the open, you have some cover to play around. And well, we're not going south, we're going another area of the map that we were at quite a few times yesterday. We had a Impala ending, or just south of, we had a junkyard finish, and now, well, hoop-to-do, we're over here once more.
And you know what?
I'm not going to say it, James.
You know what?
What? I'm not going to say it.
It's not out of the realms of possibility.
It really isn't, but I'm not going to say it.
It's low, but
when
it's
I
not
say it,
out.
it doesn't happen. When it happened during round of 16, it was off of me barely even having seen the circles because we were just chilling and watching the games. They were like, holy moly, something happened. So today, I'm not gonna recognize it. It'll happen if it happens.
So I think a good barometer that we can use, whilst we always get out of here, observers. All right, well, a good barometer that you can always use as well, if you're slightly unsure, even though of course it's probably like still a 5% chance, probably even lower than that, is usually players, if they believe that there's a decent chance, they'll send one player over there, or like at least 2 or 3 teams will do so. You see it quite often. We've seen the likes of Question Mark do it during qualifiers. I'm trying to think who else was doing it. Maybe After All as well.
Oh yeah. Question Mark is the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll see how it goes. But that is not the case just yet. Everyone's got quite a while to be able to go here to start things off.
Plenty of time to make your rotations that will be, I don't want to say too difficult, because easily maneuverable. And again, once we've been over here so many times, especially with this lobby too, teams have kind of found out their way to approach these circles. But similar to what we were saying, there's a hole. What does that mean?
Sorry, I was noticing that After All has actually failed Danimon today. So I guess the internet issues persist for Mr. Nocative. So Danimon on the field.
Play as 4. You know what? Able to play as 4, most important thing, whether it be a sub or main player. At least they have an extra player. But then again, I mean, they did get 10 kills and a win up with 2 players. Just
true.
So, and that was actually with this first circle. So you never know. Maybe Enid and Danimon just leave the server and leave it up to Clem and Hibaku to bring it all home.
Not too bad a sub overall. A name that we're very familiar with, so let's see how that can work out for After All here. They've had themselves free pickings of Impala, which is what they would normally like. Quad 2 has been known to go over there, but they have access to their normal drop, which is south of that Picardo split, so that's fine for them, as we will see now. Exalt getting into position. They're going to be rotating in far towards the north here for an entry point on that north side of the circle. Probably maybe a dip in south side of that trench that runs towards Al Azahar and then find their way from there. But yeah, there's going to be interesting choices to be made. And as such, look at those 2 drops, man. They couldn't bait us any longer.
I knew what you were looking. I know you too well. And that was a perfect segue into me saying full tilt. They managed to find themselves first kill, and again, with rotation being forced on you, as much as I said teams have been through these rotations before, they know what to expect. It kind of led into what I was about to say when I got the reaction from you.
Sorry.
While there is space to maneuver in this circle, we once again positions. There's Global Army. Minus points for James for subbing him out,
I guess.
And there you go. And you're pretty much forced to either go over Minas, which is what we're seeing here for kind of the first bottleneck of today's games. Then you have the kind of a wider but still bottleneck situation going down between La Bandita and Los Leones. And then over the top of El Azahar, should people not up to rotate through the city, then that could cause some commotion as well. So first of 3 bottlenecks have been, completely balled up.
Definitely so. And actually, to just talk on that about me actually subbing people out, I actually think that if the prices are right across the Twilight Fantasy, then the benches, the potential for a strong bench makes sense. And that's kind of the tactic I went with this time around. Having Fairest on bench and then being able to sub him in, considering what Exalt was able to do yesterday, I have faith. Again, a guilty pleasure of mine is Exalt, and a guy like Fairest, very powerful. So I think the opportunity, even though yes, Global Army got a point, to be able to sub someone like that in, I think has potential.
Oh, definitely, and I hope you know that I was just kidding.
I know.
I didn't mean to kind of go after your team, which is behind mine. It's okay, James.
Barely.
For more now than it was, but let's leave that aside. I'll smile in glory whenever I win after the day is over. In the meantime, you can see where he's going. He's going for a crate, or maybe just for a position on the island, and then realize that there's a crate out there. And then he'll be all kinds of happy because it is out there in the middle of the order and actually really well positioned to pick it up.
Yeah,
that rock there.
Maud. Oh, dear me. Norkis, that's a freebie for him in the end. Taken that out very quickly as well. Quad 2, I don't think the rest of them are going to be moving up towards that, as we do have picture-in-picture, watching still He-Man going towards one of those islands. I mean, for the most part, when I was looking at the people taking a look at the islands, it was Numbers that was kind of eyeing up the potential for quite a while of being able to head on over there anyway. Exalt up to the north has been able to come in wide from that position, so they'll find themselves a little bit of room for now.
Exactly. I mean, I like the play that Numbers has done. I mean, they rotated in, I don't want to say late, but kind of mid. They were one of the middle rotators, and they come in from the southern side, they wrap around. Sometimes you see that player in Himman who goes out to the water now, that he would go out before the team opts to go further, just because you then have a sort of scout who can look further up the shoreline to see if there's any cars around, if there's any players maneuvering around. But in the... while I should say, he was rotating out the team up to continue further forward, and Numbers now sat very well for a potential circle going east, but also in a position from where they should be able to pretty much maneuver around Impala, pretty much no matter where the circle's actually going.
The latecomers, Ding and BBL. I imagine both of them will try and enter from the north, considering the plane path, which makes a whole lot of sense. GDE, actually, still a little ways out of the circle. They're about to enter, but coming in from the south is quite treacherous because, as I mentioned, the plane path. You're going to have a lot of teams coming in from that south side, southwest side, and this does pose a problem for GDE. They know that. They have to know that as players at this level. So they're taking the risk. They're taking the gambit. They're going to start running fast through this road, I can only imagine, unless they stop on the very edge. But that's not the case so far.
No, and again, to go off of what I said to begin with, it's a terrain down there where if you ain't on the roads, it's pretty difficult to make sure your vehicles go straight. So that's the reason why we saw Norkis get a freebie earlier. Tricky position for him to go through. GDE taking casualties as Syndax finds one. A little camp set up done here. I like the fact they actually go for this, considering the fact that they lose a player. They're, 100% aware, really, that no matter who we try and gatekeep here, it's going to be a team that's going to come in with a player more than we do. So Brave set up, but again, they know that they have opponents ahead of them anyway, so might as well just opt to stick around.
True, but I'm still sort of questioning the GDE game plan because, again, based on kind of theory, you don't have to have seen the map to have extrapolated what we just previously did with where teams may set up to try and stop you from taking this kind of road. And it doesn't get any easier for you either. I mean, yes, Polish Power is looking at Quad 2, but even if GDE was able to displace Quad 2 alongside Polish Power, now Polish Power's made themselves present and aware to GDE as well. So the barriers don't stop here for GDE.
Nope, true. They sure don't. And Polish Power, they really couldn't be put into a better position, kind of overlooking this whole thing happening. Now, Circle goes towards northwest. As anticipated, we've been there a multitude of times, and this one is as kind of clear-cut defining that line we've talked about before, from Minas out to essentially where Exalt is, steep hill up towards the north. So all these teams on the southern side, they really have to figure out now, do we want to sit south and then have no info of what's going on in the north? And then should it go up there, we're just going to, go for it? Or try and make our way up north from where we can then, to some extent, overlook the southern side. Because there's a belt in the middle right now where they really have a whole lot to play around.
GD is still tangled up in this engagement. Still looking for Quad 2 here. Getting rid of them and then starting to move on. Fairlet takes a lot of damage. That's going to cause him a bit of downtime whilst Killstill is looking for the angle. Wait a minute. Ooh. Okay, so...
both.
Yeah, he did. He did. The crossfire pushing him away there for a moment. That was crucial.
Yep, able to back off of the angle. I think, at least he knew where they were. I'm not sure if he literally saw them, but he some spider senses started tinkling, and that wasn't a push he was going to make, and good on him for not doing it. So that means that he's alive, maybe with the chance of resing a teammate, should he be able to execute this fast enough. But no, not the case, and that's a team flash. Had you waited a half second longer there, Killsteal, your selfie would have been completely blinded.
Would have been, but
would have been.
I think after watching this unfold, a lot of people would have called GDE as going out in 16th, considering their entry point and how that was going to go down. But it's by the by. We'll see them fight in another game coming on up. This will give Quad 2 an opportunity to start rotating. Now, there's no way they can head straight north. They have to go west. There's no other choice because you can't run into Polish Power.
Boat? Question mark? Yeah, no, it's they'll probably rep west. But interesting thing is that Polish Power actually opted to sit around and wait that fight out too. Maybe if more kills came kind of from both teams in that last part of the fight, they would have pushed down to take the fight to them.
Right,
but now,
right.
I mean, they're going to be coming in very late as well. I would imagine that they try to go east. Not sure if Bin Laden up on the Impala Mountain is going to try and take shots, but I would assume that they come east. You can see cars coming down south from Aces now as well. He's definitely seen or heard something on the other side, which is right now, Aces are coming down to kind of fortify this position.
Yeah, heard and will relocate. I like that. For Polish Power, I mean, it was worth sticking around. Fuzzface got Zamolson, which is already a point or so towards them. In fact, 3 in total, if you include what they had from Core 2.
The Miramar games yesterday.
Yeah, they started off really nice yesterday, and it was a bit of disaster afterwards. That's not my words. That was the words of Marsalek, but...
They have more points now on Miramar today than they did in all their Miramar games yesterday.
A good start for them then.
Yeah, Norcus finds another. Just can't be stopped. SKS, best team on the game.
Norcus was...
with the info.
This was actually smart by Polish Power if they're wanting to get guaranteed 3 points, because they left Norcus back, and then Quad 2 heard all the cars leaving, assuming there was no one there. So leaving one of those, like, back in the trench to be able to just get that fire on, really, really good here by Polish Power, as long as Norcus survives.
Exactly. And now that the 3 start shooting, I'm looking at the map in the bottom right corner. Where and when does Aces up to engage? Do they try and push further forward? Do they stay back? Do they... I'm not quite sure exactly what their plan is here. Fuzz finds the last 5 kills for Polish Power off of the very beginning of this game here.
Lovely start for them, but the troubles aren't over just yet. I should say troubles as if the previous game engagements were troubles. They weren't. But this one may be. Aces is trying to create a barrier. They do hear one of the cars coming on through, blasting on through, in fact, to try and get past the rest of them. Safo, not taking any shots. Okay, I feel like they understand this has the potential to divide Polish Power, but by the same token, if Polish Power turns... Okay, yeah, that was free. Never mind.
There are times where no matter the opponent you're going up against, you have to shoot. And that was one of them right there. Hamda finds Crunio as well. So as you were saying, able to kind of split up the team. I was a little worried that by splitting them up, you then give them 2 angles to approach from. But because they find the 2 knocks so fast, there's not really anything Marsalek can do to try and retaliate. And Crunio is still miles away, quite literally, from Marsalek. So he can't do a whole lot from there either. Yeah,
Marsalek felt like the scout. And unfortunately, he was presented with false information because there was no shots, right? Definitely smart and patient play there coming out from Aces. Disciplined trigger finger, as we see M-Force now up towards Junkyard, just trying to dislodge where Ding currently is, because they kind of need them gone for them to have a steady campaign up in the north.
I think Veronica got to find another DMR, because there was not a single bullet hit on a target right out in the open. So... yeah, reconsider. Maybe try the SKS. I've heard it's pretty good. Like Doxa.
The staple gun.
Very good.
I do like the noise it still makes, although...
And the damage it does and stuff. Yeah.
And stuff and other things. It looks really cool. No, I'm a bit of an MK12 enjoyer at present, unfortunately. Sorry, mate.
Fair. You also play the DPS, so you're just weird like that.
Yeah, but that's fun. That's really fun. I'm all about carnage, okay?
Yep. Ding, in the meantime, trying to... I mean, they do have a bit of a foothold in the circle, but of course they're wanting to get a little more elbow room to maneuver around. And first part of that would be dealing with M-Force. They know they have some of the players outside the circle, so now, or for now, I should say, as long as they can maintain control of the edge of this compound and kind of prevent Veronica from really applying pressure from his side, they should be all right. Marsalek, 42 bullets in a dream, up against the entirety of Aces here. Finds the first one. A threat to be up against, up close, down to 32 bullets, pushes across the flash house, back off down to 18 HP. That should be the death of him, and indeed it is. Hamda able to find one more, and now Nork is solo player left from Polish Power, has to try and see if he can make something happen here.
A bold attempt at a rage play to try and just over-peak that hill when you know that there's going to be more than just one barrel pointing your way. And now Norcus, can he get something done? It might be difficult, but even if he does get something done, 5 kills is not that bad across the board for this game so far. And the circle has shifted far away from them. So goes for the spray. really needs to get that full flush, so that's at least 6 kills going their way now. Might look for more on the right. Or bail. That's fine too.
Back off. I mean, you know there's still at least 2 players left alive. You might as well just dip because you're going to be pushing downhill anyway. And look at the other side. From one set of commotion into another. Clip finds one. Second one. Not found just yet, but should go down in just a moment's time. Hamdar able to stay put. Smashbacks off. Gonna leave it for Clip to deal with the last. And there you have him. Bad Boy falls. And just like that, Aces torn apart. Only 1 left to go. And how far will he go? Well, at least for now, he'll survive.
I think they were as surprised as I were by the push from BBL. It's hard to see their color on the minimap sometimes. So I was like, wait, okay, they did just sneak up on all of this. But Deng still dealing with M-Force, trying to hold them out as firmly as possible here. Because even whoever wins this fight, this scenario out, still has to cross the road. And that'll be a bit fraught with danger.
Exactly. Sail, able to find one. Able to find one. As M-Force continue to take casualties. And to go back to the fight for a second, while I could only imagine they were able to find this one. Nope, completely blinded. Goes down Medivac, finds 2 as well. So that's Aces and Full Tilt out back to back. 2 teams eliminated. Phase 4, just 11 teams left alive.
Yeah, there's definitely been a culling on these edges that people have really been trying to hold on to. I suppose it does come from the fact that this circle, central play, I guess less encouraged because of the amount of coverage that you actually do have, be it hard cover, which is only a few compounds, or soft cover, which there's some hills, but in the middle of it, there's a big field and it's quite open from there. So less of an attempt for all of these teams to get center, a bit more of an edge game play for today.
Exactly. To go back to BBL for a second, now that we also see Polish Power eliminated. I love the fact they went aggressive when they did, because the circle shifted northwest, and they know they're going to be coming in late on this circle. So they might as well, just weaken their edge, weaken their side of what was the previous circle, so you have more room to maneuver. Rogue vehicle coming down the hillside is now BBL. Continuing their way forward. Michael and Smash are set on the north side of this valley, so maybe by allowing a few shots to come in up towards Clip and Rustenmar, numbers will leave themselves vulnerable to the players on the other side. But one thing's for sure, Rustenmar and Clip, they need assistance from above. And they need it now.
To be honest, though, I do feel... Yeah, exactly. Not much you can do regarding that. I feel even a little bit concerned for Michael and Smash, to be honest, though. I mean, a full exalt up this hill is not the easiest thing to take out, and they are eventually going to feel the pinch themselves, not in terms of like MTB pushing across from them, but just wanting to get to the circle fast. So they need to eliminate their threats on their sides as well.
Well, I mean, if any team is going to eliminate any threat, well, here's a player that can do it, or make that 2. Michael, able to find the flush on Molotov. Therefore, Smash takes him down instantly. Peeks on over. Smash finds the body shot onto Fade as well. Exalt, there might only be 2 on the side of BBL, but they're sure dishing out damage. And you know what? Why not take on 2 teams at the same time? Rustenmar finds the double, almost able to find the third, but goes down. And now Smash running back, knowing there are knocks to be found. Is he going down to assist Rustenmar? I think he is, because there's just 1 player left on the side of numbers. The flush comes through, fair, but maybe 2 extra points for BBL to pick up here.
If 2 knocks didn't happen there, Smash and Michael would have completely stayed on the other side and tried to not do something. Oh, that's a lot of extra damage. Collateral damage being done here. How much more can happen? Another underhand nade going around the corner. Duffy gets him, though. It's all on Michael now. What can he get done himself? A few pick off here and there. A few shots. Moves back. And he's now very low, so I don't think anything more is going to happen to numbers. They can recover and then put pressure on Michael, I feel.
I love the idea, though. They knew there was not going to be a whole lot to come for on the north side, unless if they have a third party they can engage on. But as you can see here, this is the position they were in. There's just no way of crossing over. Michael finds one, and it's actually going to be confirmed because of the circle shifting in. So Michael gets the double on them. Plenty of kills going the way of BBL off of that engagement. So nice play to kind of just go for a salvage in a situation where the game probably wasn't going to be yours anyway. Fate able to find one as numbers fall. Just like that, 7 teams alive as everyone starts taking damage. We have it off screen as well, but after all, fell to Howl down towards the south too.
Yeah, and Howl's position in this circle actually presents a lot of problems for everybody else. For a long time, they had that little mountain thing that, the circle's not going to end up near, but that actually provided huge vision for them throughout this game. So, and that also allowed them to be able to leapfrog into some of these little dips further forwards to start controlling the center of the circle. So, for all the teams in the north, I think a lot of people are going to eliminate each other, and Howl almost certainly will probably get at least a top 3 off of this.
Look at this thing position, trying to play as kind of vultures in the sky above. 2 set over towards the west. Gedrock set further out east, trying to prevent Exalt from crossing on over Fairest. Falls, will he get flushed as well? Yes, he will. So no points come in the way of him. As Gedrock's again, Ding trying to maintain full control up towards the north. The issue is that Howl is now trying to split out on the southern side since Afterall fell. For Entropic, well, they need to deal with a 3-man strong Sabin, but what will it take for Sale, and Ding to engage on this now that the circle shifts away?
Yeah, they're just eventually playing a small game of cat and mouse here. Like, both teams on either side of Sarvum are saying, okay, well, eventually you got to move. The circles are none of our favors, so how is this going to play out for you? When are you going to start trying to get to the middle of this circle? Kitchen on that east side is going to be trying to challenge Howl's position eventually, but both can coexist in that small area.
QB being shot at from all sides right now, trying to stay afloat, but it ain't easy. Nailed up in the meantime, able to find one over the top of the roof. Against 0 kills, Entropic, the flushes has not been able to be found so far. QB does go down, and that's to Gedrox. He's found an off angle from the far east side. Look at the map and see where he's positioned. That whole angle of the building is his for the take, and Lucarux able to get one after Baron Peak with a sawed off. Took one down, so Resis will have to be committed to fast. Fortunately for Entropic, Sabin committed to the rest at the same time, so able to get the players up, I would imagine.
Like the sawn off. It's like the baby DBS, all right? It's just it's the small kid of the DBS, and it can pack a punch, venomous.
I'd rather call it the baby dual barrel.
No.
Since it is literally a smaller. No, okay, I'll give you that.
Dual barrel's boring compared to the little sawn off.
Fair enough. Voldemort able to take down Nailup. I believe that's knock number 3 or 4 on him. He's been the front runner here, able to get rest. Good job on the team, but not a whole lot more he can do off of this position. Ivers falls as well. 1 point for Entropic. This game ain't gonna cut it. We'll see how much more they can get off of it. Lucarux realizing that he's being shot at from all angles and has Howl in front of them down by the compound. Who ain't going to be an easy position to play from.
Oh, no.
Peeks on over, but has little to no cover to work with, and Lucarux just has to make a run for it. See if you can get to the shack. Should be able to do so. Will he get in? Yes, he will, but just exactly, because there's a team alive still that we have yet to talk about at all. Kitchen has been playing the east side of all of this for a while now. 5 kills, 0 eliminations on their side. So they're set pretty well out east.
How not predictable, but how apt that Squeaky is leading a very Ents strategy when it comes to Kitchen here. Just playing it safe, playing it calm, playing it quiet. They've got a few kills here and there from distance, but no close-up engagements coming out from Kitchen. They've been patient, and they found themselves a little bit of room here, but eventually, I do feel like this, unless Kitchen gets sandwiched, which I don't think they will, because I don't think Howl's going to move unless the circle forces them. I think it'll end up being a Howl versus Kitchen bonanza.
Yeah, Howl has plenty of space to play off of on the southern side. And if Ding and Kitchen take this fight, they're going to, I would only imagine, push even further forward. Sale doesn't have a helmet to work with. Will be forced to peek anyway, and as it does, 3 opponents on the other side. Ring the artillery, we need you. And Gedrox, well, not with utility, but with his gun, is able to find the first.
Hits him with the molly as well. Looks like Lito's going to bleed out from that. Very, very nicely done. Look at all of this utility. Loving it by Gedrock. So what a push up. And needs to move away.
Force back in the end of it, but I like the idea. I too often see people use flashbangs for really no reason. Because you throw the flash, yes, you might delay a push, but that push was going to happen anyway. In some situations, it makes sense. In this one, it made even more sense for him to try and push down and see what he can get.
And similar to Ents, it all fell apart. This is... Yeah, there goes. Oh, Ding, actually. What a cleanup by Mouse at the end. Yep. Very nicely done, but so many lost for them. They're so wounded now.
A lot of casualties, but at least a top 3 guaranteed and plenty of kills coming their way. And Howl, well, they've had it rather easy in this one. They played the compound. Yes, they had to fend off a full push from Afterhold, but they did that swiftly off screen. And now 4v1v1. I could only imagine they'll come out victorious unless if Mouse and Lukarook somehow manage to time their pushes together. But Lukarook is still sat behind the shack and he's been seen. So Howl is aware, and I think they're aware of the guy in the car as well.
Yeah, it is unfortunate here for a Kitchen to try and get much more done. There might even be a kill here for Lukarook if he's not careful.
Come on, Lukarook. Come on, Lukarook. Yes.
There you go. Very nice. It's almost a steal, basically, considering how much fire from Howl was coming down there. Okay. He's slashing himself.
Yep, if I can't see me going down, I don't go down. Isn't that the part of the Austria strategy? I'm not sure. But Howl, a somewhat easily obtained win, but yet a win they had to push out of the compound for and claim themselves in the end.
Yeah, I think they held the compound for effectively 4 for as long as they needed to, then sending one up the hill to be able to have what is effectively 180-degree vision on the whole opening area, and that little dip ahead of them, sending one there. So once they had that 1-2-1 split, they really had the center on lockdown, and that was instrumental to being able to move on to get the win here, Toby.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were kind of blessed that no one opted to push in from the south, outside of Afterhold, but because they ended the fight so fast, no one really had a chance to third-party that fight. So great job for Howl, claiming a good win.
All right, time for a break. When we return, the desk's going to break this game down, and we have more Miramar on the way.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destined. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinnock. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners. So check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details of these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The first game of the day is done, and Hal takes the chicken dinner, a team that was highlighted by both Saga and Avenger in the pre-show. And obviously they just got a really good positioning in the circle there, Saga, and were able to keep all of their players alive, guaranteeing them some points, and they're going to be really happy because it's going to push them up the leaderboard.
Not sure I would apply the word just in that situation, but no, they definitely did get a little bit of assistance from the zone, but it's a position that we've seen them play before, except in the previous instance of yesterday's games, they were holding a bit of a 2-2 split, and Q2 rocked up and forced them to regroup, and there was some individual brilliance that took Howl down and lost them that spot. But this time around, there was no such shenanigans because Polish Power actually did their job and started killing people, at least in the early stages of the game, and Q2 was out of action, so Howl was able to hold on to the warehouse compound for a very, very long time, and then just intelligently timed their push. As soon as Kitchen started to get aggressive, you can already see them on this particular highlight, coming in the bottom of the minimap, wrapping in from behind, and just making absolutely sure that the numbers advantage was fully in their favor, and the game's a done deal at that point.
Avenger wasn't pretty, but Entropic, as Saga said, able to finish in second, get some points. Not nearly enough, but hopefully signs of I don't know, a potential improvement from them maybe?
From a placement point perspective, it was great. I loved it. Everything else, not so much. And also, you don't want to run into the Baron of the Peaks, Baron Peak with a sawed-off shotgun. That was unfortunate. And also, I would love to see them disengage the fight with full 4 and actually go down and take the same spot that Lucarix ended up on and actually take a fight with Howl instead of trying to hold on to some terrain that actually wasn't inside the circle, anything. It feels cluttered still. 8 points is 8 points though, and if they can do that in every single game on an average, they're gonna end up on 71 points in total. That would be fine. But yeah, we'll see how everything else ships up. They're a frag heavy team, and 65 to 70% of your points comes from frags. I want to see frags on the board from Entropic, but fine here. 8 points for them. Savim also did good. Polish Power, BBL, Exalt, all the teams that we're expecting to do well. I would even say if you take the left side of the board, that's kind of the 8 teams that I would expect to be a lot of the teams that's going to go through to the grand finals. So good to see these teams stepping it up here. Kitchen popping off. A little bit of a questionable push with the timing, if you ask me. They were considering pushing up to Dink because they knew there were only 2 players left. But the circle was about to pop, so they didn't know if they have the circle with them or not, and that allowed them to be opened up from the back with Howl, and now Howl is going to be sitting on 68 points and say thank you for the chicken dinner for that one. That was easy peasy.
Easy peasy for them. Saga, when you take a look now at the leaderboard, I mean, it is still pretty open. This can change those spots. I would say BBL is pretty much guaranteed maybe a Howl, but for everyone else, maybe, I mean, what is the cutoff here? How many spots are technically available for these teams to compete for? Yes, I know there's 8. I'm pretty sure BBL has claimed their spot. Howl probably as well.
So if we look at currently the standings, Polish Power in 9th place is very close, only 4 points away and only 17 points, which is a very doable margin in just a single game for a team of that caliber. Obviously, for picking up some frags throughout the game and picking up a win, they could easily find themselves outplacing the likes of Exalt in 3rd place. There's a little bit of a drop off after that to approximately another 6 or 7 points, but it's still a little bit up in the air, and we could still see some solid performances from the likes of Aces or from Afteralt, who could make a bit of a late push. But as it currently stands, there is starting to be a little bit of separation between sort of 9th place and upwards. So we'll see whether that trend continues or if the rest of the teams can find a little more consistency in performance.
This is it. We're moving into our second game slowly. The timer is counting down to that moment when we get to see which of the 8 teams will be making it through to the grand finals. Let's head on over to Miramar with Kylaris and Toby.
Let's do it. Yeah, we have got ourselves another Miramar on the cards here. And now, looking at how things have played out, Howl is looking at as a contender here for not only just being able to take top 8, but also top of the lobby. I mean, yes, BBL still was in a bit of a precarious spot there, despite actually getting some kills anyway. But looking at Howl, man, they're on a tear.
Again, I mean, I had a pretty simple entry to this one, but as much as I said, I compare it to the kitchen win on Erangel down by Milta Power. Yes, it looks simple because the circles keep coming your way, but believe you me, 5 out of 10 teams in these lobbies lose from those positions. And why? Because they don't know when to make the winning move. And how? They knew here. They knew that we have to sit back and wait. As much as there's kills in the hills that we can go for, we have to sit back and wait in case another team pushes us from behind. They wait. They instantly take out Afteralt, and they know that if we don't deal with them quickly, well, we're going to get third party from other teams up above. So they instantly deal with Afteralt. They managed to win that game off of it, and now they can hopefully, off of that momentum, which is a word that I know James loves to use so much, make their way into the next matches with luck going their way.
It's definitely a confidence boost. Let's go with that at least to get that. But when it comes to pro players of this caliber, they also know when they have a spot like that they should be converting.
Definitely.
When it comes to a game. So we'll see how that plays into the next game. Let's see where we're going for playing path.
That is...
All right, welcome back to game number 1 of the day.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to game number 1. We decided it was unfair Howl won that game, and therefore we're replaying game number 6, 7, 8,
that was
9.
It was 7, and we're in 8. Good job.
I know.
The I'm surprised by that. It's not often we see that.
Pretty much. I kind of want to go in and watch the VOD now and see how many meters the plane path is off of last game's plane path. Because it is very close.
I'm going to guess this is like...
How many meters, James?
50 meters north of the previous one. That's what I'm going to go with.
That was a very not so specific number, I feel like.
What was I going to do? It's 47 meters north.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Okay, great.
Talking. The more specific the number, the more believable it sounds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
There you go. There you go. The more you know, James. And also, I think everyone's just going to start moving towards Junkyard now because, 3 out of 5 Erangel games have gone out to the East Coast. Or Miramar game, has gone out to the East Coast. So why not just anticipate it and then be completely debated when we're ending us on Los Higos? This is an island circle. I can feel it.
Well, the island has been... We've seen some crazy finishes on that small one south of Crunio. That has been very interesting. But regardless, I don't think it's going there. And we will see how these teams are going to fare. Now, at least for GDE, yes, the first game was really kind of a rough one. I didn't like their approach. The fights didn't go well for them, but now at least they've got a circle to work with in their favor. Yeah. So let's see how they're going to play with it.
Yeah, they came in incredibly late for... they weren't really in a position from where they could have rotated early anyway, but I feel like they still took too much time to wrap in. And if you're then going to rotate in that late, because as you called it out during the game as well, James, that south side is packed. And why? Because we had a plane path pretty much identical to the one we just saw. So if you're going to be coming in that late, do what BBL did, do what Ding did, and say, we're going to be late anyway. Ding rotated Val Del Mar and came in north side of El Azahar in the previous game. And I think GD should have had a similar plan in mind. We can't wrap in on the most clustered side when we're that late. We're just asking to be gatekept, and that's essentially what happened.
Mao's being able to take it a moment in the top 5 as well on the killers. I feel like Squeaky's really good at finding diamonds in the rough. And then oftentimes a lot of those diamonds in the rough then often go off and join other teams. But, if you can keep hold of them for a little while.
It's kind of it's talking about the entirety of Finland right now. Or?
Yeah. All 35 of them. There's not many Finns in this world. So much so that... Similar to Denmark, I think. What's the population of Denmark? Because you're basically statistical anomalies, right?
We've reached a bit over 6 million now.
Okay, so Finland's like 5 million, which means both countries barely exist, right?
How are we more people in Finland? When the country's 200 times bigger than Denmark.
Yeah, but nobody lives in the north, right? Anyway.
100,000 more people. There you go. In the meantime, Quad 2 fighting early game. Now, what is this? This is something we haven't seen before. It's not really much of a fight. It's more of a, holy moly, that compound wasn't free. Let's get the hell out of here. And somehow Zabim actually able to get out of there without taking any casualties.
Yeah, for Global Army, for Zabim Esports and the boys, I think, you get close to that compound and then it's just one prolonged scream as soon as the shooting starts. Just hope you put your foot down as hard as you can to the pedal and keep screaming.
Finland is 685% larger than Denmark.
And it's, again, nobody lives in the north. Where is the most northern
of forests, I suppose. A great place for expansion, if you were to build.
Where's Oulu? I think that's the most north I went. Oulu.
I don't know. I've never been to Finland.
Yeah, that's quite north. That's like halfway up the country.
I have actually been to Finland. I did land in Helsinki once for a transfer in the airport.
Wow.
That's about it. Yep. To talk about things that are actually relevant for a second, I feel like that's my segue every time we do these things. Teams are going to be rotating in south now, and the reason we're not breaking it down to the same extent that we did in the previous game is because for the most part, where last game offered us pretty much just 3 to 4 points of entry, and which 3 of those 4 were very narrow bottlenecks. Yes, now down towards Valdemar, where Ding currently is sat, that becomes a bit of a cluster should multiple teams get there at the same time. But outside of that, I mean, from Chuma all the way to Los Leones, from Los Leones out towards the east coast, there's plenty of space to maneuver. So it's only going to be a matter of will teams accidentally stumble into compounds that are already taken. That should really, in my book, be the only time we'll see fights now. Speaking of which, Nailep trying to expand the territory of Entropic. Little does you know, there are 2 Polish power players waiting just on the other side.
Yeah, just have to be careful. Now, as you were saying, that unless the people crash into compounds, then that's where the conflicts are going to happen. And you don't even necessarily need to in a circle like this. There are so many good hill spots, so many good hill dips that you can take in these circles. We spoke about it kind of at length, almost ad nauseum, when it came to the previous circles that we've had on Miramar throughout upper and lower, because we've been down here before, and it's some rugged terrain that provides a lot of good spots.
Sure, it's great for moving around on feet, not so much when moving around in a car. So that's also why you see teams wanting to get down here early, so they can get out of the vehicles, start spreading out between compounds, and then, start taking those fights on foot rather than coming in late and pulling up on something, because half the server is going to be shooting at you by then. Speaking of which, there's a race to the compound. After all, Entropic pulling up at the same time. I like this from Lukaruk. Sorry, just shooting a few bullets. Pufferfish say, haha, we're here and we're ready to fight, even though he's looking into a wall. In the meantime, Entropic shot out in the end. One spot and Ruin shoots into Nailep and another. Down 1 early on.
And this is why I pick Ruin for my fantasy team. He's he's up there. He is good. Although, that being said, I mean, the whole of Howl has been really on form across this day and a half so far. Ainen under the pressure of He-Man, and it will actually be Fuzzface taking that knock, but who will get the eventual flush and kill? Because He-Man can still steal this, but no, will not be the case.
No, it's this again, I mean, is the reason why you want to be south early. Teams that can get down fast, get into position 2, will be at such an advantage compared to those teams coming in super late with little to no info. BBL, Kitchen, wrapping on each their side, trying to hit the circle simultaneously. And so far, we only have one team in Exalt that has dared saying, you know what? There might just be a chance. And if it happens that we do go for full south, we're already here. And more often than not, that team that gambles, even though it's a rarity that we do end up going south, they also do tend to win those games.
BBL coming in late. And, I mean, well, BBL coming in late is like, it's a staple now when it comes to Miramar.
Thing.
And it's working out pretty well for them. I like that they're able to come in late, eventually seize a location, and then just sweep teams away, sweep players away. They are, hands down, in this lobby, the most mechanically based team. I don't think there's any contention regarding that, because I feel like a lot of the fights that they're taking look almost effortless, especially through yesterday, and they definitely deserve their number 1 spot right now.
Which, to be honest, makes it that much more concerning that they couldn't even finish top 8 in upper bracket. Just saying. They shouldn't have been here. I mean, they know that they shouldn't, and I know that they laugh it off as extra practice, but when that's said and done, I mean, we saw how hard they were trying to bring home that win in the last game. They did not want to have to play lower bracket, and yet here they are.
It was always going to be tough. Are we swapping out for a different fuel? Because I guess that's the case here for Rust and Mar. They've had to have a long traversal down from El Pozo, so makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of cars that I know so much about, I guess at this point, knowing that you're not going to be on the roads for a whole much longer, you might as well take a buggy, because eventually that will fare better in the hills than the Marauder will. There you go, James. Car facts.
A lower center of gravity on that thing, so it's not exactly bouncing about as much as one of the other ones. And also, I mean, even in the trucks, sometimes you're going through these hillsides, and it's not just a case of like you're traversing them slowly. It's the fact that you'll go down a dip, and then your nose will get stuck on the bottom of the dip if the sharp incline is very, very close to where you've hit. So Yeah,
I'm loving what we're seeing from Kitchen right now. They're sat outside the circle. They brought a boat down from north side of Porto Paraíso just in case the circle shifts further towards south so that they're ready. Now, they're all set on the shoreline waiting for this next circle to pop. Let's see how brutal will you be? And straight north. And there we go. Boat not taken. Let's just drive.
I like how the trucks, they actually handbrake turned to go away from that boy. It's like a screech of a change in direction here. Nope. Okay, just like the circle does for them.
It's a rarity, but as Circle 2 pups, let's do the math real quick. Oh, I can't. I'm going to not do it anymore.
Oh, no.
But over 50 players are sat inside this circle. Already,
1, 2, 3,
as it
4,
popped.
5, 6,
There's
7,
3
8,
teams
9,
outside.
10, 11.
3.
Yeah.
That's 4, that's 8, that's 12. So 52 players are currently inside the circle as it popped.
I feel like this was pretty rudimentary math.
Because there's 2 people dead. So there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I did it right. I just didn't take into account that people already died.
Well, the cool thing is there's still room as well. The teams onto that west side are going to try and rotate in via Chuma, maybe even take that church down the line, unless Full Tilt gets a mega spread. And actually, they could really scarper some of the plans of those teams coming in on the west.
I mean, they currently are trying to do the mega split, as you're calling it. And, well, it might just work out for them, but they also have to be ready to regroup. Similarly to what Aces should have probably done a little second ago, because it's been lacking falls. You can see now, trying to run back towards the compound. Spotted mid-transition. Plenty of damage coming through from Sail, but not enough to find the knock. And I agree with you that there's kind of plenty of space right now in this circle, but the map is also misleading. Because yes, there's a lot of square meters of space, but a lot of that space is open fields. And open fields themselves might not be too bad, but when you have a massive mountain right next to it that can overlook that entire field, or a compound perfectly positioned to look into the field, you can't use that field for much. And that is pretty much everything that is from Chumacera down to the east side of where Full Tilt is playing. So that's why you're only seeing 3 teams sat north of the road that is currently splitting this circle in half. Is because there's just, despite there being a lot of space, there is very little playable space.
And the roads that intersect this circle as well make for a hard traversal across when the circles shift around. So there's definitely stumbling blocks in these teams' way once these circles narrow on down just a little bit further. The mega split. You can see it there from Full Tilt. It's the mega split. They're controlling a lot of area, man, and so far nobody's crashing into them.
No, it's pretty... I mean, I guess this is the best second shift they could hope for off of this, because there's so many teams, as we said earlier, they want to get down south fast, they want to get a compound fast so they can play on foot. Now they've kind of not committed to playing on foot, but they're primarily set up in compounds for the most part now, which means that like right now, Full Tilt, they ain't gonna, like, they're not gonna be contested by anyone unless if BBL finds a knock and reads the split, which should be pretty simple to do given they're in a wide 4-way split. But I wouldn't expect anyone to pull up on them now. They're gonna go in from Chumacero, they're gonna do some damage and try and see what they can get of it.
Such an uncomfortable scenario for Polish Power here, with numbers just in between all of them. They're trying to slowly degrade their options as well, taking out tires, trying to isolate them in there, and eventually maybe get some shots on when the peaks come down. But a hard shift north. The mega split probably needs to get together now. Hello?
Why is there only one person in a car? And why is that the person that's not supposed to be moving? All of BBL is pulling up an escape and only now does it get out of the car. Soppy, get the hell out of there. The way they're rotating right now makes me think they haven't agreed on where to go in case this happened. They were way too slow on reacting to that circle shifting.
Unless they can hold a 2-2 here, which I don't know if they can, which I don't know if they can. This looks a little disjointed, but let's see how it goes, because everybody's still sending it on in here. Howl's trying to traverse through these fields at the moment, taking shots from MTB, they're going to be in the open for quite a while. Rune's already gone down thanks to the fact that Sarvum's up the hill as well, and MTB starts shooting at Sarvum. I feel like you could have just kept shooting at Howl, both teams here, and taking out as much as possible.
I mean, we've seen it before, right? Why shoot at the moving target if there's a guy stood still shooting at something else right in front of you? Might as well just take a few shots at him instead. take out one of James's fantasy players. In doing so. And in the meantime now, collapses were going to happen, especially off of a hardship like that. So Exalt from one compound into another, and now Matt, well, he is just that. Finds two, will go down in return. Save food, but people find at least a double. I lied, actually. What one was Lasse who got knocked in?
No way.
Able to find third as well, so
No way.
confirmed by the Mad.
What a mad lad. That was very, very well done by him, considering he was dead to rights, to be perfectly honest. So very well done. And now we have Exalt trying to push up here against M-Force, but M-Force has got a lot of more angles than they do, especially when they're moving through these smokes. It's kind of forcing them to be in this area at the moment. A wild spray coming out from Molodok. He actually finds Dogzer. And can he get more? Gonna have to get in here quickly and try and reinforce. His other members are down. Thankfully for him as well, though. They are dealing with more angles than just Exalt's. Ding is also putting in the pressure.
Exactly, the blue are pulling up on the side, and not just the circle, but the players too. As Ding look to see what they can scavenge from this compound. They've been able to find one so far, which now makes it very, very limited what both Exalt and M-Force can really do. A little bit of help coming in from Sabin, but both teams down to just two. And when you have a team up above you like this, you just know how much of a hellhole it is. But not the case anymore. They have pulled up on it in the meantime. Court 2. Actually, Syntax finds a triple kill. Not sure what happened there. Sabim able to find one global army, finds a kill in there, but Syntax triple onto GDE. Curious to see how that came to be in the first place.
Must have been a send from GDE, but I mean...
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can see it later on, but for now, it's by the bite here. Ding still needs to move forwards. Senya especially can't be sitting in the blue for too much longer than this, mate. Like, you're limiting your options quite severely there, but never mind. We still have M-Force and Exalt coexisting in this building. Baron Peak's putting in work elsewhere, so's Global Army.
Sabim are preventing rotations galore. They just saw Quad 2 take out entire team. Polish Power now try to run the gauntlet and make their way up the hillside, but full on denied. As Fuzzface and Norkis are now the only players left alive on PP.
Molodok's 1 HP. He was very fortunate to get out of that alive, as that angle was being held. Numbers bleeding out in the blue. That's going to be rough for them. They're so far out into the blue. They're trying to send it north from that southwest side. But this fight's going to continue on. This kind of little stalemate that we have going on here. Fairest is totally bailed. You know what? I approve of this play.
Yeah. I mean, you got to go somewhere. The circle has shifted away. Fairest and Moldog, they have been racking up points as a duo. So, you know what? I'm not gonna fault him for anything he's trying at this point, because he's been impressive with what he's been working on. Stro in the meantime, drive-by finds a double. The turret on top of the Mirado gets 2. The driving ain't done just yet. Here comes after. The race. It's almost over. From taken out of a movie, Danny unable to find one. Could only imagine that their stuff here has to come up soon, but where, oh where, are they planning on going?
Play that back. Give me that again. That was fantastic. I want to see that once again. Danimon somehow getting away, trying to bandaging himself, moving on forwards here. It's desperation time coming out from After All as they're moving up this hill, but Full Tilt sees them in the distance as well. Big spray coming out from the Mini 14. Suppu blows it on up here alongside Madzi. Brilliant stuff. Give me that flip. That was not only jumping the shark, that was everything at once. That was amazing. Oh.
Vehicle flying over the other wild movie. I mean, that was absolute Hollywood perfection.
It was perfect. No, yeah. It's so good. And this nade might be good. No, just a little short there.
It's a bad habit of pressing R just before you throw a nade. Sometimes you just gotta throw it and let it do its thing. Because that second one there would have been fine enough. But Esqui able to get away. 2-wheel pickup, though. Not exactly an optimal vehicle to maneuver with, but good thing for him. Didn't have to go too far. He can now make it inside the compound.
I'm glad we're on a delay so I can go back on the live stream and watch that again. Like, just saying. But anyway, we have ourselves quite the predicament for some of these teams. They're finding themselves on the edge. Even Quad 2 still alive. Zelpui, I feel like he's always the last guy alive on this team, but probably not for much long. Oh, okay. He's joining the Valley of Solo players down there in the bottom left.
The access to placement points starts with the elimination of that field. Because
yeah.
There's quite a few of them obtainable once they fall out. Ding, knowing that they have to get down the ridge line eventually. Sending Getrox down below, and BBL, of course, off of a smart play earlier, able to set up. And actually, you know what? Full tilt, all 4 alive in the compound down in the valley as well. Kudos to you. I was a little worried when you opted to try and maintain a 2-2 split with Kitchen pulling up to the east. I think they read it right in not trying to maintain it any longer.
Okay, BBL still very much alive, very much formidable up here in the church. 2-2 split, actually, as 2 of them are holding off the Ding force over on this side. God, what a difficult team to dislodge as well. As a 2-2, BBL is ultra confident in this. As Rustamar and Smash just holding this side. Aimlol, he's all but done here.
He's blind and exploded.
And then full of holes. He'll be Swiss cheese soon.
Yeah. It's not looking too good. Yeah, somehow he's still alive. Smash. Ain't nobody got time for that, he says to himself, but unluckily can't find the connection on that one. That's Flashbang is gonna alert him that there's indeed still someone in there, with all the smokes being deployed there as well. And Tropic falls 11th place for them. Didn't see how many kills they're able to get. Only 1 in that match there. So not really good one for them. And Sabim now, having heard the commotion over the top, wanting a piece of it.
Okay, big move. 6 kills already for Savum. To a shack with them, they go. And Polish Power is gone. Global Army still looking for more. I'm still kind of okay with my switch out, even though Global Army's doing pretty good work here throughout day number 2. So maybe I should have swapped out Rustamar, but no. Can't swap out the BBL player. No way.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, even when you have 2. Can't swap out any of them. And I want to see BBL actually regroup towards the east. I think what they're doing right now is, since there's only 40 seconds to new circle, Pop might as well just wait it out. And I think Baron Peak might have DC'd. That is unlucky because Sabim is actually in a really good position now from where they, I mean, with 4 alive, could potentially go out and win the game. So Baron Peak out. That is a loss you don't want to have for reasons like
Oh, it's nade bait. This is a really rough spot to be in. If there's any more nades coming over that cliffside, those ones connected big. And Kitchen here, just a few left in hand. I don't think they're going to peek over it, though, because once you peek onto this road, then you're vulnerable from so many angles. He's going to go for another throw and then get out of there. See that instantly, as soon as you come over this.
That's a good nade.
Oh, lovely.
There you go. Double knock confirmed. Now it's for MTB to commit to the rests here. I don't think Esker is going to get back up alive. And everyone's waiting for that next circle and full tilt. Well, they had the option to pick between one of their 2 split positions. They go for one, and it comes out victorious for them. That nade actually takes down Mouse. He was the one sending it across, trying to get kills. But timed perfectly. Unluckily also perfectly for the downfall of his teammate. And Howl, having seen that in the kill feed, they now know where to go. Again, great at the Pounds last game. Issue now is they're only 2 alive. But the rest is being committed to their utility in the side of the map. Already has 2 kills. Lassa finds 1. And Kitchen, this looked like a clean sweep push for them. But 1 misplaced nade in the downfall.
I like this sweep a lot from Howl. I mean, if you think about the position in the middle, as Howl, you know that compound's taken, and you know any move north is absolute suicide. So sweep the edges, look for those fights, look for the kill points, and try and eliminate some teams on the way. I think they know that it's very unlikely they're getting the win in this game. So look for alternate ways to get yourself points on the board.
Exactly. Full tilt will, so far they've been able to avoid, I should say, anyone pulling up on their compound. They've constantly been moving around from building to apply pressure to anyone who found themselves nearby. And because of that, they've been sat pretty tight in the middle. 5 kills to their name, and now Aimlo, well, no more smokes left to use. Does have a flashbang, though. Goes on the rock. Finds 1, but Voldemort is there, ready and waiting.
All right, top four. And for the 3 teams lying outside this compound, it's rough, because this effectively acts like a base and a crater almost here for BBL and Sarvam to eventually probably have to come down off unless they get a nice hard shift north towards them. Howl eventually went down into this basin, and look what it afforded them. Absolute destruction. So going down here is treacherous.
It sure is. That nade I don't think they can make it that far. I like the effort, though. It was rather downhill, so there was a chance, but nope.
Yeah.
Not quite to be. Circle currently allowing everyone to stay in, so I would imagine that at least for the next 42 seconds, there ain't really gonna be a whole lot of moving around. Sabe might try and reposition themselves a bit, get back to some of their vehicles just to get ready for a push for the next circle, because we can be pretty sure and say there's going to be at least 2 of these 4 teams that won't be inside the next circle, pretty much no matter where we take it. And I like what BBL is doing now as well. Speaking of being proactive, even though they're waiting for the circle, they know that Sabim are as well, and they don't want to have to deal with Sabim coming off this mountain should they have to leave. So push up early and kind of catch them off guard, especially now. You can see they're all coming over and proning on the other side. Push up early so that if the circle goes away and they go into their car, start driving, they can peek up and hopefully for them take out all of them.
Yeah, it's a damned if you do and damned if you don't situation. It's like, it's not only the easy answer for BBL to be trying to take this fight, it's almost the only answer for them to be taking this fight, right? Like, because you can't move any other way. You have to remove anybody else that's in the north and claim full dominance over the north here.
Exactly.
Sarvum's pretty spread, so they're looking for a lot of angles against BBL. So they're goading BBL into the push.
I love that I said that only 2 teams could be inside the circle on this one. Literally every single player clip is inside the next circle. I didn't anticipate the let's include everyone, the participation trophy circle, to use Saga's words from earlier. I guess we'll have to wait for another minute or so before we'll see the full committed push. Voldemort has, Sabim is aware that, okay, they're not shooting into the compound right now, so they're probably looking in our direction, and the smoke's been deployed from Rostamar now is only going to confirm that suspicion. Sabim is aware that there's something going on, and I like this play from BBL. They know that they have to take this fight up here to prevent the teams down below to interfere. Rather have a straight-on 4v3 than interference from down below.
It's funny how best case this was, as they're now pushing over across the road, but it was best case for every team because the other side of the road was still in, but Clib and Smash now take out the ones on this side. Clib was rotating around with the car to look for an alternate angle here, and now it's only CC and X left in that building, and just a little bit too divided to try and conquer the BBL force, the bulldozer that was BBL coming in to wreck their day.
Exactly. Unlucky for Sabim that they lose 1. Come in handy in that situation there, and nice reaction play again from full tilt to 7 up the hillside. Pretty much the only angle that Howl couldn't do a whole much to interfere with, so a nice little push over the ridge line. Match will be able to get a crate, but at the cost of a bit of damage going his way. And that's just Howl sat on the edge of the circle going, well, we'll just get a hard shift, won't we? Because if not, then well, we're dead.
Not a bad nade, but easy cover is taken. Yeah, as you say, the car will go, so I have to move away from that. And there is a Grozer in hand here for full tilt as well. Now, I'm a little bit concerned for full tilt, because eventually, if Howl gets 1 knock off the back of eventually being eliminated as well, if they get 1 knock, this really opens up again, that bulldozer mentality that BBL can quite easily flick the switch on, and bring the power down.
They could probably also switch the flick, just from player to player.
Switch the flick.
Yeah.
It's like a skateboarding trick.
Probably. I like the fact that they're pushing this knowing that it's a Grocer set on the other side. They don't know how many opponents are there, but oh my lord, they're going to be blind for days. Here comes Set Grocer, finds 1, finds 2, almost gets the 3rd, has to back off. 17 HP and just 4 bullets left in the chamber. Smash, you need to come up victorious here if you want to keep the hope for the BBL win alive, because you can only imagine that off of those 2 kills, Full Tilt has to fully commit to this angle.
Love the Madzy reinforce as well on this side here, as soon as those 2 knocks come in, he full sprinted to provide him a little bit of cover here. Howl, I feel like this might be the perfect opportunity for them to try and do something, but I mean, it was a hell's hope and chance anyway, to be honest, with where they are at the moment, because they know that they've got still barrels looking their way, and it is Clib trying to seal them in.
And this is why I was a bit surprised by them peeking over the side, because you can see from where Clip is, he can't do anything to fortify the position that they were taking the fight in, or to kind of give suppressive fire. So now, 4v2 in favor of Full Tilt. 10 kills so far. Again, usually those teams sat in the compound can't do a whole lot to get kills because the fights are happening on the uphill, on the other side of the ridges. Clip's going to throw his pan because why not? And good game. Good game, Full Tilt. Already quite far up the leaderboard. Sat in 5th coming into this game. So a win now would be pretty much 2 Miramar wins in 3 games.
As we got the Texas Revolution going on at the moment, Full Tilt had the Alamo to defend, and they did so very well. Now they're pushing out of it, basically. And we have now Clip really fighting for his life. Nades come out and instantly down from Madzi on that left-hand side. A complete shutdown. Smash. You've made miracles happen in the past, but I don't think this one's happening.
Yeah, the 1v4 Peekaboo. He's pretty much playing whack-a-mole against 4 hammers. Ain't gonna happen. Full Tilt, 12 kills. Did BBL kind of give it to them off of pushing down into the Grocer? I don't think so, because, I mean, again, regardless of the gun you're up against, 3v1 push, you take those odds, but Full Tilt just come out victorious.
Yeah, great stuff by them to be able to hold on to that and be able to push out when they needed to. So that is going to do it for us here. That is game 2 in the books as I apparently smoke my glasses. And we're going to head on over to a break. When we return, it's going to be the desk breaking it down.
Weapons, we need sound, bro, when we are fighting.
Yeah, but I need info also.
But we had the info on the rock.
Throw behind the house.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw behind house, I have.
Okay.
Not nice. two behind house. Last 2 maybe on me somewhere.
On me? Outside. In the smoke. Exactly on me.
Full Tilt takes the second chicken dinner of the day, and you're looking at the highlights from that second Miramar game right now. Avenger, safe to say, I think after that performance from them, they've probably qualified for the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. This is. I feel like this is the case for all the top 6 teams. Like if you're dropping a double-digit chicken dinner, then you basically made it, right? And that's the case for Full Tilt as well. They managed to have a really greedy 1-1-1-1 split, and be lucky for BBL to crash the church, so they could go back and take the apps in the end. And yeah, obviously played super well, defended it well. Flexed out a few times, and the Grocer doing work. It was really lovely to see how Taketu was able to push out and take multiple BBL members down here with just a simple flashbang, some 3 gear and a Grocer.
Saga, we'll get back to the final fights, but I mean, do you want to bring up the little tribute we had to Fast and the Furious early on?
Oh man. Oh, it was so sick. Just racing through the fields, 2 Mirados, one exploding over the other. Michael Bay looking sequence. It was really, really cool. But, once again, we got to give a lot of credit to Full Tilt. They played such it's kind of their style again. They kind of put the fun in fundamentals. They don't do anything particularly flashy, but when it comes to playing smart, solid positions and not getting over aggressively caught out or anything, maybe they were a little bold to hold the 2-2 split for quite as long as they did, but when it came to the time to regroup, they did just that, avoided getting picked off in rotations, which was more than we could say for a couple of other teams. Howl lost quite a few in rotations, notably too, and weren't able to have as much impact in the end game as they might have because of it. But for Full Tilt, holding on to that compound and then really just timing their push as soon as BBL made the push onto Sarvam up top, they made the rotation to wrap in from behind. And yes, it definitely helped that there was a lack of helmets and some shredded vests, but Soketo with that Groza, still pretty disgusting.
Was there another way, Saga, for one of those other top 4 teams to potentially take this win off Full Tilt?
I think if BBL was able to take down the point man in Soketo, they did send 3 to try and do it. He just played the ridge really impressively and landed the headshots where they needed to. But the way that they actually took the push against Sarvam was pretty impressive as well. They'd set up the wall of smokes. Sarvam was preparing to look to combine multiple grenades and just spam the smoke with grenades, but it was at that moment BBL throws the flashbangs and pushes past them, so the pre-nades end up exploding pretty uselessly behind. So that extra little bit of aggression was more than Sarvam were expecting. That worked in BBL's favor, but Full Tilt did not fall victim to that, and a 1v3 to hold the point line and then having the support come in from Madzi from behind as well was really all that it took to put the nail in the coffin for BBL.
We've now got the leaderboard on your screens. Avenger, I mean, you said top 6 there. I would argue it might still be a little bit open, or not the case. You think that those top 6 teams after 2 games potentially are claiming themselves a spot?
No, I said top 6. If you're in the top 6 and you get a double-digit chicken, then I definitely think you're secured yourself with that. And you can definitely see Full Tilt being able to do so with that. Good to see 20 kills up there on the very top. It's kill leader's time, and I love that. But yeah, Full Tilt in a fantastic situation here with this. BBL continuing to do BBL things, aggressively taking some spots they wanted to do and the fights that they're able to take. I was hoping for Kitchen to pull off what they weren't able to do. They should all 4 have committed to that and then maybe push back, or I don't know. It was rough for them to lose mouse in that case. And yeah, I would really love to see them pull that off. It was a great pull up. They secured the points, but it could have been a double-digit point game for them here if they had a little bit more commitment to one side, I feel like.
This is the opportunity now. Double-digit chicken dinner. That's going to get you into the grand finals. That's what you're going to be aiming for. And you have one last opportunity to do it on Miramar. Let's head on over to Kylaris and Toby.
Yep. If you're a Miramar team, it is one last shot here to get things done. And then after that, we have got plenty of Erangel, the grassy pastures, on the way. And it's not exactly the teams that I would have expected to be getting the wins out of this, but they've had some decent compounds, they've had some decent holds. Can't fault them for it. But the fact, Toby, that Polish Power, what was 8 points behind in 9th, and then Entropic is 8 points behind them, the gap is widening here.
It sure is. It's looking a little scary. We hope, of course, both for. I hope all the teams qualify. We hope for as close a finish as we saw during upper bracket, where you have 3, maybe even more teams with a chance to pull through in the final game. That's always amazing showing. But if the separation, increases the way it's doing right now, we might just be able to call this one coming into the final game. Because as you're saying, 16 points for Entropic, up to 8th place now, just in 10th. Yeah. If there's a place to have that big gap, that just ain't it. You don't want to have that big spread right there.
It's actually a rarity that could be the case as well. Normally, we are really coming down to the last games in most PUBG tournaments that we're seeing so far, even in global finals, which is kind of ridiculous. But anyway, let's get to it now, as we have a different playing path, which is nice. No more deja vu for the rest of these teams to get things going at the beginning. And as you look, paying attention to teams like Polish Power, for example, I'm still not a fan of the fact that they are sandwiched between so many teams on this San Martin drop. And it's a relatively normal circle for these teams to play.
Yeah, as simple as can be. Now that you said no more déjà vu, I was just waiting to see the junkyard circle. Because, wow, surprising new terrain that we haven't wandered in before. But no, as you said, rather simple circle. Really a first circle we've seen plenty of times before. But to kind of repeat myself in what I said last time, as we see two teams land Picado, it's a circle that offers a ton of variety on upcoming circles. So you can't just look at circle 1 and go, okay, we know which type of ending it's going to be now. No, this one has enough of the southern terrain that we talked about earlier, which is the easy to maneuver on foot, hard to maneuver on vehicles, and then the open fields that is quite the contrary, cities and yeah, pretty much everything Miramar has to offer within this first circle.
Yes, it does. And Global Army, I think he did, might not have much more to offer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually both players, I think, understand where each other are at the moment. Shro will just have to keep doing his little jiggle peeking, but beyond that, I think that this engagement will take a few more moments to really come to fruition.
Is this Savim jumping on numbers to try and make them not qualify because they're already sat in 6th, maybe? I know that it's Savim who technically have been looting Picado and Pachinki.
Yeah.
But with that said, I feel like had Savim been in a position from where, oh no, we sat in 10th, 11th, whatever, we need good games, they probably wouldn't have come here. So do you think the reason that they dare contest the hot drop is because, well, we're already doing pretty well, and if you're planning on hot dropping, we might as well just kick you out of the grand finals?
Yeah, I feel like Savim understands that, quite honestly, when you look at power levels of these two teams, I don't think Savim has to worry about the hot drop at the moment, and that's me being quite the pessimist for numbers. I expected numbers to not be going here. Obviously, when we looked at the drop maps before, there was speculation as to whether or not they continue going to Cruz de Valle, but that's not what's happened here right now. They've gone for this, and I feel like numbers is like, well, okay, we have to do quite a lot to get to top 8, so the hot drop will be a good start if we're able to win it hard. Otherwise, we're not making it out.
Exactly. It's kind of interesting because they have been Porto Paraíso the last 2 games, and this plane easily allowed for that, jump anyway. So now, this time around, not quite the case. Ding has opted to go down there instead. And yeah, numbers in Picado so far claiming some real estate. And, well, it's inside the circle, so it might come to pay off. But Savim, understandably so, don't seem like they're too eager to sit around and fight here. Because even though they're sat in 6th, and we talked about the gap down to 8th, 9th, and 10th, it's still not guaranteed yet.
So I'm not keen to stick around with other player moving away from this, but CCNX is kind of stuck. So there's eventually going to have to be some conflict here if numbers pushes the issue with it. So
it could just be a bait. Oh no, we're leaving. It's what we want them to think, one of those sort of things.
Like the true Polish power play from the previous game, but
Well, that's Schofield thought there was one guy, and then there was a silent pull-up vehicle with 3 players in it. But hell, they ain't done fighting just yet. Last able to find Klim. We'll see if he can get more of it. And again, it always goes down like this, James. The simplest of the circles are usually the ones that present us with the most chaos early on.
Because everyone wants to get center, man. This is for something like this. Everyone knows how the center plays, knows that it will afford them the best options here, and you run into the same compounds as for now. After all, it does get Klim up, good to go. Very, very scary here though for Howl, as they're going to get mollied in. And the Mad is just slightly out of range of that heat-seeking missile. But CCNX knows that they're coming in. Shotgun in the picture-in-picture, as you can see. And a back-off from numbers as we're watching these 2 fights unfold.
Yeah, Howl pretty much guaranteed already here, so it wouldn't be the worst even if they go down. But after all, can't quite say the same. Enan goes down. We'll see if we can get him back up and alive. Sibako falls back. In the meantime, I just set CC in the pip down below. He's trying to fend off against all of numbers because his team ain't really around him.
No, they ain't. And anytime they would try and cross as well, it's also a bit treacherous for them to try and help CCNX. At least he does have a shotgun on this stairwell, though, and that will make numbers think twice about the push next time, because they've already had one knock go up against them, as we still, after all, and will get the Mad down. That's a good scalp to take in a fight like this, but Ian has gone down to Lazar. It's still blow for blow here in this rounds continuing going on in this boxing match.
Yeah. And I mean, as I said before, the ultimate loser of this, I would say, Matsy from a little bit further away, able to interfere in that battle there. The ultimate loser in this, with just taking casualties now, would be After All. Then again, I mean, they've been playing as 3 quite a bit of yesterday, so 3 kills confirmed. Enan does fall, but even with 3, they were able to pull off some pretty good performances yesterday. We'll see how they fare in this one. Savum, again, they're back towards them. CC's still alive, but with pretty much the entirety of numbers around him now.
Having given up the stairwell, this is... Oh, my... Oh! He has another shot. Another shot.
Oh,
no, why would you do that? This is ridiculous.
So chaotic.
No, he might get him. He might get him.
Oh, I saw the swap. I'm instantly thinking, if you have a dual barrel and you have a sawn-off, why not swap from dual barrel to sawn-off to then M4?
I mean, yeah, but ultimately the true mistake was going for the second shot on the down player, right? Like, that's the thing that allowed him to be them to be a bit more brazen, a bit more aggressive about their push there. So, bit too over-eager, but yeah, they lose one.
He was kind of trapped, right? He had to do something, and clearly didn't have the utility to keep them off any longer. But would have loved to see the instant dual barrel to sawn-off swap, but can't get everything you're asking for, I suppose.
Oh well. Yeah, let's see then. As unfortunately for Savum, that doesn't quite go their way, but they've still got 3 alive. I think they should just kind of completely bail from that situation, regroup, and then play out for the long game. Now, you're still technically at 54 points, which is technically quite far off where the cutoff is at the moment, because 9th and 10th are so far behind, but you still want to shore up your position in this top 8.
For sure. MTB, they looked incredibly promising in the start of the upper bracket. They finished in, I believe, 3rd or 4th after day 1, then completely plummeted into day 2, and now they're a shadow of what we saw on day 1 here in the lower bracket. So not the best of performances for them. With that said, and as you alluded to as well, James, one good performance here could bounce you back into the discussion. But with what we've been seeing from Metabay and the boys so far, I'm not gonna hold my breath for it.
MTB.
Also because the games are like 30 minutes long, and I can't hold my breath that long.
Yeah, that would be difficult. There are some people, though, that can for a long time.
Yeah, it's impressive.
They train themselves. It's kind of crazy.
They breathe in very weirdly.
Yeah.
I've seen those videos. It's very strange.
And then you've got David Blaine, who can like live underwater. He's the true Aquaman. Crazy guy.
Yes, he is very impressive. No tricks.
Nothing at all.
No tricks. He also made the Statue of Liberty disappear. I don't know how he did it. It's very impressive.
Wasn't that Copperfield?
Oh, it might have been. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sorry. I'm not too brushed off on my TV magicians. It's I should probably start studying that more. With that said, woohoo! Just to get us talking about PUBG again, Los Leones potential ending. Love to see it. This is only Circle 2. It could still hard shift east, which then would force the game to end inside the city. And now the question becomes, James, how many dare to bank on that early?
Hopefully MTB.
It's like half the circle. It's half the circle.
Yeah, they've got a bit laughing at this a little bit. I mean, the fact that I thought MTB initially was rotating to Erangel with the direction that they were going initially. They were going dead south, and I was like, what is happening here? Where are they off to? But you know what? It's worked out for them now. They're coming in here and looking for what looks like an attempt at a 2-2. I'd rather you all be together here if everybody's blasting it down this way, but taking the little bit down the hills and then maybe up the hills is not too bad.
No, it's paid off for them. We'll see if they can maintain full control the same way that Full Tilt on your screen here as well were able to do, at least for a little while, during last game, which then led to their chicken dinner. In the meantime, teams gonna be going full rotate on this one as Kitchen, Aces kind of running side by side out towards the east, up towards the north. Numbers and Sabem has finally kind of dealt or finished their skirmish in Picado. Both of them have left. Exalt in towards the west, and they're making their moves. And BBL now wrapped all the way around, actually kind of following the trace of the footsteps of MTB in a southern rotation there.
With how quickly this warehouse was taken as well, MTB is going to be very cautious about that 2-2 that they now have. But Numbers looking towards Sarvam. Never mind, that is straight in the face. Baron peak, you can't out-peak the Baron, all right? It's not worth it.
I was waiting how long it was going to be until you noticed who it
screaming.
was that got the knock.
Just shouting violently at my screen.
Baron able to find the first there. Still, Himan is left behind. I'm not sure if he's playing kind of an overlooked position or if he's taking a bathroom break or what's going on, but his team needs him dearly. And he can't really do a whole lot to support from the position he's in now. You can see shots being fired up the hillside, but with where the players currently are inside the warehouse, there ain't a whole lot he can really assist with from down below.
Look, everybody around him, wave your white flag, give up your duchy to the Baron, and then just be on your way, all right? He's going to out-peak you if you try again. But anyway, Sarvam here, they're running away. Damn it. And Numbers is chasing. No, not Baron peak.
Baron peak. Well, that's his kryptonite. When he doesn't peak, he ain't the Baron.
Balls.
Yeah, it's unlucky. He's only good when he is ADSing, and this time around he was not. Caught in transition, taken down, and that is going to be the Sabin boys down to 2. In the meantime, M-Force, they've been sat here for a little while, kind of hearing the action going on towards the northwest side. In the meantime, Polish Power has been able to wrap in from the east. I'm not sure if they're really willing to commit a whole lot to this. I mean, we are just 20 seconds away to see the next circle. And also, I should add, James, that this next circle is pretty much going to instantly show us where Phase 4 will take us to because of the amount of unplayable terrain that is in the current Phase 2 circle.
Quite a bit. There's Rafa here looking to keep playing in this game. Numbers, though, still shooting everything they can. It's a north hard shift once again. So many hard shifts here, really making it a struggle for the players that are trying to send it here, there, and everywhere. But Rafa, he's got no tires left, barely. I don't know how you're managing this.
The power of the buggy. Running on the axis of the vehicle. And now, you know what? I love this play from them because we saw this exact circle during yesterday's games. It came to end here a little differently from what we had at this one, but we know that, again, off of the land ratio and off of the circle shifting away from the unplayable terrain on the edge of Los Leones, this one should hard shift northwest. So M-Force collapsing on this position. They wanted to go to the compound above. That's what they were scouting. We saw them looking up in that direction, and it is free. So it was a great scouting job from them, but simply, I think they were taking too much damage, as you were saying as well. The buggy down to just literally 2 half tires.
Yeah.
And they didn't want to risk going all the way up there. But still, I mean, they're currently set in a position that is almost where Twisted Minds won from. And now that I say Twisted Minds, it wasn't yesterday, it was 2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, we've, as you say, we've had a case study of this circle, right? So I think the thing that we really should take away from it is the fact that actually in the middle of this circle, near the just north of the fields along those ridges, more teams can inhabit that than I think the map just gives you credit for as you're looking at it from the top down. So we'll see if that comes to play. I don't know. I do know they had to flee away from Numbers, but Savm ends up back in Picado, and they've got one member of Numbers here with them.
I was just going to say Numbers is still here. So their attempt at getting away from Numbers meant that they ran into him and instead, who was sat around here for a while. I think that's what they were trying to do. They knew there was a solo sat behind, and they committed to taking the fight to him instead. Let's see. Himan jumps up. This should be a pretty free beat. Yep, there you go. Finds a double.
Nice.
Global Army Voldemort out. Savim finishing 15th. Still sat quite far up the leaderboard, so the race ain't over for them yet at all.
No, definitely not. And at this point, even if you're Sarvam, if, for example, the teams above you just soak up a load of the points in these next couple of games, you're going to be fine anyway. But, yes, you do want a little bit more to solidify yourself there. As Quad 2 now is going to be on the low ground away from BBL. And in almost every scenario, I'm not bidding for Quad 2 to be winning out this kind of fight. So,
no.
You've got to be very careful here as Quad 2. You saw where Syndax was, who was slightly up this hill, and he was being fired at from miles away to be taken out here.
You do also have to watch out a bit when you're BBL here, though, because you have Aces sat. I know they're technically right now in the more kind of fortified position, but off of, again, what we expect to see from the circle, it's going to go northwest, and therefore, Aces could easily, if they see a knock on BBL now, just pull up on this from behind. You're already seeing the cars move in the background there. Aces could be trying to position themselves to set up for this circle, as expected, hard shifting northwest. And BBL now have to be fast. Do we even want to take this fight to Quad 2? Because it's a position that's dead in just a minute's time.
And of course, for Entropic, the two that were ready to move was Nailup and Ivus instantly on that, because all of these players, again, as you say, like you, had their suspicions and they were ready to insta-move, which is perfect here for Entropic. This could be a great opportunity for them to bank big points off this position that they have. Because, I mean, eventually maybe Crashes come along, maybe Exalt gets together from this 2-2 and tries to try and push on that, but Entropic should get a good game from this.
Yeah, you would hope so. Of course, trying to fend off against all the pushes coming through. Kitchen losing 2. Rafa, is he going to be able to get back on his feet? I'm not quite sure, but seems doable. Yeah, there you go. They're committing to it. Nades are being cooked from Kitchen up above, though. They have other things to worry about as GDE are slowly starting to push up towards the hillside. In the meantime, BBL, clip. That's a free beep. Double headshot connected. It's one there, but again, they can't spend too much time on this now with Aces nearby and with the circle closing in. Either you commit to this fast, which they kind of already have, but even faster, or you get the hell out of here. Is Aces going to be able to run on foot to that compound? They are. Then Lagging is going to be laughing his way into the next circle.
Please, that'd be great. I like that. Zam Olsen now against Kitchen on this west side. The problem for east side. The problem for them is that the east side is so clustered. So anytime this fight actually finishes up, unlucky, you're going to be looked at by 3 other teams. BBL, this fight has gone slightly awry for them. I am a bit surprised, but and they've not been able to make use of the things that their long-range power that they had. They had an ARM, they had some great stuff with the SLRs, etc. But yeah, this full frontal push.
Yeah.
Smash though, he's great at it.
Yep, doing what he can to try and stay alive. Can't get the reses up. The blue is closing in a bit too fast, I'm afraid. But again, I mean, as you're seeing here, it's all the teams that opted not to take the fight. That's why I said, either you take the fight or you get the hell out of there. Because the teams that didn't take their fights but opted to reposition, they're now just sat there waiting for that next circle to pop. And now they can start looking for third-party opportunities. So Smash is essentially being shot at by everyone sat in a better position than him. So there's not a whole lot he can do other now than try and salvage some more points for my fantasy team.
Heal up, try and keep himself going, just wait out these guys. I wonder how many more meds he had, but I didn't quite see by the end of it all. But Full Tilt does know that M-Force has quite the dip there. They might not be able to dislodge them from. They do have quite a bit of grenades and utility.
Squeaky, down to low HP, phase 4, gonna be phase 5 in just a second. Either you heal or you make a run for it.
Ooh.
Well, neither was an option. Quad 2 falls instantly after. Kitchen out in 13th.
And Full Tilt's going to be trying to move around here. Polish Power should be the one to hold them off, though, as Ding taking the fight down here against Aces. The circle has shifted north once again. BBL is gone. Smash bleeds out to the blue. But Ding now has to try and bring this away from them. Full Tilt dies to Polish Power. Kind of expected. Polish Power has been sitting in this area for a while, almost fortifying it against anybody that may come around, as Norcus peeks over, looks towards another team, and doesn't quite do too much to them.
Really important that Polish Power deal with Full Tilt so fast, because you saw there, M-Force, they were stood up there. They were ready to run across, should have not come in. So good job on Polish Power to deal with the threat instantly, pretty much. Ding in the meantime, now the fight that was about to happen has commenced as Aces try to fend off against the full 4-man push of Ding.
And the Aces and Ding fight actually is really good for teams like Entropic, who are eventually going to have to transition through the hills to their east side. And the more people that go down in the south side, the less threats that they're going to have to worry about. So they will hear these shots and be totally happy with it. Maybe even ping a few shots over there that way as well, as Ding is taking a few casualties here and there. Gedrox is down, but they're doing quite a good job against Aces to try and flush them out, using these mollies to make their opponents reposition. Going to the smoke now, sees one come out from this, and actually goes for it. He was blind. Brilliant stuff here from Sale.
Yeah, but instant response, though. Hamda able to find the double. Aim low, now left alone, spots one inside the building. So 1v1, and the Hamda there with the triple. Hibako is able to steal one just before the flush is confirmed. Unfortunately now, with the blue closing in, no chance of getting your friends back up alive. Where, Hamda, do you go on this rotation? I'm not quite sure, but I think it's to death. And there you go. QBE instantly finds it.
Yeah, absolutely. They were loving hearing all of that fighting going on down there. And then as soon as anybody rears their head, bang, gone. There is no threat for them towards the south. Now their attention turns towards the east here, as GDE and After All going head-to-head, locking horns to try and get themselves a little bit of the pie on this mountain. But GDE stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is Entropic. Ice Boy goes down to Ivers quite quickly.
Entropic has to fully commit to this, and they have to get up here fast. They need to take out Afterhold and GD as fast as possible so they can reposition themselves and get full control of the southern ridgeline. They know there's no threats further south. They've just dealt with the last ones themselves. Now they need to pull up in exactly this. Pulling up in vehicles, nail up. The issue is you can see the stretch of land there. Simply too far for them to really get the angle. But nail up does what he can with the gun, with the nade instead. Finds the double. That is GDE eliminated.
We said it had to be a big game for them, and they're making good on that promise so far because they had a great spot to work with. Now they're going to have a great ridgeline to work with, unless we get a hard shift north. But it goes to Entropic. This is your opportunity, Entropic, to get not only big points, but a win as well. It has to be a conversion if a team that was as strong as they were in 2022 can keep their hopes alive here going into 2023.
With 7 kills already and 4 alive, I mean, they ain't getting chances, I would imagine, today that are going to be better than this one to really kind of make their way back up that leaderboard. Duffy, on the other hand, well, numbers have been chilling for a while. I was a bit surprised they tried to maintain a 2-1-1 split, I should say, for as long as they did, because Fade from Exalt did manage to find one of them. I also get that you want full control of that compound. It's a weird situation where you want full control so that you can peek, but because you're so split, you can't peek. But you try to maintain it so that at least you're not having opponents nearby, but because they're so fragile, now they have opponents nearby. So it's like a weird paradox of no matter what you try and do, the opposite of what you're intending is going to happen.
I thought you were going to just go to, so you can't split because you can't peek, and you can't peek because you can't split. You know?
No, that's the situation, right? That's that's essentially how they were sat in now. The worst case scenario happened. They didn't really get any kills off of the positions they were sat in because the majority of them came in earlier, and now they have a team next to them, and they have to leave the compound. So triple wham badness overwhelmed them.
I also thought you were going to say a triple wham, thank you, ma'am, but
no. I can't steal people's lines like that.
You can't.
I guess triple wham would be kind of unique.
Smoke's coming down here. M4 setting up a defense.
Throw. Trying to scout forward. They know they have Exalt nearby, and I actually don't fault them for just getting the hell out of here. Oh, you do not want to spend time readjusting vehicles like this. Just want to get ready to go, and especially not park it in a position where everyone can shoot the tires. So thank you for reversing, Shro.
No.
Handbrakes. There we go.
Lovely. These cars, they're bouncy sometimes in this game, man. Nice.
They sure are. Oh, this angle could be really good if Fate doesn't realize what's happening. Issue is Polish Power does. Yeah. They're set in a position as well, Polish Power, where as long as there's people alive here, because technically Shro is actually inside the next circle. So if Polish Power has to dedicate a person to look for Shro. Because as soon as these smokes fade, they will be visible. Mello is as well just on the edge of the circle. He might be, and I'm not quite
sure. My. It's too open. Yeah. Hibako needs to hit more of these, though, and capitalize on it fully. M-Force does knock Hibako, making it a bit more sustainable for M-Force. But the problem with this circle is from edge to edge, it's open for a lot of the teams apart from Entropic. Entropic is going to be playing these hills nicely. If they can get rid of After All, that's great. And then everybody else has to stay on edge for such a long time until their smokes are gone, and then they're open.
This shift is interesting. We are really, I mean, pretty much as can do, forcing everyone out into the open with this circle shift. It's a very rare end game as well, making it a great viewing experience, because you're going to see something here that you don't see too often, or maybe never at all. After all, will fall 10 kills for Entropic. Welcome back in the race, boys in green. We have been waiting for you. Now go out and convert this one.
And it'll push them up so much here, especially if they're able to take out M-Force, because they're currently that border team. Polish Power is likewise also looking for a lot of points.
I'm looking at it now, James. Look at the points above. We have two teams set at 53, 154, 57. I mean, we're going straight back into upper bracket final game. This is gonna be incredibly close, especially with Entropic fighting back in this one.
Oh, there was never a more perfect time for some of these teams to make that gap smaller here, with only 3 games after this remaining. Metabait with another nade on to M-Force. So them going down makes that barrier all the more attainable here, as Fuzzface trying to take out numbers from the distance. But because Polish Power had to make quite the bold move into the middle of this circle, all their smokes are gone. They're using their cars as that fort. The M-Force is now out of there. The barrier, the goalposts aren't moving anymore here for the 9th and 10th team.
Exactly. Nail up QBE, continuing to work together to find as many knocks as possible. They know they have to come off that hillside themselves at some point soon, so you gotta do as much as you can before you're forced to make that play. In the meantime, Polish Power happy that their vehicles are still intact, can continue to function as cover, and Trope, they ain't getting out. They ain't getting off that hill. You know what? I don't fault them for doing that. It ain't the 4 people alive, 10 smokes available. This is we're literally not gonna get out of this warehouse.
Some more smokes for Exalt. We'll need to buy them time, because they need the smokes to stay out of line of sight of Polish Power. And then Entropic, of course, actually can't get an angle on them just yet. So Exalt's really hoping that Entropic starts shooting at Polish Power, or someone starts shooting at Polish Power to save their bacon.
Now that they're off the hillside, I don't think they have an angle. Like the pit or the kind of the gutter the Polish Power is in is too deep for Entropic to have an angle, and I don't think MTB can spot them from the other side either. So MTB and Entropic should fight. I mean, if this is pretty much going to be the semifinals on each side of the street, then for the final brawl in the end, and the teams to finish their semifinal first will be the ones to kind of interfere and impact the other one. Don't need to friend in the butt. That wasn't unfortunately so.
There was. I was very concerned.
He was ready for it. He was ready for it.
Yeah, he's taking assurances against his own team. I like it a lot, but right now, MTB, they're going to have to be running out of smoke soon as well, surely, on that side of things. Entropic hasn't really been forced. Their hand's not been forced in terms of smokes too much, but I can only imagine how much they have left available to them. But move back, heal up, all good.
This, I mean, if anything can be a momentum boost, if anything can be finding that confidence coming into the last 3 games. Oh, there's Ivers getting shot in the butt by QBE, speaking of. But that has got to be it for Entropic here. Back against the wall, 11 kills, 4 still alive as well. This is a, if any time, to start making that comeback, now would be it.
Yeah, it definitely would. We have Fate still laying in some of those Car 98 shots from across the way. This car has exploded in just the right position here, really, for them to have a little bit of extra cover, not having to expend so many more smokes. But Entropic is finishing off MTB. And honestly, as Entropic right now, let the fight conclude in the south. See a few knocks and just press hard when both of these teams are wounded.
Yeah, well, there's the first wound. Kudos to QBE peeking over, finding 3 and doing so.
They've got their
all about to find some Master Select. The rest should be committed to. Now they're at least going to go down for some loot. And you laugh at that, but they have no helmets, barely any vests. Maybe there's some utility they can take, and if they find nades, lob them over, because you know exactly where Polish Power is sat on the other side. One good nade here could be a triple kill on Polish Power.
I do feel like you could stay your hand for just a little bit as Entropic. It's not required. It's not required. You could still easily win this. However, the 2 teams, Polish Power and Exalt, are so locked in this engagement right now. It's terrifying for either of them to try and crest the hill. So why would they? They want to finish this fight.
Exactly. Both of them, or neither of them, I should say, within nade range, where they will be combat just slowly 1 meter at the time. And you can see here, perfect angle for Entropic to try and deal with the Exalt to then take the fight to Polish Power after Marsalik. Able to find Fate, get the flush on him as well. So 4v4v2, and Polish Power now cannot ignore the fact that they have Entropic just across the road.
And for Polish Power as well, they're going to be very concerned about the utility. One nade got sent over, and I feel like that was a tester nade. Oh, Norkis, though, getting nail up on that peak. Dips back into the blue. Don't want to be doing that. Everyone's getting blinded left, right, and center here, though. And this is where the full force of utility is going to come in here for Entropic. They did hold their hand. They did prevent it from all going out just a little bit too early. Try and get some of those wounds going on. Polish Power is so far alive. Krunio finishes off Exalt here. And now still more nades will rain down on this spot.
It's a 4v3. Make that a 4v4 now as the rest does come through. Two teams here sat in 8th or 9th and 10th, I should say, coming into this game. Two teams that we were expecting to be up there with BBL in being the easy contenders, the easy victors of this lower bracket. These two teams have struggled, though, and regardless of how this one ends, it's a massive comeback game for both. But let's see who will crown the victor of this 4v4 that is going to erupt and explode just seconds from now.
None of those mollies really got good connections on either of these teams. Here comes the flashes once again, and Krunio is making a bold move here, coming up across this trench. And oh my god, it's an absolute massacre! Polish Power destroys Entropic here in a game that should have been theirs in the end. But Polish Power, what a win for them. Oh.
Again, you're forcing Entropic into playing very few angles with how the rope was kind of coming down and lining out the gutter in the end of it. They throw two flashes, they go, there's no way they're not blind. Like, there's no other place they can be. These flashes got to be perfect. So Krunio just full speed sends it across. Masterlake finds the double. That was perfect execution in a very dire situation.
Perfect timing as well, just as you say, with the flashes being how they were, with the spam of them. Just, I think, honestly, Entropic was a little caught off guard with how aggressive Polish Power was in that jump up and ready to go. But we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we have the death to break down all of Miramar. Polish Power gets a win on the board, and then it's Arangel to go.
You're good. That's it.
Comes. I'm flashing once. Front of him.
Confirm the kills.
Yeah, confidence first.
Okay.
Don't rush first. Don't rush.
I'm flashing once. Front of him. Final chance.
I don't have boost.
3 kills, Ramo. Proning one guy behind core. No. Entropic picking us. He back.
What the fuck is that?
There are 3, 4. No, behind the tree. Two
Try to
guys.
nade it. Try to nade it.
Yeah, try to nade. You will get. They are same spot.
Yeah, they are in very bad spot actually.
You see him behind the tree still.
Behind the tree, let's come on.
You see, just one.
Damn, we have a battle on our hands. The final Miramar delivered. Polish Power taking the chicken dinner. Avenger, I mean, Kylaris said it. I'll reiterate what he said. I think that they completely took Entropic by surprise there. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. In this case here, when you're opening up with a few flashbangs that is super well timed, just flush him out basically, then that's what you see, what happens like that. And he's obviously super elated for these guys to be able to do that. This is important. They had bad performance in Miramar yesterday, and now they're able to step up like that on the last Miramar of the day, putting themselves into a really safe and secure spot somewhere in the 60-point marker. And that's obviously great for them. Entropic also stepping up there. A lot of kills going into this, and a second place is going to put them into a reachable spot close to the top 10, and that's going to be fantastic for them. I honestly, with the amount of utility that Entropic they're able to take, and they also had the utility that they can take from wiping out MTB, I was actually expecting quite an easy utility domination, but then Naleb got knocked and it delayed everything by 20 seconds or approximate like that. You just saw that, and then 2, 3, 4 flashbangs, and you just see Polish Power just push in, and they basically tell all of Entropic out in less than 3 seconds. So it's really cool to see a fantastic push here just with 2, 3 stun grenades, and that's maybe why we should look at limiting them in the future.
Saga, you know, if you, I might be incorrect here, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Polish Power and Entropic were sitting 9th and 10th on the leaderboard before this. Very, very close. This is going to be a bit of a blow for Entropic, because even though they got the points, even though they got the kills, losing that chicken dinner, they are running out of time. How do they recover from this?
Well, if we look at that game in general, or even just the day as a whole, things have been certainly looking positive for Entropic. I mean, all in today's Miramar's games, they've come out equal on points with Polish Power, both of them on 29, and as you can see, the vast majority of those picked up in this game. It could have quite easily been more for Entropic if it weren't for a big play from PP, or a big PP play, if that's how you would like to put it. But realistically, Polish Power, it was actually very similar to the way that BBL was able to wipe out Sarvum in the game before. There was a lot of utility being exchanged, but it was just that snap, instant decision. The flashbangs and the aggressive push caught Entropic off guard, and even they weren't quite ready for that to come from Polish Power. But it's still positive signs. It definitely gives them a massive boost when it comes to their positioning, and just look at how much closer they are. Oh my goodness. 2 points separating 8th, 9th, 10th, and even 7th place as well. So that just leaves it everything now to play for on Erangel in our final 3 games of the day.
Avenger, are we going to have a similar situation to what we saw in the upper bracket? Is this coming down to the final game of the day?
Always, and that's why we love this esports so much, because it's just gonna come down. Doesn't matter if you play 15 games, 45 games, it's just gonna come down to the last one. Obviously the teams in the top, they love that we're playing a lot of games and they're securing themselves, but those last few spots are always up for grabs till the very end here. Good to see from Smash and Clip. You're a double dip enjoyer with Smash and Clip. In this case here, you're obviously loving life. Molotov up there from Exalt. I'm happy to see that. Lhasa also up there. Really high damage from all these guys. It's beautiful to see with the performance they've been able to put in. But yeah, as Saga said here, 4 teams, 2 points really just separate them. And just one more good game from any of them could easily put them into the top 5 and separate them from that really, really close, tight 8th spot that it's going to be. It could be 2 or 3 teams that will be fighting. But we have 3 more games, so I would say plenty of options to do so, of course.
We have 3 more games, but the thing is, Saga, this game was, I want to say, a little bit of a lucky break for teams on the lower side of the leaderboard, purely because most of our top teams went out earlier. It's not going to be so lucky for them for 3 more maps.
No, it's very much impossible to just expect that 7 of the top 8 teams are going to die. But, you know, maybe Sarvum has a little bit of the fear of God put in them by the fact that Numbers felt that they were just going to go for the hot drop anyway. It's obviously a very long shot that even if they win it, they're not coming out with 4 players. It's not really the play that's going to give them the best shot at the top 8. But for Sarvum, they do not have the leeway to be taking that fight in Picado, and likely in Pachinki as well if Numbers opt to go for it. It's something that they're really going to have to pay attention to. But it wasn't really that many of the teams that could actually capitalize on it, because the likes of Polish Power, who were teetering on the edge of the top 8, Exalt, who were already in there, and Entropic, the only real team that benefited from so many of the top 8 teams dying out early was Entropic, and they've put themselves in a fantastic position now. The others that were alive in the very late game were already sort of on the edge and pushing into that position anyway, so still need to see a little bit more from some of the teams to the bottom. M-Force got themselves in a good position earlier, but couldn't quite hold the line, and when they tried to sort of leapfrog into MTB, just got farmed from every angle at once. Very unfortunate position to find yourself in, but you've got to make the most of the opportunities when they're presented to you.
We're going to take a slight change of direction now, because we are about to move on to Erangel. It's the perfect time to find out which of the Ascend team members was the overall winner in our game show. So take a look at this. Round number 3 is my favorite. It is the PUBG GeoGuessr. We show you a screen grab from the game, and you have to put a marker on a map and tell us where it is. Gents, I hope that you know your in-game stuff better than some of your general knowledge. This is it, the first screen capture. Tell me where this is on the map. Turns out you do know your in-game knowledge. Well done. Everyone was pretty close, but the closest was Chris. So Chris, you get the point. Let's move on to the next capture. Where on the map is this? Right, it turns out everyone was correct. Everyone gets a point. Desperately needed, because there aren't a lot of points on the board. So well done, gents. That's high fives all around. Let's move on to your final capture. Tell us where on the map is this spot. And time.
I'm beast.
Killer, you're getting very excited. You haven't even made double-digit points, but well done.
Holy!
You get a point here. Well done. Chris, you were nowhere near this. But good efforts, I think. Final round of the game show. This is very important, because for round number 4, you have the chance to get 3 points. 3 whole points, which could change the game completely. So this is how it works. I'm going to ask you a question. Everyone has to put their answer down, and the person closest to the correct answer gets 3 points. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. What was the average damage dealt per game for Na'Vi as a whole team during the entirety of their matches in PGC 2022?
Easy.
Right, let's go through the answers. So Killia said 700. Mika said 2,544.
Yo.
Chris said 2,200. And Break said 1,000. The correct answer was 1,139.83. After the 4 rounds, I can confirm the leaderboard looks as follows. Killia takes the win with 5 points. And then we have Breaks with 3. Chris with 1 point, and Micah, well done there, with a -2. Breaks, I did say that there was a prize for second place. Do you want to know what your prize is?
Yeah, I want to know.
Absolutely nothing. But thank you for playing. The prize is participation.
Fake.
Not bad.
Nice.
Everyone loves winning absolutely nothing, right? Good for you though, don't stress if you are watching at home. I actually have something that I can give you for real. It isn't absolutely nothing. If you are going onto Twitter and telling us your favorite teams are #PEC Spring, you can win contraband coupons or 1,000 G coins. So there's actual real prizes. The players though, they get nothing, because they get money if they get into the grand final. So I think that's fine. They also just are here for our entertainment, obviously. We're moving into Erangel. Polish Power had a really good time on Erangel. when we looked at them yesterday. Saga, do you think that this win, the chicken dinner, and then moving on to a map that I think they might be a bit more comfortable on is going to be the momentum they need to qualify for the grand finals?
I think the points is definitely going to help them out a lot from the game before, and they're not a million miles away from all of the shenanigans. I'm just going to keep talking and ignore what's on the screen, but they're not a million miles away from that bottom 8 segment. But the points they picked up from the win is really going to help them out because they had a very, very poor Miramar showing, but their Erangel was pretty solid yesterday. So hopefully we can have the same thing, and they should from here on out be relatively comfortable in making the top 8.
Oh no, look at that. We don't have time to talk about the fantasy picks. We have to go into game. Kyle Lars and Toby, take over from us.
I will thank you here. And before Erangel, we also, between two commentators, have no time to talk about fantasy as we've got very important we've got very important games to go. Okay, you can smile just once. No, never mind then. We have got ourselves 3 more games here to determine who is going to be moving on. And Saga hit the nail on the head. And this is my question for this game. Is Sarvam now concerned that Numbers having to go real big then drops Pachinki because they've just shown that they dropped Picardo? And does that occur because Sarvam did not have a good time in Picardo just now? And they need points because they're on the cusp of being knocked out of that top 8. What do you think, Toby?
I'll answer your question with a question. When you need to go real big, is the smartest idea to hot drop people?
It worked out in the previous game in terms of them winning out the scenario, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, to some extent, and then died in blue with, a couple of kills to show for and a 6th place? I don't know. I think if you need to go real big, you drop safe, you get looted up, and you just third-party the hell out of everything. There is no hot dropping, no risk of the opponent landing on a gun, and then 1 minute into the game you've lost 2 players, and then you wanted to go real big, but now you have 2 players alive.
Okay.
It's real big equals playing edge, finding fights, and dealing with people. Minimal risk involved for optimal gain. And hot dropping is maximum risk involved for a potential of 4 kills and a big risk of dying.
I won't be surprised if they did it in this game. They're already out of the plane. The reason being is their previous older stated drop spot was mill to power. This plane does not allow for that. Where's Sarvam going? They're not going Pachinki here. So that is a big move.
Yeah, Numbers are going into Pachinki. So you were right in the sense that Numbers weren't done contesting. But also, thank you, Sabim, for reading that one and dipping.
Yeah, makes sense. Really does make sense here, considering what they just telegraphed in Picardo in the previous game. So, good read all round. And for now, I mean, this puts Sarvam in a position where they're not really going to have as much loot, depending on where this circle pops. They might get fortunate. We might have a circle north, and they can start pitching up wherever they need to go. But one thing's for sure is that the rotation paths for Sarvam here are very different. Oh, well.
Have it.
I was about to go on a little rant. Never mind. It's all negated.
By James. Yeah. It's all a simulation, guys. We knew it. James accidentally looked at the script a little before, and he leaked it.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Just like that. Having had your leak come through, and also looking at Sabim now, as much as on paper, this is a pretty great place to be early on. It's also weirdly enough, I don't know why, but weirdly enough, those teams that are in those spots very early on also has kind of a curse where the circle is a little too good for you. And somehow they end up being the ones that are breached early or, forced into fights early that for the most part they wouldn't have been and they had to rotate into it. So we'll see, both for Kitchen and for Sabim, the two, I suppose you can say, victors of Circle Royale, how they'll fare this game, now having just been blessed with the first one.
The hilarious thing about that, though, is that looking at this home circle, in inverted commas, I actually feel more confident for Sarvam than I do for Kitchen, based on kind of past performances and how they've been able to, how they've been playing out games. With Sarvam, I feel like they are pretty adept at being able to hold down a location and deal with it. Whereas for Kitchen, I feel like they're better playing edge and playing it really slow on edge. So for them to take a central spot and see how that plays out, I don't know. I haven't seen much of that. Never mind much success in it, because again, it's not happened that often.
But off of what we've seen so far, it doesn't really matter because this game is going to end in Rostock anyway.
Okay. Well, it's just hardships galore. It's crazy.
Yep. Just quintuple hardshift down towards the south, forcing everything down there. Not highly unlikely. Kitchen out towards the west they go, not opting to stick around Saverny at least for a little while longer, knowing that will probably be the kind of transition path in for some teams. So rather than share Saverny with another team, go claim the compound out west, which also does have a tendency of having circles going its way, so it makes perfect sense. And now Squeaky going back to the compound just north of it, just so that they have I suppose a bit of a access point to Saverny should the next circle go further east.
Ace is now pitching up where they're very used to pitching up on. I think if it wasn't for Sarvam dropping the way that they did, they may have even sent one or two across here to the road, which is their usual kind of split across Rostock, maybe sometimes along this road as well. So they're very familiar with how they want to play out this territory. In shooting range is where they decide to sit at for now. I hate shooting range.
I mean, I get the idea that they're not done looting yet because they were spread looting and forced into us. But you know, when you're used to looting Pachinki, scattered compounds just ain't gonna cut it for you. You ain't gonna get your 6 first stage, your 200 bullets, and all your attachments. So they're not done looting. But because they spent time looting now rather than positioning and anticipating pushes coming through. What I said earlier about sometimes those teams that get it early also are the ones that go down first. That might just be what happens, because look at how scattered they are in shooting range right now. Running across the open to save anyone should they get knocked here, that's going to be disastrous.
As long as that death dip doesn't come into play for shooting range, the one on the east side, I'll be a happy boy. Although seeing the carnage in there is sometimes quite fun and entertaining, but Numbers is perched up here on a spot where they could potentially deny some rotates. And I'm thinking about the very latecomers down to the south. But even then, I feel that some of those latecomers are going to try and go as west as possible. So it might not be this bridge that they actually select. It's still not a bad spot for them to start things. Oh, here comes BBL. Oh.
We'll see. Let's just up to scout. Is he wise? Nah, he's not wise. Rostermar just continues. And then I'm not going to say dies, because we've seen whiffs on obvious kills before. And okay, allow the buggy to cross.
He saw.
Michael saw someone of the and okay. And then able to take him out the impulse break. So Michael's probably going to sit in the voice chat right now and go, dude, you drove a buggy across for free. And Rostenmar is just going to laugh.
Yeah, the thing is that I'd wager it was Rustamar that saw him in the door, because as he was turning, it was just before he peeked out again, and the shots came in as the turn came along. So Rustamar, as much as he knew, yes, he got no shots towards him, he was definitely looking around at these buildings as coming along, and I think probably warned off Michael. Yeah.
Well, Kitchen up towards the north, still sat in the 3-1 split. Squeaky isolated out towards the east in the other compound. I hope ready to move at a moment's notice, should either this position be pulled up on or the other. And there are pretty big chunk of sharks in the water now, with Ding kind of lapped over the north side, Polish Power set up on the hill towards the south, and more teams still making their way up in this direction. We still have both Port 2, Exalt, Afteralt, and MTV outside the circle as well. So despite the fact that we're seeing the amount of commotion up here that we are now, still plenty more teams to follow.
Yeah, and there's still quite a bit of room for them to work in with. So not too bothered by them taking the leisurely pace that they currently are as M-Force here. So just firing away at GDE, who's looking to take this hill in the middle of everything going on. It's not bad at all. You can find yourself a little bit of cover, especially with some of the foliage from these trees that it does provide you. But you'll eventually be open from certain angles. So this damage does exist, and it will have knock-on effects to their med situation, their vests, etc., etc.
And that car is not gonna grant a whole lot either, having just rolled down the hillside. So GD, not the best position to be in, but then again, 16th place on the leaderboard, also not the best position to be in. They just, either they go out here and they have a banger of a game, and then that's going to kind of swing the momentum in their way, or what I could imagine happens off of the position in right now, they ain't getting a whole lot going. And
Yeah.
they're just going to go out and wreak havoc for the final 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. With 3 games remaining, this is just like hit territory, high intensity training. Just see how much more you can hang with a lobby like this, because they need ridiculous amounts of points. So
I missed one team, Full Tilt. They're still military.
Oh yeah, they are.
Don't fault me for not noticing them when they were
I don't.
all.
I didn't either.
For a brief moment, I just kind of forgot they existed, but that's because they weren't on the map that I had available.
And that is acceptable.
Yeah, they're afraid of the FaZe Clan bridge camp, you know?
Ah, yes.
What it is.
That must be it, yeah.
I mean, look at them. They're sat there scouting. I'm not kidding. They're anticipating that there's a team bridge camping. They're stopping and kind of leapfrogging each other across that bridge, expecting maybe Afteralt to still be around there. And I mean, again, we talked about it with the FaZe Clan bridge camps. You only have to do it a couple of times before everyone's going to start respecting it. So even though it might not impact you a lot when you then don't do it, you essentially slow down another team's rotation by at least a minute or 2.
Yeah, I think in the end, it's better to be safe than sorry.
For sure.
So
No
getting it a little later, you can survive this blue, right? It's not strenuous.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fine.
1 extra first aid and you're good.
Yep.
30 seconds to go until the second circle, I should say. Pups and Tropic, 2-1-1 split. Knowing, I would imagine that Aces is sat in the twin compound out to the left. You can see dialed in, looking in this direction, and Aces is in a 2-1-1 split as well. So curious to see what's going to happen. Should a knock come in, if they're actually opting to pull up on it, or if they'll just say, great, at least now we know which team is over there.
It's the kind of game that would get the engine properly running, purring away for it. And Tropic in the previous one, you don't get the win, but at least you get 20 points off of it, because the position that they had, even if you're not getting the win, it was open for so many eliminations. And we have Kitchen now trying to stop the breach. Ding crashing into this at the moment. Mouse already starting things off. Imolol gets Lito though and flushes him. It's a fast elimination on the side there. As he must have been very open. This is quite the spread by Kitchen. Squeaky on the outside, but if Ding can negate this with buildings alone, that's going to pincer Kitchen down even more.
And that's the issue, right? We talked about Squeaky. How fast can he get back and help out the team if they do opt to push? Now he is applying some pressure, forcing them out towards the west side part of the compound. Now maybe that'll allow for him to cross the street and get over to his teammates. One thing's for sure, other teams will have heard this. And believe me, they will be looking to see if there's a third-party opportunity available, because this is going to be a prio compound with the new circle having just popped.
I like this by Squeaky. It's important to just get this building as your cover whilst you approach it here from Ding, and get to your teammates, considering how quickly they finished off Lito. Ding would eventually try and push in against this quite aggressively here. So Squeaky's relocate is brilliant. It will slow them down.
Sure will. Mouse trying to use the balcony as best as he can. The few gaps that there are there in the fence line, but not getting a whole lot more of it. Hearts finds one in the meantime. Katergan falls down. Medibay instantly there to respond, though. Great trade. As you can see in the minimap in the bottom right corner there as well, which now faded away. BBL is nearby too. So for Exalt, for MTB, get this fight done with fast. Don't want BBL to interfere in this.
Yeah, especially since they'll have the similar height that you have as well in terms of the terrain. So not too much coverage against them at the moment. Molodok gets Medibay, and MTB is just trying to finish off as much of Exalt as possible. 3 of them are down. Smash is actually going to confirm the third one. So for now, Exalt, tuck your tail between your legs, Molodok, and run away.
Where do you go? Now half the circle is going to shoot at you as well once you're trying to wrap around. That should be a pretty straight.
Oh no.
Would kill Esquire. Nope, not able to connect. He's giving him all chances that he can, but Esquire ain't finding it. Molotov actually, as a matter of fact, finds one, gets the flush as well. MTB, not what they would have wanted. Esquire comes around, confirms in the end, but that took way too long.
I did think there was going to be a world where he just wrapped wide south and, wide west and hoped for some placement points later on, but not to be the case. Kitchen now still locked in this vice grip by Ding. Not to say that they have an advantage with what I'm describing here to Ding, but still the 3v4 persists.
This is the bad thing about these compound breaches, especially with the amount of utility people have these days. If you manage to isolate them down to 1 or 2 buildings, those nade flashes and mollies alone can really be the death of you.
Very nice angle by Squeaky there to get on Senya. The recovery should be fine though, unless Mouse decides to go pretty aggressive on it. But Aimlul's there, ready to cover whenever needed be.
He's resting on the balcony with Ibako just on the other side. That is a brave position to go for the resin, but it pays off. Works out. Smoke ain't gonna do much. Falls back down. Flash doesn't really do anything either, as that one misses the window bars. Screw window bars. But nonetheless, the fight does continue.
That's a circle. All right, well, a lot of teams are going to be moving here in vehicles as well. Gedrox comes up, takes out Mouse. For Kitchen, this seems all but over.
You say that, but believe me, as soon as this fight comes to a close, there should be a team pulling up on this. I'm seeing Howl in the kill feed now. Are they stopping? Are they continuing? Nah, Ruin stops on the shack. I thought for a second they might pull up on this, but they're fighting GDE while they're rotating. And now Aces coming in full speed forward here as well. Plenty of teams making their way in this direction. Aces pulling up on it. Heard the commotion. Saw the knocks in the kill feed. Now there is a new contestant. Howl coming up close as well, seeing Aces pulling up on it too. Not really wanting it. And Aces getting torn to pieces on arrival.
Yeah, it's a disaster for Aces coming at this time because they've got 2 teams shooting at them. If they want to get cover against Ding, they're open to Howl. If they want to get cover against Howl, they're open to Ding. That was absolutely terrible, unfortunately, for Aces.
Curious to find out how much needs to happen for Howl to want to actually full-on pull up on this. I believe they've lost 1. Howl, no, they haven't. They're actually still 4 alive. Aces will get eliminated as Gedrox finally on the jump shot get the last. Smash finds Velvet as well. As Caught 2 is out of the equation of this one, so plenty of casualties so far, and here come Howl.
Gedrox is hitting these shots, so very, very important shots as well. But at the same time, the Mad is storming this building and comes up right behind him. There's a molly on in the window as well. He's going to burn while that's going on. It was from Ruin, who actually catches the Mad as well. Oh, that was unfortunate, but the Mad, I got the gusto on him to go up there and absolutely rinse that room.
Great timing as well, knowing that there's a car coming up behind you, so you can only imagine that the player is going to be looking for that next car, see if he can get the knock on someone. But Matt, nice read, make the fully committed push up the stairs, and now, well, they might just did. Was that? Surely no, that wasn't a friendly nade, right?
No, I think it was Aimlul's trying to get it in there.
I thought for a second, Scorpio was like, "Hey boys, eat this." But no, that's not quite the case.
I don't know how Aimlul had more throwables, considering in his bag he has 10 smokes.
He has 10 smokes, yeah. He does have 3 teams to loot. So, I suppose. There's that. But for Aimlul, well, where the hell do you go from here? I'm not quite sure. Still a couple of teams having yet to make their way in. And where does he go? Well, back to the lobby. It seems 9 teams left alive, and we are only in phase 3.
And Entropic running on away here from full tilt. They have been able to mop them up at this location. There's a few down, and unfortunately, it's just going to be up to Lucarux really to salvage the points here for Entropic. After such a good game, it seems it has not carried over, but it is rough circle to deal with here, considering people were coming in from the east side.
And even if they don't completely make their way into the top 5 off of this game, let alone the fact that they had that last game, means that pretty much until something absurd happens in the next game, they will have at least 2 more tries to try and qualify.
Definitely, especially with teams in 6th and 7th already down early in this game. Polish Power, I wanted to talk about this earlier, but obviously we had so many crashes going on and stuff like that. They created such a great barrier against those Southwest teams, and now we've just fanned out completely after putting the nail in so many of the opportunities for those Southwest teams. So it was a good holding position by Polish Power. They didn't have to do much. They didn't have to take furious fights left, right, and center. They just created this checkpoint where nobody could get through unless they were to pay a very, very big price.
Yeah. What is your plan, Lucarux? I'm a little curious.
Bit of sunbathing, mate.
If Bago only has 20 bullets, what is it going to take for him to start shooting? Well, for starters, he's looking in the opposite direction, so that ain't going to help much. Would he anticipate that there's someone running around on the shoreline? Well,
might check it.
Further left, a little further left. You might see it. Thing is, for Lucarux, his car is in the water, so it's gonna be a a beach jog for him to the circle if he's even going to try to get there.
Yeah, I don't know what you would do. I mean, maybe even he's being shot at by After All as well. And now, actually, Hibako will see these shots raining down in the distance. He has a boat! He has a boat! He's got... There's no way.
Boop, boop, boop. Slowly starting to be on fire. One more tag should do it. He can heal in the water. I like this play, but now Hibako again. I mean, he's down 6 bullets. And his role right now is kind of to be, you know, the help at a distance. So
switches.
That's also an option.
Yeah.
And it only took another 2 bullets.
Yeah, I like that he switched the 4 times on and escaption. I like that he switched kill switch on here against M-Force. Veronica goes down for full tilt. They have quite a bit of room to work with. They need to dislodge After Alt, and then they'll be okay. But
this is actually crucial for Lucarox, that Hibako is now forced to play suppress on his, for his teammates against full tilt, because he knows now there's someone swimming ashore right next to him.
And eventually Hibako might actually get seeked out for a long range by BBL here if he's not paying attention to that far west side. He sees him. This should be easy pickings.
He's drowned. Yep, there you go. He didn't get enough air in time. That is Lucarox down and out, and Tropic just outside of placement points.
Hibako now open as well, though, and After All is really raining down pressure here on full tilt. They're having to full send it through to the middle of this circle at the moment. Likewise, Hibako has actually moved off, so he's not in line of sight of BBL anymore. The compound that had the most priority before is continuing to be the most valuable location in this next circle.
I mean, we did say that it does have its tendencies of pulling circles in its direction, and this game is no different. Full tilt. Down to just 2, not exactly optimal positioning, but with where they are right now, there ain't really anybody who's in a position from where they can hurt them a lot. As I say that, Hibako and Ihnen are running on foot forward, but that comes with a risk as well of being shot at from the compound.
All right, Sarvam, has shooting range paid off during all of this? Of all teams that they run into, of all teams.
They were going to find each other eventually, weren't they?
Yeah.
It's part of the script, James. We've talked about this.
Yeah, and you know what? If Numbers actually wins out this fight, I mean, they're already going to drop Pachinki next games anyway. Like, unless the plane is ridiculous. But if they win, if they take this fight and win this fight, oh my days, will Numbers be so chuffed to bits with that?
Yep, Sarvam. 56-point tied for 8th. We are currently setting up for what will be an insanely close, I hope, final game. Duffy trying to stay put here. Lops a nade on over. Again for Numbers. I mean, they're inside the circle, so it makes sense that they don't want to leave here, but at the same time, you can only really stay down because as soon as you peek up, you're going to be shot in the butt.
BBL blasted towards a shack and manages to get 2 members in, so they were being shot at by Zarvam, though, trying to get this going, and actually this is a big blast by Zarvam. They are really hurting Numbers at the moment. Numbers are down to just 1 or 2. Not exactly easy for them. Look, it's Baron Peak, man. He's not got a chance to peek. He has to go lie down, heal a little bit. That's fine by me.
It's really essential that they get that bridge line too, because that shack position that many people tend to play, if there was a team set up there looking at this, that would be GG for both these teams. So the fact that Baron actually comes up and locks that down, not allowing for Rapper to peek into the field, very well coordinated to only have 3 on the up-close fight and then 1 back there.
Absolutely mullered or Numbers there. That's very well done by Sarvam. Now they're trying to eke out a bit of a gap for a top 8. Moving on around on that south side. M-Force very divided. Maybe they can find a few of them and then hold on to some of these rocks, some of these trees, keep them playing.
Yeah, well, for now, chill out, spot something free, and then whenever the next circle takes it away from you, you find something else to go to. We'll see where this one goes. I think for now, most teams are going to just try and lay low and try to survive for 3 seconds, which should be doable for the most part.
Where are we going? Okay.
Okay, into the open. Into the open. M-Force in a position from where there's no way in hell they're regrouping. I would imagine Baron Peak is going to make a play back down towards his teammates. He should have his vehicle still if he brought it into the circle, I'm not sure, because he won't be able to play that hillside for much longer.
And does he have any information as to where Polish Power are? Because I feel like Polish Power's play is not towards the compound. So if there are potential threats coming his way from the west side, the rest of his team better know that that is the case. As Polish Power now will just be sitting there for the moment. They're deliberating on what they want to do. Baron Peak's getting back in his car and moving on back.
Yep.
Giving up this position, but here comes Polish Power. They're loaded up in their cars. They're going to make their move soon.
Yeah, this is perfectly fine. I mean, for Sabim, they utilized Baron being able to peek from above for as long as they could, and now with the circle kind of shifting away and knowing that there's most likely a team coming in this direction. Perfect play from Sabim to regroup down below. It's not the best position necessarily, knowing what's coming your way. The position that Polish Power has now, that kind of plateau up there, is superior to where CC is set, and this is exactly why they are within vision. But makes sense that they didn't want to try and go for it.
A bold move to a little dip along the road here for M-Force. I don't mind it, considering that they would have been utterly dead if they'd have stayed here against Polish Power. But now the fight will continue. The fight will persist. Klim getting a shot on Smash, but he's still in that little shed, so I think it should be Rustamar being able to get him up. Whilst Crunio starts to rain down some havoc on Baron Peak. There's no peeking here, mate, although all of the nades are bouncing off everything. He did get clipped by the molly, though.
I was going to say, how is he not going down there? Finally, he falls as Marcelik. Gets the burnout on him. But where do they pull up on that off of this, or do they stay on the hillside? I'm not quite sure. After all, making a aggressive play forward now as well. The only team we're really waiting to see make a move is Howl. You can see Ruin is driving around, trying to figure out what's the play here, what's the plan. But for now, their compound is actually still in. So I guess while they're looking for what's next, they technically don't really have to go anywhere.
I like that drive from Howl to come back, because he was really trying to figure out how much there could be to play on the other side of that plateau where Polish Power is, and then move on back here knowing that they still have this compound is fine. But that's good scouting intel that he got from that. And after all, they would love to just dislodge BBL, get rid of M-Force, and be able to play a little bit of that area for themselves. But I mean, they're in the circle, so they don't have to make that bit more of a crazier adjustment just yet.
Yeah, everyone waiting to see where the next circle is going to take us. Everyone's playing edge with the exception of BBL and M-Force. Should it go center, it would benefit very few, and indeed it does. And I think this is actually terrible enough that Polish Power can't stay up. You can see them already getting into the cars and starting making their way, I would imagine, down towards the shack, maybe. Or at least just getting the cars safely inside the circle. Maybe they can play it a bit longer up above. I'm not sure how much space they have up there now.
I think it's fine. The only main concern for them is knowing that Howler's previously scouted out their west side, and maybe they might use that as a bit more of an aggressive launching pad, unless Howl goes to the shed, which...
I would hope to see, depending on the amount of space that Polish Power has, I would hope to see Howl play the shack, because there's really nowhere else they can go. Yeah, I mean, okay, then it would be this, pulling up on BBL's shack. That would be the next best play. Rustamar able to find one.
Two teams have the same idea.
Down below. Great nade lobbed on forward. Ian now from behind able to do damage. Howl, Matt trying to assist from above, but it's simply not possible for him to maintain the angle. And now plenty of utility for the Matt, but very little he can do from this position. And actually, it's going to be, after all, demolished first. They pulled up, they wanted the third-party opportunity, but BBL denies it. Smash, 5 kills and counting.
This is like when two players run for the same football and accidentally headbutt each other. This was just super unfortunate, timing-wise at least. But both teams knew that they had to make quite a bold play to find themselves a better spot in this. Polish Power now still has that little plateau that they're working with. Sarvam's pushed up on it. Sarvam feels like they can't play that side of the circle anymore. They have to get rid of Polish Power here if they stand any more chances of going further in this game.
CC is playing one-man contain against Polish Power. They saw the battle erupt towards the north. They knew if there was a time for us to take the fight to Polish Power, it has to be now. Smash continuing to do Smash things, while Doctor, unfortunately for Sarvam, has the off angle on the side. And I think this is going to be Sarvam's days counted. But, I mean, despite them not getting a lot of kills this game, they do get top 3. You know, maybe that top 2, sorry, guaranteed. So, pretty decent game for them, all things considered, as they were, I think, actually kind of just sneaking their way into the top 8 off of that game.
There's going to be much celebrating in Warsaw, Gdansk, Krakow, Katowice, everywhere soon, because this is a qualification game for Polish Power if they're able to just get a few more points on the board. And Marsalek with an AUG in hand, SLR trying to shoot over towards BBL. They know that they have all the cards to play here with BBL and M-Force kind of bottled up at the moment. It's not over yet, but they have a big advantage.
I'll agree with you when they're all down the hill. Because they still have to get down that hill. Now they're 3 in a car on the way, and it seems like they timed it right. Yep, Smash behind the building, Rustenmar behind the tree, and the M-Force players had maybe 1 or 2 shots they could fire before they were out of vision. So great timing, and now I'll join your sentiment in saying that Polish Power on the dot, they should not lose this game.
They shouldn't. And M-Force now is trying to shoot away at BBL, which makes it even more enticing, more salivating coming from the camp here of Polish Power. Sprays come in as Dogset and Rustamar actually take trades off one another. Rustamar here able to get that. But now 1v1, v4. Oh. A spray coming in. Crunio goes down. That's 3v1v1. Ooh.
He has 15 bullets left. Rustam, Smash, give me your loot.
Throw him the ammo.
Loot. Yeah, might as well try and confirm that one. He's got it. There's no way he goes to the rest here. 10 bullets. Oh,
he's going for it.
Commits to it. I like it. He got a knock on the Polish Power side of things. Rafa cannot cross. Unless if Polish Power are rude and just allows for him to cross to kill Rustenmar. But there's no way they wouldn't want to try and get all the kills themselves. There you have it. The rest comes through as well. 9 kills for Polish Power. Else the rest comes up on Smash 2. I'm not sure of his ammo count, but even without that, Marsalek finds the first. Rustenmar down.
There it is.
Down back-to-back wins for Polish Power. And both those games in double-digit kills as well. Comeback time for Polish Power guaranteed.
Definitely so. That has to be enough points for them to be able to be moving on. You might have had a great start to the lower bracket, a disastrous middle, but it looks like the end is definitely going to be enough here for the boys in white and red. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we have the desk to break down everything that just happened.
A new assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destined. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however. So check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Sinach. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners. So check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They looked a little bit shaky towards the end of yesterday. They looked a little bit shaky at the start of today, but now they have back-to-back chicken dinners, and as far as I'm concerned, Polish Power Avenger, they have qualified. They're going through to the grand finals.
Yeah, they are indeed. And back-to-back chicken dinners like that, there's no denying that they have definitely stepped up and done so quite beautifully. I like the way that you can see the confidence coming through. You can see the aggression coming through and the map control that they're able to take once they believe in themselves and once they feel like they've qualified. It's just a whole different Polish Power, and they should be playing that all the time. And I hope they are going to be playing that in the grand final. Oh, and for the rest of the games of the day, of course. Good control, good aggression, good macro, good decision making, just puts them into such a good spot. And also this absolutely insane pull-up from Howl, and after all just cleared everything in the north, making it super easy for them.
So, Saga, I mean, this is, maybe it's a bit of the wrong take on this, but for me, Polish Power last year was very much this team that, like Martin said, when they had confidence, they performed so well. They were scary. They always would upset a lobby, do very well. But the moment they weren't going well, they tended to like fall apart, and they would lose that, I know Kyle Loris loves the word, but lose the momentum. I thought that with Fuzzface coming in this year, that maybe that experience would ground them a bit, but I feel like this is still potentially the problem with Polish Power. What do you think?
I think right now, if we isolate the previous two games, it's not a problem at all. Like, they love this. They love being on form. They love being confident and just running at people. But you do have to be a little bit questionable when it comes down to the grand finals, where it will be much more difficult to just run over lobbies. And I mean, we've seen Polish Power struggle with running over lobbies so far here, but not today, it seems. And you know, we got to the end of Miramar and we said their wrangle has been solid so far. It had been Miramar from yesterday that was the struggle bus, but this time around it seems like they're pretty good on both sides of the coin. 21 points with that one game, and you could see even the way that they're thinking about their approach to the game as well. Now that they were playing from the southwestern side, you had MTB, you had BBL, you had Q2, you had Exalt, all taking the fight outside of the blue zone, and Polish Power sat there and waited, set up a firing line and said, look, whoever makes it out of that situation alive is going to have to try to get past us. And let's put it frankly, not very many did. That was the reason why BBL was playing a shack for pretty much the entirety of that game from that point onwards. So Polish Power, a well-deserved and huge jump right up into the top 3.
I know we're looking at the top killers right now, but Avenger, we need you to do some maths. You just saw the leaderboard. Who is guaranteed? Up until what point? We've got 2 more Erangels left. So the top 4, they're going through to grand finals.
They're going through, yeah. BBL, Howl, Polish Power, Full Tilt, they're going through, they're guaranteed. Exalt looking good? Not yet. Save, Memforce, Ding, Kitchen, and Entropic, they're going to be fighting for the last 4 spots. Maybe after all, if they pull something crazy, not like the last one, but yeah, let's skip this one. Let's not talk about that one.
I mean, Toby's disqualified. We've already discussed double dipping.
Yeah, the double dip enjoyer there is only something you do in sauce with fries.
Saga and Toby disqualified. I've given up. My team's just let me down. Someone that isn't going to be let down, though, is the winner of our giveaway. I told you to head on over to Twitter and tell us who your favorite team was using that hashtag PEC Spring. The Jake has taken the win, sent out a tweet talking about how much he loved Polish Power and obviously gave them all his energy because they got a chicken dinner. Nice. I'm going to hand on over now to Kylaris and Toby because I'm sure Toby wants to gloat just a little bit before we jump into game.
All right, let's give him his chance. Go on, Toby.
Sam doesn't know me. She always says these things, and I'm like the most humble person in the world. I'm just going to say this. I'm enjoying being ahead because it's fun, but we're all here to have a good time, people. This is fine. This is fine. You will get your win someday. And you know what? When you do, I will cheer for you too.
Who's the most humble person in our talent group? I'm trying to think. No. I can't. I'll have to think about that.
Don't even. The fact that you even think of yourself means that you're like there's not even close.
No.
What is the opposite of hub? No, I'm kidding.
No. It's absolutely not me. Okay, I'm not making any bones about that. Don't worry. I'll think on the PUBG talent across the land and figure out who it is. But yes, we got the penultimate. Stop it. We've got the penultimate game coming up here for Erangel for the grassy pastures. Avengers said Poro it has to be. That's a good shout, I would think. Poro's,
I still think me. That's pretty humble to say yourself. Right?
I like that there was
breaks that whole idea.
I do like that there was a brief moment that you thought I would think it was me, because that's so far off the mark.
I hope you wouldn't, because then there's something severely wrong with you.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, all right, let's talk about the video game. Polish Power, good stuff for them. They've got themselves in. I still think we're going to see Sarvam go away from Pachinki. I still think Numbers is going to go there. Sarvam's North Road actually worked out all right. I wouldn't mind them going back there, to be honest.
No, not at all. This is, as we head on into the second last game, one of the furthest northern planes you can actually get on esports settings. It's pretty interesting. They don't really come much more north than this, and when being north, this is pretty much just like a cut straight through the middle. So kind of plain, kind of boring, unless if you really want to go melee, which why would you? Because the circle ain't gonna.
They're gonna go mill to power. That's perfect.
There's no reason not to. I mean, whenever you have a team that hot drop you, if you don't like hot dropping, what you do is you just go online and go, oh wait, so where did Blammers say that they usually loot?
Yeah,
you just go there.
It's great. I love it. That's great.
Yeah,
it's the backfill drop.
I mean, it's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah.
At least compared to where they were last game in terms of how much loot they're gonna get. So ain't nobody going to be complaining about looting mill to power. Plenty of loot available. I am seeing Ding and Quad 2 fly in tandem towards Kameshki, though. And I get the idea because the circle went there. Maybe they knew something. But this, to me, is a www.pointlesshotdrop.com, especially for Ding, currently in 7th. And very much part of the still very existing race to qualify for grand finals. But thank God that didn't actually end up being a fight, because that would have been immensely stupid.
Yeah, they... I mean, for Quad 2 as well. Quad 2 has nothing to lose. Yeah, they have nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, and they can. But that's what I'm saying. Ding has no... I don't want to say no right, because they can do whatever they want. I'm not the one to decide that for them. But they have no good reason, in my mind, to follow on that hot drop. Now they've set 4 people in one compound instead, and I'm not sure if maybe this is just... Ding trying to say, we'll get some freebies on the 15th place team. But even then, I'm not liking the commit to follow along that far.
Yeah, the problem that exists for this, if Quad 2 wanted to stay in that compound and sit there and wait while this was going on, is that the one advantage Quad 2 had was vehicles. For Ding in that compound and the shape of the road in general, if you wanted to flex out and get vehicles and to go for a bail, actually Quad 2 had a lot of control in that regard. But they've backed off. That's okay. They've gone to Kameshki. Both teams live to fight another day. And now just one vehicle basically exists by the looks of things. Or is it 2? For all and the boys. Anyway, regardless, fight going down. GD here going to actually get pummeled as MTB will res up.
You call it a fight. I call it a bit more of a slaughter.
Zibbity-babbity.
Unlucky for Medibay that he DCs now.
Yeah.
In the middle of all of this. I hope he's not stood out in the middle of the open, because then there is the rule that you're not allowed to shoot at him. What was that game where we saw that this one time?
The Honor.
You and I casting a G-Loot event, I think, where someone very clearly DC'd, and the guy looked at him, was like, this guy stood too still, and just turned around and ran away, and we both started saluting him. I think that was with you. Maybe it was with Hypok, I'm not sure. Maybe it was PCS7. But we were like, this person is like the most gentleman person in all of PUBG history. But
I think it was PCS7. Because I think it was you and Hypok casting it, yeah.
It might have been. I just remember seeing it. That warmed my heart. My PUBG heart warmed for a second.
Yep. Yep, was nice. We have Ding taking themselves Stalbert. Quad 2's just going to be looting up all that northeast side, and Kitchen's fanning out now to try and take some compounds alongside all of this. And don't mind that, but M-Force might actually eventually crash in. It looks like they're in Junkyard, or taking Junkyard for the moment. So, I mean, that's a great spot for M-Force.
Yeah. Might as well just chill around again. An area of the map that we've seen plenty of games end up in. I feel like I say that all the time. Maybe it's just because I've casted too many games. So everywhere is an area of the map that I've seen a lot of games end in. But there really, I mean, still to me are a few specific compounds that just, if you were to look percentage-wise, tend to pull more circles towards them.
True. But unfortunate for Lazar. I'll get him up. Get him good to go. Aces are moving in towards that junkyard location, but I think they realize that it's already occupied, so maybe they'll take the plateau north of it, but even then that is kind of open to some angles if there's people north on the hills, so you've got to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
They're backing off. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, they have gas station and they have grandma, so might as well just fortify those positions. And I think now they're realizing that it's free. There should be no reason for them to chill in the open with those two compounds open. I know that the open positions are technically closer to the center of the circle, but even then, knowing that it's going to shift away from the water, it rarely goes out into those open positions anyway. So might as well just double up on those, because you know that the teams that are coming in late are going to be looking in that direction.
Polish Power taking a leisurely stroll.
Yeah, they deserve it. 2 good games back to back. Effectively getting half the points they have gotten in the entire... It's also kind of weird to imagine. They've played 11 games now, or 10, I suppose, and half the points they've gotten... I mean, actually more than half their points they've gotten in 2 games out of 11, or 10.
I think it was 41 points across the 2 games now. So it was exactly half. Anyway, it's near half.
It's as half as can be, with a margin of maybe 1 or 2. In the meantime, now, Squeaky, good luck, have fun. You're in a 1v4.
And yeah, after all, here,
maybe 3.
The split that Kitchen was going for when everyone was earlier rotating onto a circle like this is, bold. And now the rest of Kitchen has to rotate past Polish Power as well, which is causing all sorts of problems.
They're pulling up on this? No, surely not.
Squeaky's not a huge amount of noise, but... Yeah, so he will get one after not making too much noise, dropping that fire on him, making him burn out.
Yep, does get the one confirmed. In the meantime, the rest of the Kitchen players will set up across the street. One more knock comes through. Oh, Squeaky as he finds Xenon. Molly is going to connect onto Lido, so he's going to have to back off. And now, well, they've lost one already, making this commitment, I won't say questionable, but to add a reason of doubt. As soon as you lose one in a push like this, you have to wonder whether it was worth it or not. Because I think there was a world where, especially with Enon leaving there initially, that if he just sat still, he could have potentially gotten away.
Yeah, Lito still has a bit of a high rise across this, so could easily provide some decent firing support against it all. A nade comes in against a Dynamon. He's healing up. Hibako's down because of Polish Power. Again, they're going to feel free reign over these last games. So anything that it can influence is going to be really fun for them. Hibako goes down in that. That's super rough place to be going down. No way that Dynamon could be able to get that. He's on fire as well. He's burning. He's burning like a fin in the sauna, and he is done. After all, is out.
Yeah, not a whole lot they could do off of that. So, fully commit to the push. I respect it, but did not work out their way. Squeak got the help that he needed, and in due time, and Gitrox off the back of that whole thing is going to go down as well. So Ding down to 3, Kitchen down to 3, Entropic still alive with all, but those are 2 of your teams right on that edge, 8th and 9th place, wanting good games here in the final 2.
Full Tilt can get themselves up and a decent angle on Ding. It's okay, but there's not a huge sense of urgency for them to be able to do so. So just play it on out. Again, another team that's really surpassed my expectations in these 2 days, finding themselves guaranteed in that top 8. Brilliant to see. I love it when we get a good opportunity to watch some of these teams that you might not think making it into the grand finals is as an opportunity, but then they do, and then you really get to see them test their mettle in that grand finals.
Well, from one pull-up to another, here comes Court 2, a team that tried to hot drop one position, then went to another position, and now they're getting taken out by a third position. Not sure exactly what their plan was with pulling up on this compound, knowing the fight was already done, and having zero info of where in the compound the opponents were.
I think we're slowly getting to that. I mean, normally you get it in the last game, right? That's a nade, tries to stay away from it, goes into the corner and keep it going. But We're getting to that spot now where some of these teams have no chance and they're just trying to go for big sends here and there. And Varlet actually finds himself one member of Kitchen. Clib runs over Marcelek whilst this, as BBL has rocked up completely on Polish power while this fight goes on. Squeak is looking for an off angle. It's perfect to do so, and he gets a nice spray in with that barrel. Looking for one more as Maud is just around the corner. Sees him. Oh, geez, but it's not going to be enough. Quad 2 gets Kitchen down, and that's bad for Kitchen. They're 8th place right now, out in this penultimate game.
It is terrible for Kitchen, especially going down. I mean, I guess if they were to go down to anyone, it's a team that is so far out of the competition that is not really going to be a factor anyway. Unless if, I mean, Quad 2 can pull off something absolutely miraculous here in the final 2 matches. But yeah, as you said, for Kitchen, the team on the cusp, you do not want to allow for anyone else to overtake coming into the final game.
No. MTB here going to be blasting on through. Again, only 34 points for them. They're one of the influencers, though, here, potentially, if they just start racking up big numbers. I mean, technically, if they absolutely smash these last 2 games, we've seen how much difference that can make for a team like Polish Power and MTB, though. I think they're going to end up getting wounded here with these kinds of sends. It's difficult to get to a decent spot as a 2-2 split at the moment and not lose someone, but right now they haven't. They've got 1 kill on Esqui. Baron peek. No, don't kill the Baron. He's going to get away. The car's on fire.
Say that he's going to get away. I'm not quite sure. At least the vehicle is going to explode, and there you have it. Down goes the Baron. The lands are now available for anyone and everyone to claim, and that is exactly what everyone is going to be trying to do as Phase 2 starts closing on in. Schofield from inside the watchtower. Not too often we see people actually utilize those towers, but Schofield thought he had a better angle there. And then over towards the east, because why not have a fight near Snaya while all this is going on?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. Ice Boy's got some roof positions. They afford you quite a decent overlook against some of the buildings, because these, what used to call Tier 2 buildings, are actually very high compared to all the buildings north. So can get a really good line of sight. Sees Arctics moving through those vehicles, and he thinks twice about making the cross. But actually 2 of them line up. Fairist here. Oh no, he goes down. Ice Boy. It's the perfect angle.
Yeah, really, if there was one place for them to meet, that would be right there. Tries to throw the molly to confirm it. A little off, though, unfortunately. But it does allow for the rest of his teammates to kind of wrap around. Oh, he spots Fade inside that building, too. That's a good catch from Sam Olsen. It's going to allow for kill steal to lob some nades on forward. Again, limit the ankles. Just slowly, one building after another, clear them out.
Kill steal with a little clip. And still looking for an extra position. At least they got Fairest up very quickly. So GD had a very minor window which they could try and make something happen there, but it wasn't to be. The bombardment begins! Nail Cop with more shots coming in, and that is a dismantling of a team that is in danger here, Toby.
Talked about the whole proning in the open, playing that position. It was essentially where aces were. Previously, when we said please just go south, you have compounds down there, and that is the reason why I don't go there too early, because stuff like that can happen, and there's very little you can do about it.
That was deadly. All right, a flash in. Oh!
Hey, he saw death in his eyes, and he just ran with it.
Yeah,
a shotgun like that was wild.
Don't walk towards the light, just shoot into the light and hope it works. And that was scary.
Very scary. Ice Boy trying to stay put here. Ooh, nice read on the angle on Moldog. I believe they only have 1 on their feet right now. Make that 2. So a 3v2 in favor of GD. Make that a 2v2 now as the knock from Moldog comes in. Moldog really has been playing good, and now 1 more falls as we full-on beeline it over to Full Tilt and at MTB.
This is scary stuff for Exalt. 66 points or 69 points, wherever it is, as the scoreboard fluctuates a little bit. They cannot get themselves... they need to get themselves further up. They're still not out of the danger zone by any stretch. They're slowly getting there, though.
But James, if they die now, imagine how much closer the last game is going to be.
Yeah, let's do that, actually. You're right. Let's do
Exalt. All day 4. Yeah, we want the excitement for the next game. Let's see. Oh, Esqui finding a couple attacks onto Dovey. He will be getting inside the building, though. In the meantime, Tropic able to get knocked onto aces. Number 2 falls, number 3 just moments away as Lookalooks continues tagging. And I'm surprised again why aces are opting to playing the split that they are. They have the compound. It's dead center circle. We know the next circle is going to include it too. Why even have Hamdar out towards the west here when you could just play 4 on the compound? I know you don't want to have people breach you, but it just doesn't. Like I don't like the read on that that decision when you have the compound available.
This is going to get really dicey. Quad 2 is also sending it all the way down here, but there's really not many places to play at this point with how open that field truly is. Polish Power still alive in the middle of this, but not by a whole lot.
I know it's going to happen. Or not going to happen, but imagine if it shifted southeast. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be fun. I mean,
why not just end it with something like that? But of course, not really an opportunity for the circle. Should just head pretty much into the terrain that everyone is currently fighting over.
And Duffy trying to spray in, pulls out the M24. Can he get a hit? Tries to go for it. Doesn't connect. Still looking for Maud, who was behind. Knows that he might be at those rocks. Meanwhile, there are other kills going off. Farlet went so far that actually he got caught elsewhere by MTB, a squeeze down next to him. We need to hit one of these. Let's hit one of them.
A toe tap. Ooh. And that's a headshot to follow. Katurgan. Well, that's a helmet gone.
Katurg gone soon. This is...
Katurg gone. Yeah. I see what you tried to do there.
There was an attempt.
Yeah. There was an attempt. It was made. So southwest, kind of as anticipated. Not really too surprising. And look at the team who's been blessed with that shift. Entropic sat in a 4-way split with full control, even given the gas station from Aces earlier on. Smash, in the meantime, continuing to do Smash things. Finds a flush onto Michael's knock, I believe it was, as BL now start pushing their way further forward.
BBL's playing their own minigame now. How many points can we rack up across 12 games with a lobby like this? We came in saying that they were going to be the big favourites, and they have shown it. Senya and the rest of Ding now wants to get rid of MTB, so they have some way into a circle that they'll probably die on arrival in, because it is so open! And now Dogs' head is completely open.
Wow. Good job, Clip. Love to see it. There's gonna be a big debate over who is the best Danish boulder. We now have Beamy the boulder, we have Clip the boulder, and we had Wookie Bookie the boulder, the OG of bolt action snipers. We need a bolt action off between the 3 of them.
Wookie Bookie has an advantage though. He's like 3 meters tall. He's just like...
Yeah, I suppose so. It's Denmark, man. Denmark and bolt actions. Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Maybe that's how I never became a pro player.
Veronica here is donezo. There is too many nades going his way. BBL is having a lot of fun with this at the moment and putting big sprays against Ribbons in his position. Just trying to nade him out, flash him up a little bit and allow the other players on your team to maybe try and find an off angle with it. And more nades hitting on, trying to get the bounce.
I love how that's become, I don't want to say a meta, but a thing that many players do, or many pros do, is to always, instead of just lobbing a nade forward that they can then react to, throw a flash first, because that's going to mitigate the audio cue you get from where the nade lands.
Yeah.
Then, so you throw the flash forward, Rustin are completely blind and hip fire knocks Ribbons. That is pretty impressive. But throw the flash first to deny him that kind of information cue, and then throw the nade afterwards.
Also gives you good purchase on exactly how far that nade's going to go, too, once you throw it. So, I mean, of course, these guys are able to anticipate that anyway. They're excellent pros, but it's not too bad a method as Sale spraying violently into that smoke. He has to try and take out the rest of Full Tilt. 2 of them are down on the right-hand side. Ding is going to be running all the way through this blue to try and find themselves even more points. They're so close to being top 8, but they need a lot more. And Senya and Sale, they've not got anything so far throughout this game. BBL has completely annihilated M-Force. So, both of Full members, Full Tilt members go to the blue. This is a disaster for Ding.
Yeah, I didn't get any of those. That would have been a little bit of a band-aid, I suppose. And now that they're sat 8, again, tied with Kitchen. Howl able to hold off Lassa. Finds one, Schofield finds the other. Full Tilt out. as Howl continue to solidify their spot in the top. Impressive performance from them over the course of the lower bracket qualifier so far.
This is one team we haven't talked about much this game. Entropic, they're 4 alive with potential multiple anchor points on this circle that could afford them another big game. We might be seeing Entropic and Polish Power constantly kind of going back and forth for big games to try and get both what you would consider big rosters into that top 8 if Entropic can continue on with this.
Yeah, they're looking very good. At least, I mean, to be able to hold, I was just going to say, against both Polish Power and BBL, should they opt to make their way over towards the northwest side. And if there's 2 teams you want to eliminate before it gets real dicey, that is them. I thought it was Lukarux who got those for a second as well. I was like, what the hell's going on? But it was Laza from down below. Access denied to numbers as Lukarux continues shooting. Running low on 5.56 though. So I got to be a little conservative with the ammo.
I like that he's got a car here just to be able to get extra vision, all of this. These walls in general give me PTSD. I don't like my feet getting shot out from underneath them, but with a car like this, he's giving himself a great line of sight to be able to keep shooting at everything. But the thing is that the other teams that you're crashing into are getting all of the kills. So whilst you're being able to keep yourself alive, we need more kill points on the board for Entropic.
Exactly. Not a lot of ammo really between any of them. As I say, that Ivers does have a bit to work with, but the rest of the players still running scars and whatnot, so clearly haven't really had a chance to loot a whole lot over the course of this game. They've sat on the southwest for a while, the reason for their low kill count as well. All the action has commenced in the north side of the map, and now, good thing for Entropic, the players are starting to make their way down in their direction, and they are pretty much all wounded at this point. Molotov finds the double and the triple to follow. MTB dismantled on the bridge.
Exalt's only been 2 alive for quite a while now, and the fact that he's got
get points.
Yeah, I mean the fact that he's got 5 now is putting Exalt into safe territory, safe waters. So to be able to do this with multiple men down, fantastic. Howl's just killing everything, though. Like, every time I see something coming up the kill feed, Howl's mopping it up.
Sure are. There's plenty of this circle that no one's trying to claim right now. But that is because, as you can see in the right-hand side there of Lukarux's POV, it's a pretty big open hillside that just leads down into the open arms of Entropic. So no one can really play it. It's just fun when you see a map like this, and pretty much everyone's playing Edge. There's the one compound available, but no one outside of Entropic really has access to it.
Howl on the soft move up here, as Lukarux is going to realize he is in a bad spot. Move away from that, get back to the rest of your team, and I know that they don't realize exactly where Exalt are, but I'd be very concerned if I was clairvoyant about Exalt, because they seem on the warpath for more kills, and you don't want to get divided up here as Entropic now.
No, and wait, I was just going to say, where is Sale? He's this far.
How is he alive?
He's trying to tank as best as he can. Maybe, I mean, again, who knows? Set in 6th place right now. The
7.
The 1 placement points could be the deciding factor, and it might just be here that he gets it, but that would require, I think, for Exalt to fall soon, and they're currently kind of backfilling Entropic, so Exalt is pretty much looking at a guaranteed top 2 just from the position that they're in, because Entropic has no clue that they've snuck around.
Yeah, everything about Entropic's game right now is saying, okay, let's hold out the north side. Let's just hold them out. And then from there, surely we're going to win, right?
Ooh, yeah, for sure. Ben Lagen, kind of a fadeaway shot there. Finds Lazar with the last bullet in his taps. Able to take one down with 2 knock players on Howl. I don't think Aces is really going to get a better chance of pushing forward, especially considering there's just 2 left alive. Sale! Crucial from way out in the blue.
Way.
The flush on Lazar. He doesn't care. He got 1 point. He wasn't going to get placement points anyway. Might as well try and see what you can get off of it. So now, down to 4 teams left alive.
Exalt just got a crate on top of them as well here, but look at Entropic. They are flexing out hard to deny any of those teams coming in from the north. The information that they need is the Exalt situation, but they won't be happy with that will Howl, as Seifo manages to blast him from distance. And I feel like a deja vu moment are going on again, where Entropic's watching these 2 teams fight each other, and now they're getting involved, and I don't think they have to that much just yet.
They really don't. They're actually getting 2 crates on top of each other, Exalt. But I like that they're not sitting around waiting for it. They want to go up and push. They want to take their fight. And just like that, Entropic starts to fall apart. They were the team with 4 up, now just 2. And they have still yet to be backstabbed by Exalt. Molodog is pushing into position. Both of them are going into cars. This might just be Entropic falling down. But again, I mean, they're not wanting to go for the compound just yet. They're still playing it out in the open. They're still buying their time. Fate has just got double crates. And now, finally, Entropic starting to shoot back.
2 alive on everybody at the moment here. I felt like mid last year, if this was Entropic holding this out, they would have been saying, yeah, this is easy pickings. But now everybody's in these rosters are really good at shooting. And when you're trying to hold them out, they just hit their shots against Entropic. Here comes Exalt. This is a disaster for Entropic. They're going to get blasted away. Molodog is on fire in this game. And he is putting potentially a nail in the coffin for Entropic. They needed big points still.
If my math is right, they got away with 2 kills this game. That's a 6-point game in a top 4 guaranteed 4 alive versus duos.
I thought they were going to get way more off this.
And the position, they only get 6 points off of that. That is just not going to cut it. And Molodog, he just continues where he left off. Almost 1,000 damage. He already has 7. Make that 8 kills confirmed. That nade bit off to the left-hand side. Does he spot Schofield down below?
Oh, pixels.
Oh, the bush. Just not making it easy for him to get the angle.
Molodog is on a rampage here. If he's able to get any more than this, I'm popping off. This is ridiculous by him. He's going for it. He's going for it.
Confirmed 9th kill. Last time it was Ferris than Molodog. This time it is
Molodog.
And Molodog, and he just ain't done. Molodog continues. He wants the solo double digits as he now enters the 1K club at 1,036 damage. Just to compare, Fate has 100.
I had my doubts about whether or not Exalt could do this whilst they were wounded halfway through this game, but look at that. Molodog is on a rampage. He does what he likes, and at the moment, Aces found the building. That's good for them in terms of cover. But you know what? Molodog's feeling it. He's going on the wide wrap. He's looking for extra big angles here to put the boot in against Aces. I'm not betting against him. It's all cards are off the table now.
And I feel like Molodog hasn't even been tagging anyone. He's just, every single spray he's committed to, he's found a knock and a flush to follow. That kind of shows in his score, especially with Fate. I mean, 100 damage, 1 kill, pretty straightforward. He's knocked a player and killed him, right? Whereas the Molodog is pretty similar, 9 and then 1,036. I mean, this is a stellar performance. He really is kind of thriving off of that duo buff that he is getting whenever they're down to 2.
They were concerned that it was a 1-1 split. I don't think they saw the first person in the duo running into the buildings. As now, here comes the fight. An MK14 in hand for Molodog. You know what? Give this guy more firepower. Let's get that double digits out of Molodog. Fate, sit back, my friend.
Back off.
Let's get Molodog in on the Hall of Heroes.
Or just maybe let's Fate get some kills so it doesn't spread. No. That is not how we do it. Fate has it all. Molodog has an M14. And, well, Aces, they have a building. Which, fortunately for them, Exalt has to move towards. But I'm starting to think that it's not really to their fortune at all.
It's fate now. It's destiny. Let's get it done. Exalt moving up against the building. Aces, move out of the way, all right? Let this happen.
Just take it. Just deal with it. Accept the fate. That is that you will go down. And it will be to the hands of Molodog. Does he spot him on the edge there? I think he did.
I think he saw him. Can hold the angle. Now, Fate, because he's moved into the building, has kind of corralled Aces. Oh, he left the angle just at the last second. That's not bad. Oh, he sees his feet. It's Molodog. He's going for 10. He could get 11, or Fate might be able to finish it off. But definitely here, Molodog is going to be able to get that double digit. Surely it's all Molodog. It's 11 for him, and that's Exalt popping off. Molodog does what he likes here, Toby. He does what he likes.
If I saw it right, he ended up at 1,200 damage. I mean, that is completely insane. In a game of this caliber, against opponents of this caliber, going down to 2 players that early and yet coming out with 11 kills, or 10 make that in the end of it.
Bow down.
Performance. unique performance.
Bow down. Exalt secures themselves a spot here in the grand finals with Molodok looking unbelievable. Break time. Let's talk to the desk about how excellent Molodok really is.
You'll have to get used to it, cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on, I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy, I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, bring it on, this is my time and my legacy. When they talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. You better bow down, oh. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down.
I'm crashing on him. I mean, he's in the smoke.
He's behind the smoke.
Nice.
No. One of them is knocked again.
What? He saw him.
No, they stole the kills. They're dead.
All dead, all dead.
They're running in alpha.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice. We need the kill, bro.
I can't. I'm reloading. Flash, flash, flash.
Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
Nice. Chill, Thomas, chill. Two more.
Exalt gets the chicken dinner, but I'm hoping Molodok gets a cookie or something for dessert because he deserves it. The performance he just put on has potentially guaranteed, I mean, I'm going to say it, I think it's guaranteed his team a shot at the grand finals, Saga.
Yeah, 100%. They are turbo chilling in their current position in the standings, actually now tied on points with Polish Power, but it's just mildly ironic that we start the highlights clips with this game with half of Exalt getting clapped in really like a pointless overall fight in Yasnaya. There was a lot of that going down at the start, but you know, you can kill off half the team. As long as Molodok's still around, Exalt still is going to have a very solid chance. And yeah, we've seen him pick up triple nades. This time he's picking triple sprays. He's doing it with the MK close range. This guy was actually on point this game.
This is one of those games that he'll talk about for years to come because he just, what he was able to do there. But it was very chaotic from the get-go, Avenger.
Yeah, honestly, if you only get a cookie for this performance, I wonder when do you get the steak dinner? That is
You
my
do that
question.
in the grand finals. In the grand
Right,
finals,
you have to pull that off in the grand finals, right? I see that. No, honestly, that was crazy. Super cool to see such a performance there. Individual skill just displayed above, head and shoulders above the rest here. It was so cool. Double digit and a 1K club right there for Exalt. 22 points, put them straight into the grand final. I hope that he will be able to pull something like that off. We saw again yesterday in the Miramar game, he was also fragging out like crazy. So This is really cool to see him being able to step up again. Similar performance in the grand final, and they're gonna be looking really, really good here. But then again, it is easier opponents to do it against, and he definitely had the confidence running with him here. And as you see now, top 5 is fully guaranteed. Only Ding, M-Force, and Savim, Kitchen, and Tropic is now in the run, I would say.
After ult, definitely out. They just haven't had a lucky time, have they, Saga?
Yeah, I think, you know, you could maybe, if you're being extremely optimistic, give them a very outside chance of hitting like a 14 kill win and just squeezing in at the end, but it would be so far beyond what we've seen so far from them today, unfortunately. I mean, they did pick up a win in yesterday's matches, which netted them just over 20 points, but I can't imagine that would be enough with how close the standings currently are, with 5 teams within less than 10 points of each other fighting for just 3 remaining places. It's so intense, but that is actually insane to see that Molodog in just the one game has gone from... Was he even on the standings before this game? I don't even know, but look how far ahead he is. Completely clear in damage of even the big man Smash himself, who has been on top of this leaderboard the entire dang event.
He's definitely going to be celebrating. Avenger, final game of the lower bracket. What can we expect?
Well, to me here, this is a big case, right? We're looking at 5 teams that is going to be fighting for 3 spots, right? And it's just like, you need to have a strong start, but on the other end, you also want to be able to third party to make smart choices. So it's really up to the kind of already qualified teams to see how much of a carnage they go for, because you don't want to run into any of those. They're going to throw all 4 players at just one compound, one player, one drive-by, and they're not going to care. So I would actually, if you're in the running right now and not guaranteed, I would take a little bit careful. I would try to really analyze the kill feed, try to make sure that you make smart decision making, third party quick, and try to mop up some of the fights rather than being the one to initiate.
It's always the worst to put analysts on the spot, but I'm going to do it anyway. Saga, you only one. I mean, who is making it through to the top 8 through those teams that are so close?
I am completely biasedly gonna back Savim to make it one of my personal favorite teams coming through onto this. Love watching them play when they're aggressive and when they're confident. I also think what we heard from M-Force in the break in between with the voice comms, where they are paying particular attention, making sure they get every possible point, saying we need that flush, we can't let it be stolen, that might just pay off. And teams like Ding is probably the ones that I'm looking at to have a little bit of a stumbling moment, getting overly aggressive in this final game and just dropping the bag at the last moment.
How about you, Avenger?
I would obviously love to see, you know, Kitchen and Tropic coming in strong and just destroying, but they've had such a rough run through this tournament here, and I feel like it's gonna be a rough run for those 2 teams compared to, like, when you're the one chasing. Yeah, of course. It's just so much pressure, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to make it or break it here. But I'm obviously rooting for all the guys.
I love this. It's coming down to the final game. At the end of this Erangel map, we will know which 8 teams are going through to the grand finals. So for the final time, let's head on over to Kylaris and Toby.
I'm wondering how long it will be before Martin actually promises the stake to Molodog. If I recall, back in the PEL days, I think it was the Wanderer maybe that got 10 kills in a game and he bought him a stake for all of that. But it's understandable when you're able to put up something like that. It's amazing to see. But anyway, we now have one more game here, Toby, to finish things off. And the barrier to entry for top 8 is not that unattainable for some of these teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. Coming into the last game, we were talking that 6 teams were essentially fighting for 2 over 4 spots. But before we get to that, I think we should take a brief moment to take a look at how insanely much I am wrecking all of you guys in fantasy right now. I actually looked at it for a second, and since my upper bracket team was so bad, the fact that I'm ranked 50-something overall globally right now with this, I think I have the best lower bracket team you could make. Just saying.
Nice.
Yeah, there was that.
Yeah.
I got the system. Thank you. On to more important things now.
But double dipping, you know, it's taking 2 BBL players. Imagine that. Imagine that as a call.
Doesn't matter. I do think, going back to what we were just saying before, that coming into the previous game, we were looking at, what did I say, 6 teams fighting for 4 spots, so 2 teams on the cusp of falling out. Now, with Exalt pretty much out of the question of not qualifying off of that performance there, I think we're going down to maybe 3-4 teams that are going to be fighting for 2 or 3 spots. So there's definitely going to be teams that can make or break during this very final game. It's good to see. It would be sad if it was kind of just over and done with already, but that's not going to be the case at all.
Yeah, let's set the lay of the land here, because Ding right now in 6th, 65 points, M4 63, Sarvam 62. Then you've got Kitchen at 9th, 61, and I would say Entropic still has a chance, 58 points. Technically, if After All got a huge game, that technically they could be able to jump in. Likewise, so would Aces. But I think realistically, I'm looking at Kitchen and Entropic to try and rock the boat here in this next game. But if they do not, then it's, well, especially for Entropic, an unmitigated disaster, I think.
Yeah, so to sum up what you're saying, 5 teams fighting for 3 spots, and with Entropic and the Kitchen kind of fighting from behind. But then we also add to that mix, what are the teams that are A, already out, we can't win anyway, let's just go ruin it for somebody else, gonna do, and what are the teams B that are already qualified that, hey, so I know that every now and again Entropic are pretty scary. How about if they just don't make grand finals? I mean, if I'm BBL right now, you know how Entropic is not playing too well right now, but they also had that 14-kill game earlier. If you run into Entropic on a hot day, hell, even BBL could be in trouble. So, seeing... Okay, this is completely theorycraft. I would actually kind of respect BBL hot dropping Entropic now. Just to deny them qualification. They have nothing to lose for doing so. They have a lot to gain by making sure Entropic doesn't make grand finals.
I would agree. You've got
a team that goes for the top 4 teams.
Yeah, you've got a team that has proven on the European stage, on the EMEA stage, that they're able to win tournaments on a good day.
Yeah.
So the potential of having them not in the grand finals probably outweighs having them in a finals, to be perfectly real.
And statistically, it just made it even worse for Entropic that Exalt went out and had that game they just had because... I mean, now we're talking BBL, Howl, Polish Power, Full Tilt, Exalt, all these teams with pretty much nothing to lose that could be the ones to do this. So yes, if there's one team where you go, okay, they would maybe want to do it, sure. Theoretically, all these teams could do it, and for good reason, because they have nothing to lose by going 0 points in this game. So,
and 3 of those teams drop near Entropic. You've got Exalt to the south, you've got BBL and Polish Power potentially in the north of you as well. This is, it's
a rarity. There is a kind of a gentleman sportsman, like, who knows, maybe one day I'll have to be one of their teammates, or who knows, maybe we'll run into them another time where we're the ones that are playing from behind and we don't want to have them hot drop us. There's a lot of things that go into making these decisions. I'm just saying, this, I mean, when we discuss hot drops, and I'm always the advocate of how much I hate hot drops, this is the one situation where it's actually really worth it. You're going to make enemies, but it could really pay off.
And I'm on the other side of the spectrum where I don't hate it. I love to see the world burn. So I'm totally
adding to your big bad villain vibe over there.
I'm
the
okay
most humble caster, by the way. Anyone? He's in that direction. Yeah, over there. Over there. You can't see my hand. There.
You're trying, but that's camera left.
I'm not good at this whole talk to my co-caster thing. You know, I don't do it too often, James. I'm sorry.
And again, I've never ever said I'm humble, ever. But
yeah, that's what a humble person would say, isn't it?
No.
No. Not at all. No. We are just waiting for this next match to start, and I feel like it's one of those where, yes, I like to sit back and discuss and theorycraft, talk about these different things, but when it comes to these final games, I kind of just want to go from the penultimate to the final game instantly. Because yes, we can theorycraft and all these different things, but I just want to see it happen. I want to see if any of these teams dare go out and hot dropping Entropic. If maybe Entropic opts to do something completely different, knowing that they're playing behind, maybe they're gonna go on the hunt. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Sarvam, if anything, has even more reason to not go Pachinki now because they are actually in 8th place and they haven't really budged from that 60-62 point mark in quite a few games, to be perfectly frank about the spot that they find themselves in. So whilst they've shown that they have quite a bit of firepower on that team. It's not materialized in the past couple of games when they've had to adjust to circumstances that are slightly outside of their control. And the military power drop didn't really work too great. It doesn't help that, again, it was that another circle towards the north, and chasing it is difficult from where they were.
You know what I kind of miss? I kind of miss when you and I, as this is super leaks into how production works. Sometimes you'd be able to kind of out of the corner of our eyes see the plane path before we went into the game, and we could then go theory craft off of what we were able to see there. But here we're coming in completely in the dark. We see what is being presented when you guys see it out in chat. So I'm going to ask you, off of where we know teams like to drop, what would be, to you, the most spicy plane path in the final game? If it is spicy at all.
I guess extreme east to make it even difficult for those teams to try and like value Pachinki the way that they would normally.
It is pretty rare, honestly, that we get those pretty brutal, like straight north to south circles on either like the east or the west side. So that could be fun. But then mix up.
But then again, it goes even further than the Pachinki situation being potentially unresolved. It also means that Entropic might not be able to go to exactly where they want. It means that some of those teams that have already qualified are slightly displaced, like your BBLs, like your Polish Powers, like your Exalts, and then the rotations become even more questionable and difficult for people to predict. The initial drop becomes more difficult for people to predict. So that would be my spicy plane.
Yep, sounds good. I like it. I just want to see it go full south. Just It's the final game. It's not like people have
Millie Island
on the line of this. Yeah, Millie Island. You never. Maybe another Military Power ending, Primorsk ending. I do feel like thinking back at it, we have had surprisingly many pretty crucial games have those like absurd Primorsk endings. Maybe not in Primorsk proper, but down in that direction. So who knows? Maybe a little spicy quarry ending could be fun. And also, we haven't really been there in a while, I feel like.
True. If you're wondering why we're prattling on about this, it's because there is a remake which will be resolved in about 50 seconds.
The plane pass wasn't spicy enough.
No, indeed. We need something to truly make this excruciating for our players. Because actually, that is the time where I have most fun in PUBG Esports, when the players are suffering. So it makes for the best games, to be honest.
James gets one mulligan where you just go, guys, we need to start over. How am I supposed to broadcast this with my evil laugh? I need spicier. And this was it. They were given completely plain circle, completely plain. Everything was good for everyone, but then James said no.
The one common denominator used to be that Player Unknown was always in the chat, pressing his circle button and then causing problems for people. But what the other common denominator also was me hosting every event that's ever happened in the history of this game. So there you go.
Okay, I see what you're doing there.
Humble.
Okay, very humble. Very humble. Here we go. Final game. Straightforward plane path. Everything is accessible. No Primorsk endings. But Saki?
No, shush you.
No, that's right. Okay.
Although that would be extremely excruciating for everyone.
Imagine. We started round of 16 with the Miramar Island circle. We end lower bracket with a Saki ending. Imagine.
I do think, whilst we're going into this last game, guys, get hyped for it. Get your popcorn, get your drinks. This will matter a lot, especially for 5 or 6 teams fighting for those last spots in the round of 8. But I will say, Toby, we really have, across the upper and lower, had a sprinkling of everything. We've had circles everywhere. We've had scenarios of these fights going down everywhere. Disappointment, joy, elation from some of these teams. So it's been a great qualification process into that grand final that we're leading up to.
Speaking of disappointment, where are the hot drops? Where's my hot drops? I'm seeing Himman. Himman is going for the solo hot drop on BBL. I respect it. A little optimistic, maybe, but I like the idea. Maybe he just forgot to jump out of the plane because his team literally has Pachinki. And he is now on the West Coast. So that's a little suboptimal. But outside of that, I guess the good thing for Entropic in this case, should they get hot dropped, is that they split, meaning that they are pretty hard to hot drop. Like if you want to kill all of them, you have to pretty much be multiple teams. Or take 1v1 fights and split hunt them, which is just usually not really going to be worthwhile. So for Entropic, I guess that's pretty good for them. And with that, also pretty good for them that they get a circle they're already inside.
And do we get the famous Everest finish for a circle like this, for a tournament like this? That would be, oh yes.
It wouldn't be a battle royale without a little bit of King of the Hill to finish things off, I suppose. Would be pretty interesting. But before we get to that point, before we get there, look at the teams that are currently in this circle, and then look at the teams that have something to play for. We already talked about Entropic. We have Ding hard up to the north side. And while they had a good game last game, or a decent game last game, I should say, they're still very much not guaranteed.
Yep.
M-Force, they're sat just on the east side over towards school, already inside as well. Savim on the 8th place spot, the team furthest away from this circle, all the way down in Milta Powell, and consider the fact that they were the Pachinki looting team. So that's where, again, I mean, we didn't want to see them contest the hot drop, because why would they?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think Sabim would have loved to be in Pachinki right now.
They're just ruining the day numbers ever qualified for this damn tournament. Because honestly, that alone, ever since they got pushed out of Picardo, which we knew was going to end up transferring over to Erangel, has really caused nothing but issues for Sarvam. And they're off their game. It's fair to say right now, in the last couple of games, they're off their game. And sat at 8th place right now, with a team just 1 point behind you, with a circle like this and a drop like Milta Power, they're going to have to do something special this game.
And there are so many teams that they're going to be driving past as well, that don't really have to win this game. You know, GDE not going to qualify. Full Tilt already qualified. MTB not going to qualify. It's there are many places where teams could do it. I mean, it's not like we're in a hurry and just mess with Sabin even more than the loot spot has already done in comparison to this circle.
Already, I like where we're seeing Entropic go at the moment. Nailup's a little bit slower to the punch. Numbers will maybe actually be the first engagement that they take. But the buildings up there, just south of Everest, looking over a lot of this field and having good vantage point on a lot of these positions, not bad. Don't lose, Nailup. Don't shoot this.
And if it's not this as well, that's a good thing. Good thing for Nailup is the stroke. It doesn't know how to drive by. At least he didn't that time around. That would have been a horrible way to start the last game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Live with the scare.
Scary stuff. Very scary stuff. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat for a lot of this, just like we were in that last game of the upper bracket as well, because now we find ourselves in, yes, of course, there was a situation where 3 teams were really fighting for that one spot in the last game of the upper, but 5 teams, effectively 3 spots now in this one game, or a long shot over 6th and a 7th team, but that would be have to be a massive games for them. Polish Power's already taken the top of Everest, and this is just insult to injury for any team that's trying to get themselves purchase on this game. The fact that Polish Power has already taken this spot, QBE knows there's people up there.
And I'm pretty sure QBE, or not QBE, Polish Power knows which team it is that sat down there.
Maybe.
They know where they loot. They know where they go early. Speaking of, I mean, coming into this, we were talking about how there's so many new rosters and so many teams that you can't really get a read on. Oh, Entropic, they've been around for a while with the same roster, with somewhat same tendencies and rotation paths. So I'm pretty convinced that Polish Power might not be guaranteed, but has an inkling. Like, they go up there, they instantly look down in that direction. They didn't want to hot drop them, but Polish Power, I don't think, want Entropic in the grand final.
It is funny how quickly they've gone up there to have an Iron Sights Mini 14 having to be used.
Exactly.
So,
well, here's another team on the cusp. Kitchen trying to make it happen. Currently outside in 9th, 1 point behind Savim. And little does Howl know, but they're currently sharing a compound with our team of Finns. And oh my lord, would Mouse would have loved to have that knock instantly. Now it's not the case. Now they can fall back. Now they can regroup. But does Howl pull up, or do they back off Leto?
They're coming.
Down to 15 HP, but that Molly looks dangerous. Bounces off the side of the wall. Does he get the first hit off in time? Yes, he does.
Schofield did return. He drove all the way back. After all, is eliminated instantly. That's their campaign done here. Nades go off. Squeaky still holding this angle. How's going to play this slow, though? They have no reason to play this fast at the moment, unless they just want to have fun with it.
So that was the one team that maybe for a really good flash they could make it. Out they are.
Hurt the pin.
Yep. Nice timing on him. Two shots fired. Thought he was going to get it. Not going to happen. Good thing for them is that actually Ruin, while getting the knock, also goes down to Schofield. So there has to be a pull-up on this. Even if those nades mean that they accidentally kill Squeaky, you got to go for it. You got to try to see if you can get it. Issue is now Lido falls. One is taken down in return. That's Matt falling down. So back to 3 on their feet. It's Kitchen who are in trouble here.
That is the major problem, isn't it? The fact that you can't really recover Squeaky in this position. And Nade, unfortunately, is going to kill off Squeaky as well. As you said, they really just tried to dislodge Howl completely and trying to keep themselves alive in any way, shape, or form. It being 2, whatever it may be. But Howl here is looking for blood. They are absolutely ravaging this position at the moment. It's up to Mouse to sort it out. But for Kitchen, this looks done.
Perfectly timed double nade on that one, too. The worst thing is Kitchen needs just 1 point, and they're not gonna get it. Out they go. 1 point would have taken them above Savem, and then hopefully they go out with 0, and Tropic goes out with 0 as well, but they're not even gonna get a chance. Squeaky, sad Brody, you are not going to make it into the finals.
Savem, M-Force, and Ding looking at that kill feed, breathing a sigh of relief for a moment. It's not over by any stretch, though. But the fact of the matter remains is that now all eyes are on Entropic.
Yes.
All eyes are on Entropic. What are you going to do in this game? Are you going to fumble the ball that you have potentially thrown to you here with not too bad a position? It's only Circle 1, mind you. But realistically, if you put those 4 names, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 10th, into a generator when it came to 2022, everybody will be saying Entropic is going to the final any day of the week. Now, it's not so sure.
Well, it's kind of come full circle, hasn't it? Being one of the teams that we talked the most about to begin with, now we talk about them again, but for very different reason. While the rotations are coming through, still a minute to go before Phase 2 pops. Polish Power, I mean, they've set up a pretty damn ballsy split. They have 2 people on Everest, arguably a pretty contested spot, and then they have 2 people over in Cube, arguably a pretty contested spot, but they don't care. They have nothing to lose. They're just going to sit here, see if they can disrupt some rotation paths and get some more info. And MTB, well, it is a hell of a long shot. But right now, as it stands, it's just 18 points, which is very doable. If you look back to some of the performances in the upper bracket, some of the performances in the round of 16 qualifiers, they have done it before. It's an 8-kill win, and those 18 points are yours. It's not out of reach. Easy by no means, but doable.
All right, Savem still 4 alive, looking as full tilt's coming across. You need to hit these sprays. You want to get any kill point you possibly can. Sakuto getting out here for the moment. Pulls out the minis. Needs to get some more shots on here. Bit sporadic here, a bit separated on targets on what they want to hit, but don't really get anything off of it. Circle.
Yeah, out towards the north, up towards the north we go. And Ivers, 1 kill confirmed. Every single point matters. And, well, that's the first one. Iceboy, is he driving straight past the compound?
Yeah,
what's the fact that his teammate just went down in that spot?
I don't understand this.
Norkis able to find one. Brunio finds the second. Not gonna matter a whole lot. Iceboy literally just drove past a 4-man compound that his friend just died in front of. That is very interesting. In any case, points for Entropic, I suppose, as the rotation is now going to head on north.
Mentally, they're vacant, and they're done here in this tournament. It seems like for GDE. I mean, they qualified here. Congratulations to them. Not exactly the easiest of runs, so I can understand kind of why they went to their deaths there, but it is to the benefit of Entropic now, who have to make some moves. Of course, they'll be looking to try and get north of this. The only problem with getting north of this now is that, in the previous circle, people were probably already banking on the idea that a circle may hard shift north or south. So those compounds that are along the river will be held. So you can't blitz across this. There has to be some plan, maybe a wide wrap for Entropic somehow, some way.
And to add to what you're saying, look at the teams that are trying to deny access across. It's BBL and Polish Power. 2 of the best fragging teams on the server with absolutely nothing to lose or gain from sitting there. I think they're both doing it because they know Entropic is going to be coming that way. Again, I don't have it confirmed by any of them, but I don't think either of the two teams want Entropic in the finals. Simply because the threat they pose when they're on their A game.
I don't think Exalt wants them in the finals either. And look where they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's very true. They're very close by. Here comes Ben Lagan. Out of the vehicle he goes. Not really the big success, at least not instantly. Sobi manages to do a lot of damage, and Ace is actually able to turn this one around as 2-4, but here comes Sakido, able to get the double from the car, falls down and return as well, as Hamdar finds one, and now just a 1v1 battle. Escapation is still far away. Hamdar commits to the first aid. Not gonna go for the rest, not just yet anyway. He's gonna hear the vehicle, and he's actually running for points here. I mean, again, I guess they have nothing to lose really, and they need the points confirmed.
I'm going to keep you updated. Okay, the picture-in-picture is going to keep you updated. Thank you very much, guys, because Entropic here, Exalt's already fired at them. So Exalt is trying to push up across this. And here we go. Arctic's already opens up. Nailub goes down. That's bad. He could quite easily get the flush here if he really wants to on it and really put it in, as Arctic actually gets flushed himself from Lukarux on that 2-2 split. Full tilt have killed off aces. That's their campaign over. And now it looks like Entropic really wants to salvage this, but nades are being primed here for Exalt.
Yeah, they want to get this up and done with as fast as possible. Full tilt falling as well. We might even be in placement points soon with the range or with the speed at which teams are getting eliminated. We're in phase 2 and have already lost 22 players. I mean, this is gone completely bananas. And Entropic, well, they know they ain't there yet, or at least they can't assume to be. So they have to keep fighting for this. But there's still 3 Exalt players. I'm looking at Polish Power. They know who's fighting south. They know what's going on. If they want, they can pull up on this and have an impact on it too.
Fate is actually on an off angle as well during all of this. Molodoc's going for the spray. Fate is opening up on it with the SKS onto QBE. Now, if Entropic tries to bail from this, not only are they going to be bailing without 4 alive, but also I think they might try and make a mad dash. They might go out here pretty soon. Ivers, though, knocking Molodocs. Faris goes to Ivers.
Yep, that means that is a point they're not going to get, and they have to turn around for it. They need their players. They need the points as well. They have to sprint for it. Fairest set up above, trying to stay put for as long as he can. 2v1, Lukarux and Naylor pushing forward. That flash ain't going to do much. Second ain't doing much either.
Oh. It's so close. He was so close to getting the shot on the head there. They finish Ivers as well, does Fairest. Naylor gets Fairest. Fate on Naylor. It's so down to the wire. Lukarux.
1v1.
If they can get 2 finishes on this, they would jump up ahead of Sarvam as long as they stay on 0 points. But you're getting close to the placements, as you were saying.
Yeah, placement points close. Of course, they're not going to matter much as long as Sarvam is still alive as well. Both going for the reses here. Again, I'm looking at Norkis. Norkis is driving closer. Oh,
but Molly!
Old Sarvam just lost a player too. I'm not sure exactly what happened in that situation, but they're fighting as well. But I'm looking at Norkis, and he is slowly making his way in this direction. Global Army fighting MTB at the same time here, too. We'll try and keep you posted on both the battles, but Entropic knows they have to be fast on this execution. Peeks over, not finding the first one. First one falls. It's just Nailub that's alive now, trying to go. Falls! Nailub down! Entropic down! Short of qualification.
That's it. Entropic not making it to grand finals here. It's a disaster for the boys in green as we still watch here. Now, Sarvam. Sarvam is going to be very happy seeing that go down, but they are still under a lot of pressure. This game's not over yet.
Sure isn't. And right now our eyes are, and really only are, on MTB. They're the only team that can now make any sort of change on who will make it through to the grand finals. Esqui, they know they're up there. Flashes are being thrown. You have Howl set above. You have M4 set below. This is just not optimal if you want to try and take a fight.
Jeez, and what a terrible circle as well. I didn't even look at it that whole time, but it's 50-50 across the river. It'll go either way. But the thing is that if MTB somehow gets the elimination completely on Sarvam, that is the goalpost not moving, right?
Yeah.
So technically, it would be an insane, insane game for MTB if they were able to make it happen. But there is the possibility.
We haven't even talked of this circle. I mean, how absolutely atrocious of a last circle list is. I guess fortunately for the players on the server, or at least the ones that have been fighting, that hasn't been here. Oh my god, Medibe, I think he's DC'd. Please don't.
No.
Please do not be true. Please come back, Medibe, for the sake of everything that your team is fighting for right now.
Okay, Esqui,
And that's why they're holding. That's why they're waiting.
Yeah.
They're trying to buy time for a hopeful reconnect from Medibay.
And thankfully for them, because they were in the north, they actually don't have the blue pushing them just yet. They got 30 seconds here. Medibay needs to get back in.
And it's phase 4, so if it goes down here, there's no way of resting him either.
Yeah.
They wanted to get the kill to then at least just be able to sit around Medibay and wait it out, but we need him back.
And whilst all of this is waiting out, I mean, Sarvam doesn't have to press the issue. Like, they can, as long as MTB takes casualties when this eventual push comes as well, Sarvam's happy. They're quids in. They're moving through.
Yeah, because they need to bang up the game, MTB, in order to make it through. Again, placement points haven't started really being counting yet, obviously with 9 teams still left alive. So, issue for Sarvam could be if they go out before or very soon. Yes, he's back. That was a really a jump of excitement. Now they're back. Now they're ready for the fight. Instantly flashes himself. That's not... Well, I guess we'll come back on the server, Medibay. I get the shakes.
I mean, they were planning how they were going to push it for a while. The double smoke comes out to try and block some of this off. He's flashed at the moment. His S-Squeeze. He's only got a micro Uzi on this. I mean,
I don't think it's the only. I think it's
on purpose. Yeah. Seems like it's the way. They've got to do something here. He's up with them.
He sure do. They're set up on the roof. Now on the staircase, actually right around the corner, S-Squeeze.
He doesn't realize. He doesn't realize!
He outspots the first one. Takes him down as well. Got to swap over. No extended back on the Uzi. One down, one more still to be found. No one's engaging on this, but look at the blue. It's closing up. It is right on them.
You got to do it now. Flashes out, and it actually went over the thing. Global Army comes around the corner, able to pick up Esqui, and Medibay here still not really being too much of an impact against this. CTR King goes around the corner. Global Army gets the knock again. He's securing it for Sarvam as Medibay finishes him off. But with only Medibay here to be able to do anything, there's no way he's going to be able to make the hero run.
You can't rest in blue. Maybe you can grab one and run him into the circle, but I think the tick's already happening fast enough. Pick him up fast. Nope, he's giving him loot. Giving him loot and making a run for it himself. Medibay, you, my friend, need to pick up a hell of a performance. You already have Sarvam out. They're gonna get no more points, but he needs to get an additional 14 points off of this game in order to make it through.
And Howl hears all of this.
Actually, more than that, too. 17 points.
Yeah, they hear the driving. They hear the moving. I think Howl will just put the nail in this one and knock it down.
It's pretty insane with how many teams had something on the line in this game. We're in phase 5, and it's almost over. Almost already over. They all the teams with something on the line battled it out early on.
And Knock is here as soon as he lies down. It's too ripe for the picking to not take the shot there at that moment. Here, MTB's gone. That is it. We know our top 8 here, but it's bragging rights.
Our eyes are now on numbers, James. Don't say that.
Well, Howl, look at them. 7 kills. They're going to take the top spot here. This is ridiculous.
Yep, but our eyes are now on numbers. 2 alive, but they only need 25 more points.
Okay. When you said numbers, I thought you meant points overall. Never mind.
No. I'm looking at numbers down. And Quad 2, I mean, they still have 1 alive as well. Only needs 38 points. I'm not going to know.
I've done the math, Toby. If they kill everybody in the server, I still don't think it's enough.
Still don't qualify. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. In any case, now that we'll see the end of this unfold, as you're saying, Howl might be able to overtake 4 lives still, 7 kills. Actually, I'm not even going to say might be able to. They will overtake BBL.
Yeah. Given where they're at now, this is Howl putting on a bit of a masterclass. They've looked great here throughout the 2 days, and rightly so. I've been singing the praises of people like Ruin, and the rest of the team has certainly risen up with him, as much as Enforce is now blasting them. But it's this team's come on leaps and bounds from 2022, and it's great to see them in 2023 doing as well as they are.
For sure. So I love it when you see a team that really is just grinding the hell out of the game also see their own improvement, so to speak, and see the results improving overall as well. Moldog, well, I guess if Smash is doing Smash things, this is just Moldog doing Moldog things. So able to find one. Norcus falls. Polish power, not that it matters, not that anything really matters anymore in this game, but for Howl, they do want to get 1 more point. At least.
It'd be nice. Nice.
Just to kind of solidify their position as the best lower bracket team. If there was any kinds of seedings here, then it would make sense, but yeah.
as you say, they're taking over. They are taking over. So let's take stock of where we're at right now. Numbers is slowly being wrapped around on by Polish Power as well. They hear the shots coming in from that spot as a Molly goes in. Syndax, gone. Molodok doesn't need any more kills, guys. Just let's put that all out there. But
imagine, I mean, he's had the duo buff for a while now, right? Now he has the solo buff. That's where he really starts fragging.
So he's going to get 20 kills.
Yes. Probably. Or maybe we'll see a third Polish Power win of the day. Speaking of turning things around, they had 1 point in 3 games yesterday. Now, they might just get 3 wins. But, of course, they would have to fight their way through both M-Force and Howl in order to obtain that.
I feel like there's a world where Polish Power could do enough to get even #1 here if this continues, but I don't think Howl's going to be as dislodged as quickly as they could. But there is barriers set up for Howl to try and get into this. M-Force is all looking their way for the moment, or was, and it's a bit of a Hail Mary for Howl to just get straight towards the circle, so they're going to have to do some fighting.
Yep, sure. Get Druck's first opponent to be dealt with on the west, but all of M-Force slowly making their way towards Howl, and I think already now they're starting to be within nade range.
Scary times. Marcelex crossing the road with the vehicle, knowing that a lot of the potential threats are going to be in the north for them to try and hold off on. Howl is now fighting against M-Force here, as M-Force will send in the flashes. Rafa already taking out Lazar, and Molly goes in as well. So M-Force here looking to take them out.
Yep. I love that BBL is getting placement points even though they're eliminated. That's... No, I think that was just a little bug on the on the leaderboard. In the meantime, Rafa continuing his run on forward. Lass already down. Does he want to go for it? No, because the Mad denies it. Finds the double as well. Doxer picks one, but the Mad again turns on a dime, finds the third. What the rest of the team can't do, the Mad sure can do alone. Rippon's able to find one in return finally, but the Mad for the quad. Down you go, M-Force. Bow to your Howl master, the Mad.
The Mad has just been popping off in these 2 days. What a performance from him. It's almost, I mean, of course, we're not at the grand final just yet, but watching the Mad play this qualifier, it's almost career-defining watching how well he's been able to put his name on the board for the team. So very impressive stuff. Speaking of another name that's put their name on the board, Molodok, almost near the 1,000 damage again. He's... Someone stop this man.
7 players alive in phase 6. You love to see.
It's been a bit of a wild one this last game, but sometimes it just is.
Running around in an open field with a shotgun.
Shotgun Templar himself. He's back again.
I guess now that they have nothing to lose, he can do that. I hope that had they played the last couple of games the way they played the first couple of games, then he wouldn't be playing a shotgun in this area of the map.
Yeah. All right. So now Howl is on the Mad send forwards.
That's a double kill.
I think he's got this. Ooh, the bounce.
No.
Nah, too far. Too short even, I should say. What am I talking about? The Mad, he is going for a swim.
Oh, someone might have heard that. And from one super solo to another super solo.
Oh, yes. This is the conflict I need in my life. Inject it into my veins.
I wouldn't want to...
Never mind.
Little unfair circumstance set up when Matt is swimming.
Scuba diving.
Too much. Yeah. Not really optimal. We were talking about how you should change the crossbow to be an harpoon and add it to esports so you could shoot underwater.
And yeah, attach a rope to it so you can pull your victim in as well, please. That would be...
I wasn't kidding with what I was saying, but then you made it a joke.
I'm not kidding. What are you talking about? Okay, all right. Polish Power, 3 wins in a day. Let's get it done.
Yeah, it sure as hell looks to be the case, unless if Molodok or Ruin has something to say. Cronio, I think he thought he had it there. Now, oh, Cronio, hello. Thank you so much. Able to find the last, and we'll see now how is this one gonna end out. Ruin finds one. Goes for the second shotgun, denied.
No.
Now it's a 1v1 for Greedy. Maybe that is going to be to the downfall of the team. Downfall, I say. They're still going to qualify for grand finals, but a 3-win today is no longer guaranteed. No vest though, broken helmet for Ruin. It is not looking optimal. He does have an AUG though.
That was a nice molly.
Not the worst. Yep.
Pushed him off the rock for the moment, and now he's on it once again, using it as a very easy. There we go. Brunio finishes it off. 3 wins in a day. Polish Power says nothing happened at the end of yesterday. You need to completely ignore that because they have popped up and absolutely popped off for Polish Power.
Polish Power did what we hoped to see them do come the final day. Turn things around. Maybe the win against Entropic is what finally got them going. And for Entropic, maybe the loss against Polish Power was what really put the nail in the coffin, because they are out.
All right, well, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing you these games across these 4 days. We, as a duo, will be back for that grand finals. But for now, let's head over to the desk to conclude everything and get you up to speed on the top 8 here, moving through to that grand final.
Polish Power, 3 chicken dinners. What an incredible performance from them. Hal as well, Saga. I mean, Ruin right at the end there. I thought this would be really impressive if he could take them out. These teams have just popped off. It shows you how hungry they were for those positions in the grand finals, right?
Yeah, all important positions, which unfortunately for the storylines, both of those teams did lock in a little earlier on, but we're seeing here in the highlights reel the teams who were scrapping for those final positions, and unfortunately, many of them fell short, and in the end, realistically, it was all the teams that came into this game within the top 8, remained there, were able to hold on to that position. It's a very unfortunate situation, again, particularly for Kitchen. It wasn't really their fault. They didn't really do anything wrong. They were trying to play a little slow, hold on to a compound. It's just the Howl rocked up and decided that they were just going to start killing everyone in sight, and the Kitchen were unfortunately first on the list. But you know, meanwhile, some of the other teams that were in the running, the likes of Ding, had the hardest game they've had to play for the entire tournament, because all they had to do was sit in a house and not fight anyone, and they had the worst possible time, but they did still make it in the top 8.
We'll have a look at your top 8 in a bit, but I do wonder, and I mean, Saga touched on one of those teams eventually. There were 2 teams that, for me, that it was somewhat a little bit sad to see them fall short of that top 8. Kitchen being one of them, and Entropic as well.
Yeah, 2 teams that you would expect when you see the lineup, the rosters, with the experience that they have, to quite easily make it to the grand final. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them here. And as Saga pointed out here, and as we were talking about before the game started, you don't want to run into a team that is already qualified, because then exactly what happened is going to happen. And that's just super unfortunate here. And you can make as many "you should have stayed in the kitchen" jokes as you want. They were close. There's many times where they could have turned it into a from a 2-point game to a 10-point game, but it's just super unfortunate macro decision making sometimes, but also running into some of these teams here that have absolutely nothing to lose, either by not being close to qualifying or already qualified, and you lose the fight or lose the first knock, because then you know that it's gonna just come over you like they're coming flushing into your buildings. They're just running you down.
This is a bit of a controversial take, but it's the end of the playoffs, so let me run with this. Avenger, BBL, we hyped them up right at the start of the winners bracket. We hyped them up when they came now into the lower bracket. They were sitting on the top, but it wasn't a very obvious victory. If I'm not mistaken, when the leaderboard comes up, they are not going to be in that #1 spot. Should we be hyping that roster up as much as we have?
I think that is the classic situation when you have a 2-day qualifier and you already qualified on day 1, is that you don't really worry about too much what's going to happen. Just take your fights, try to analyze and see what happens with some of the things you might be able to encounter in the grand finals. It's definitely the case here. Love to see double 19 here for Howl and Polish Power. Howl really impressive today. Polish Power super impressive today compared to what we saw from them yesterday. They're able to step up. And I think they're going to be able to get into the triple-digit club with a few others. Yeah, look at that. Howl, 122. That's super impressive in a best of 12 here. More than 10 points per game average.
So Howl, BBL, Polish Power, Exalt, Full Tilt. And I'm just going to read the whole list. M-Force, Ding, and Sarvim Esports. Saga, was this the top 8 you were expecting?
It looks very, very similar to the top 8 that I was expecting. The one major outlier that I have to say I had no real possibility of expecting was Full Tilt to come out and look not only solid, but consistently solid. And yeah, well, they had a bit of a rough time in the last game or two. Again, by that point, they'd already done enough work to lock themselves in with 88 points, was far clear of the cutoff point, which this time was slightly lower than our anticipated of the late 60s at around 70 points. So really solid work to see yet another team coming up through. That was the team that actually placed 4th place in the MEA Open qualifiers. So definitely a surprise to see that they were able to come out and have this level of a performance, but no surprise whatsoever that we're going to see Molodok take the top of the leaderboards in the killers. The man has been on an absolute tear in the past couple of games.
Avenger, does he get a steak now or just another cookie?
It's a cookie for now. It's only on LAN you get steaks. And I've only promised it at PEL, and it only happened once, but I think it should maybe be something going forward. Like when you go to LAN, you drop a double-digit kill, even if you don't win the game. Like if you drop 10 or more kills, I'll take you out for steak dinner. That's for sure.
There we go.
Now, isn't he?
I did take Kickstart out for a dinner, actually.
Well, there you are. All good.
Avengers buying everyone steaks if they play well.
Oh, no. The ones with 10 kills only. You say everyone. Calm down, Sam.
If they play well. I'm just opening it up. Anyway, let's move on. Someone who did play well, Marcelik from Polish Power, is with us now. I'm so excited. We've spoken so much about doing this interview. I finally get to do it. Hello, Marcelik. How are you?
Hello, I'm feeling fantastic. Thank you. How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm sure you are feeling fantastic. I'm curious though, because after yesterday and your performance, probably not feeling all that fantastic, what was the difference today, do you think, for the team?
Oh, we decided to plug in our mice and keyboards today. Last came with the idea to play on joysticks and just it didn't work out. So today we decided to actually play the game. Now, and seriously, right now, we had our talk. We screwed up the Miramars yesterday hard. We were getting picked off one by one. We were lost in the rotations. So today we just decided straight on. We're just gonna play together on Miramars. It worked in the first game, even though we were getting gatekept by like Ace, I think. Second game was weird plays by numbers, I think. They crushed us circle 1. They were like gatekeeping us again. They popped our tires. We fell apart, but then third game we saw the circle. We knew how we exactly want to play that. We decided to play edge. We had good communication. We won the Miramar, so we broke the curse a little bit. And at Angle, we just did what we had to do.
How much of a difference has Fuzzface made being in the lineup?
Oh, he's breaking like he brings like the calmness to the team after each game. So we just like we stay calm after each game. He resets us. He pumps us up as well. It's Fuzzface. He knows what he's doing. He knows what to do. Norkis is still on the IGL role though, but I feel like Fuzzface is a good addition, and we are trying to sort it out even better for the finals.
Saga, I'm sure you want to jump in now with the question.
Yeah, you mentioned Fuzzface there. He has a lot of experience in keeping composure after slow starts with his time on FaZe. But you mentioned one particular word that caught my attention. He pumps you up. Pumps. Fuzzface pumps the shotguns. What was it in that final game where he goes for the shotgun drive-by? Is that just a celebration moment? Did you just really want to try and style on Howl? How early did that sort of mentality creep in when you knew you were already qualified?
I didn't even know he had a shotgun, by the way. I just realized when he was driving by that he has a shotgun.
He was hiding it in the car.
So I had no idea he has a shotgun, by the way. But like, yeah, we knew after the Erangel we qualified. So we were seeing the leaderboard, what's going on. We were like playing for the leaderboard a little bit, not focusing on the game anymore. We were like keeping an eye on what teams are going to qualify, what not, who is fighting, and who wants to qualify. And we're happy with what happened with the leaderboard.
Yeah, super happy for you and the boys, of course. Happy to see you here and happy for you to qualify here. Can you talk us through, and the viewers out there, a little bit about the challenges that you guys have faced from moving from a full Polish-speaking roster, and how hard it has been for you and the guys to kind of transition into that English, because it's a hard change, because like it's all your communications that you can basically put in the bin, right?
I mean, it's not easy, obviously. Like every one of us, like the Polish guys, we were used to do call outs in Polish for the last 1.5 years when we competed on the highest level. So that's a little bit sloppy, but me and Norcus played in the night. We somehow managed to play like through PCS 1 to 3. We managed to qualify to like all the events, and it was pretty solid. Krunio knows Russian, but he's like working on his English, but it's working for now. No one is putting any pressure on him also, so like when he sounds funny, sometimes we don't want to stress him out or anything. He's giving all the information we want to have. Obviously, sometimes in explaining things, we still use Polish. For example, Fastface told us to, like, if there's a problem, just do it fast in Polish. So we had some scenarios where we just use Polish very fast to like tell what's going on, and I feel like it's getting better and better, and let's hope it's gonna get even better. So let's see how it goes.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Marslik, so much fun getting to talk to you. Congratulations. I'm going to steal a line from Avenger. Go say well done to all the lads, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you so much for having me.
I am very hyped to see Polish Power in the grand finals. And I think just Marslik talking about what Fuzzface was able to do for them, calming them down, hyping them up, Avenger. They have 2 weeks now to get ready for the grand finals. Maybe Fuzzface can sort of get them all into shape and ready to be a real contender.
It's obviously something that's going to help. When you're a new roster or changed roster or changing languages, time is always on your side, right? The longer you have to prepare, the more you have to play together, then it's going to help a lot more. So really excited to see these guys play in the grand finals, and hopefully they can pull some crazy stuff up, and they're gonna perform really well and end up in the top 8 like they were able to really dominate here. You can even see like when they're focused, when they're on the run, when they have this aggression kind of play, and when they're making the calls, like the information they're able to gather and the terrain that they take ahead of them, it's just exactly how you're supposed to play with information that is available to them, and they're able to share with the team there. So it's just beautiful. And yeah, they identified a problem with the Miramar. One point is obviously, I think a problem is calming it down a little bit. It's a catastrophe in that case, honestly, and they were able to pull it up, and then coming in, as we were talking about, on Wrangle, absolutely dominating and just showing everyone who's boss.
Let's take a look now at the teams that will be going to the grand finals for the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring. There's the list, Saga, and it is banging. These are some incredible teams, incredible players with a rich history. This is going to be one hell of a show in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing watch to see, especially for those teams that did play in the upper bracket and then didn't quite make it, but then have made the resurgence through the lower bracket to the grand finals, particularly the relatively newly put together rosters, the likes of BBL, who did get that additional practice. But on top of that, quite a lot of MEA representation creeping in as well, with Howl, Full Tilt, and Sarvam really making a lot of progress, a lot of waves. Howl in particular really have to, we can't really understate their performance so far in the lower bracket, and after they became the runners-up at Protality to Sarvam Esports, to come in looking so strong in the lower bracket, really expecting them to make somewhat of a splash in the grand finals as well. But we really can't, again, understate how much more difficult it will be, because the names on that left side of the lobby that were lacking from today's matches, they are not easy teams to overcome by any stretch of the imagination.
It's going to be an incredible battle. What wasn't an incredible battle, and only because certain people definitely double dipped and cheated, was the PUBG broadcast.
Unbelievable, honestly.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Toby finishes in first. I'll give it to him, but I still think he knew better. Avenger, he knew better about double dipping.
Yeah, he should have learned. Now, it's obviously good to see him up there. Congrats to him. I'm just surprised that when you're a dirty double dipper like Saga is, and you don't end above Kylaris, that's kind of unfortunate.
It's very awkward. That was very awkward.
Jokes aside, obviously, it's always fun here for the fantasy, and I'm just excited to do this again for the grand finals.
Saga, I wish I'd listened to you, because you did tell me to take my bench player Fuzzface and put him into my lineup today, but I didn't want to be unethical and double dip, but there you go. So what we learned from all of this is, obviously we now know who our teams are going through to the grand finals. We learned that Toby can actually win fantasy picks, so well done, Toby. Saga is always right, and Avenger will buy you a steak dinner if you play well. Have I got that right? I think I've got it right.
It's good to me.
Yeah, 10 kills on LAN, and then it's good to go.
What else is good to go is us. We're going to be heading out of here, but in 2 weeks' time, make sure you're tuned in because it will be the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring Grand Finals. It's going to be incredible. We are so hyped. I know you are hyped as well. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you then.